Chapter 1146. There seemed to be hundreds of millions of divine dragons hidden in this drop of blood, roaring angrily at this moment. When this drop of blood approached Li Xuanji's body, the black aura on her beautiful white, jade-like skin retreated in fear. It was indeed effective. Without hesitation, Long Chen gently opened her delicate lips and sent the drop of dragon blood into her body. When the drop of dragon blood entered her body, it transformed into the body of an ancient blood spirit dragon. The 100,000 evil spirits that were hibernating in the body immediately let out shrill screams when they felt this terrifying aura. Countless black mist condensed together to form a black pill about the size of a fingernail, which hid everywhere in Li Xuanji's body. Because of the 100,000 evil spirits hiding, the temperature of Li Xuanji's cold body gradually returned. However, her body had already reached a very bad state. Even if she completely dispelled the 100,000 evil spirits, she probably wouldn't live for long. You have to stay by her side. Otherwise, the power of the 100,000 evil spirits will come out and wreak havoc. Her current body can't withstand any torment. Kitten said with a sneaky smile. The vigorous and domineering dragon aura on Long Chen's body was the source of fear for the 100,000 evil spirits. With a drop of Long Chen's blood guarding Li Xuanji's body, it was still not enough. Surrounding Long Chen and Li Xuanji, Kitten drooled and kept talking. The beauty in my arms is really pitiful. Such a delicate appearance, and a pure virgin. If it were me, I would have long forgotten little Cece and gorged myself on the woman in my arms. TSK, TSK, TSK. Long Chen was too lazy to listen to what it had to say. Feeling that Li Xuanji's body was gradually improving, he heaved a sigh of relief and thought about what to do next. If her body didn't recover, she definitely wouldn't live for long. At most, she would die in 100 days, and the dragon blood wouldn't be able to recover. With such a serious injury, her foundation was completely destroyed, and it even affected the god martial spirit. Without rare and precious elixirs, it would be impossible to save her. The question was, what would be effective? Just as Long Chen was about to ask Kitten, Li Xuanji had already woken up. She opened her blurry eyes and saw herself in Long Chen's arms, under his protection. This feeling of safety suddenly made Li Xuanji a little dazed. She shook her head and squinted her eyes, trying to break free from Long Chen. At the same time, she said in a cold voice, "I'm not dead yet? You saved me." Long Chen didn't like her lifeless appearance, so he said, "You won't die. If you have the time to seek death, shouldn't we discuss how to help you recover? When the time comes, it's not impossible for you to take revenge." After sitting down, Li Xuanji didn't feel awkward until she was no longer in contact with Long Chen. She smiled helplessly and said, "Don't talk nonsense. Even if there are some heavenly treasures, the 100,000 demons in my body will sooner or later." At this point, she suddenly froze. This was because she could feel the power of the demons had already shrunk into a small ball in her body. Within her body, an ancient aura was fusing into her blood vessels, strengthening her blood vessels. This caused her lifeless body to gradually change and slowly recover. "What did you do to me?" Li Xuanji's eyes stared at Long Chen. Tears flashed in her eyes, because this was the hope of survival. "In about half a month, I should be able to help you completely dispel the power of the 100,000 demons. I can also strengthen your body. However, I can't do anything about your 9-yin absolute meridian. Do you have a way?" Long Chen asked sincerely. Li Xuanji didn't reply. Her beautiful face and overflowing dark green eyes stared at Long Chen. She didn't look away for even a moment. At this time, she pursed her lips and asked with a sobbing tone, "I'm not related to you, why did you save me? If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have been able to come out of the bronze coffin either." Long Chen knew what she was thinking. He smiled indifferently and said, "Just think of it as fate. There's nothing to bicker about. No matter what, we are friends who have gone through thick and thin together. Don't you think so?" Friends. Li Xuanji was a little confused. Under the inky moonlight, her peerless face was like a piece of jade under the moonlight. It sparkled and sparkled. Her skin was so delicate that people couldn't help but want to take pity on her. That cold and stern gaze that caused people to revere her had now become confused when she looked at Long Chen. There was even a trace of softness and gentleness in her eyes. "Okay, friend." Li Xuanji finally let go of the burden in her heart and smiled at Long Chen. "You look good when you smile, so there's no need to keep a straight face. There's always a way out. As long as you're not dead, there will always be a chance. You don't have to worry about the problem of 100,000 demons right now, but your internal injuries are very serious. According to what you said, you won't be able to live more than 100 days. Moreover, even if you manage to live, because of the 9 absolute meridian, you can only be a cripple. So, is there anything that can help you return to your previous appearance? Long Chen asked cautiously. Li Xuanji bit her lips. She was not used to being so close to a man. Don't move. I have an aura on my body that can suppress 100,000 demons. If you leave me for too long, it will most likely take effect. Long Chen said. Li Xuanji finally understood. Previously, she thought that Long Chen wanted to take advantage of her. But if this was the case, she felt a little disappointed. A strong gust of wind blew, and her dark green hair fluttered in the wind, fluttering on Long Chen's face. Looking at this man, Li Xuanji hesitated 1,000,000 times in her heart. A very important question was tangled in her heart. In the end, she was defeated by Long Chen's passionate gaze. There's only one thing that can help me, but it means endless hardships and danger, and even death. Even if we're friends, there's no need for you to do this for me. So, let's just forget about it, Long Chen. After hesitating for a long time, Li Xuanji lowered her head. Long Chen asked straightforwardly, "What is it? What should I do?" Saving people was the most important thing. Long Chen had experienced so many dangers, and he was not afraid of this. Li Xuanji shook her head, still unwilling. In her opinion, there was no need for Long Chen to do this for her. She did not want to owe Long Chen any more favors. Yang Lingqing's matter was one of the biggest regrets in her heart. If she wanted Long Chen to risk his life for her again, she would not be able to live with it. If you continue to be coy, I will look down on you. Are you still that Li Xuanji? Long Chen's gaze was burning hot. This was a gaze that Li Xuanji could not avoid. Long Chen did not want to say anything more, as it would be useless. After a while, Li Xuanji bit her lips and lowered her head. It really is very dangerous. Let me tell you, you should make some plans yourself. Beside our profound demon realm is the 9 underworlds demon realm. In the center of the 9 underworlds demon realm, there is a mountain that is several tens of thousand meters tall. It is called the 9 underworlds demon mountain, and it is the most famous danger zone of the profound demon world. In 3 months, a saint's fruit of heaven and earth will be born from the holy tree at the peak of the 9 underworlds demon realm. The saint's fruit of heaven and earth is a supreme medicine that is bestowed by the heavens. Many people have very low talent, but after consuming it, their entire bodies will be transformed. Whether it is comprehension, constitution, or so on, they will all experience a heaven-defying increase. It can even grant an ordinary person a constitution similar to the 9 absolute meridians of the great demon body. Every single saint's fruit is something that many organizations fight over. However, the 9 underworlds demon mountain is currently under the control of the world king of the 9 underworlds demon realm. I don't even know if you can make it to the 9 underworlds demon mountain in 3 months, and I don't even know if I can survive until then. What are the rules for entering the 9 underworlds demon mountain? The saint's fruit can allow you to recover completely. Long Chen asked hurriedly, as hope was always a good thing. The rules are that you have to be from the 9 underworlds demon realm. As for your strength, you have to be at the god martial realm, but you can't be over 100 years old, because ingesting the saint's fruit before 100 years old is the most malleable. Even if you're trash, you can become a genius or even a direct disciple of the world king if you succeed, Li Xuanji said solemnly. Long Chen thought about it for a while and said, "In other words, I still have to have the right to enter first, right? But I'm not from the 9 underworlds demon realm," said Long Chen. Li Xuanji thought about it for a while before opening her eyes and saying, "Our clan has some influence in the 9 underworlds demon realm, so it should be possible for you to get an identity to enter. After all, they'll place more attention on cultivators at the 5th layer of the god martial realm at least. The saint's fruit only appears once every 500 years, so it's quite precious. The 9 clans of the 9 underworlds demon realm fight over it endlessly. Only the demon realm, which is ruled by the world king, is relatively fair. However, for the sake of the saint's fruit, each clan will probably send their strongest young geniuses, those who are under 100 years old. Long Chen estimated that if the person under 100 years old was not Lingxi, then it would be around the 7th layer of the god martial realm at most. There should not be any heaven-defying existence like the 7th layer of the god martial realm, so Long Chen was quite confident. However, Li Xuanji had never witnessed his strength. With your cultivation at the third layer of the God Martial Realm, even if you can enter the 9 underworlds Demon Mountain, there are many trials and dangers inside. It's impossible for you to stand out among 100,000 people, so it's best if we give up on the saint's fruit. Li Xuanji smiled when she reached there. She said with some charm, at the very least, you can help me eliminate 100,000 evil beasts and give me 100 more days of life. I'm already satisfied. However, Long Chen did not care about that at all. 100,000 people, all under 100 years old, was a battle between true geniuses. To Long Chen, it was not an impossible task. All he needed to do was sneak into the 9 underworlds Demon Mountain. Let's wait here for Uncle Han and Uncle Nangong before heading to the 9 underworlds Demon Mountain immediately, Long Chen suddenly said. His voice was filled with decisiveness and determination. In around 3 months, the 9 underworlds Demon Mountain would open and the saint's fruit would ripen. Chapter 1147. Hearing Long Chen's resolute words, Li Xuanji stared at him in a daze. She didn't understand why this man had such admirable persistence. It was as if what he said couldn't be changed. Li Xuanji's heart was in a mess. Very few people would treat her so well, even risking their lives. She hid this feeling in her heart and struggled to stand up. Her beautiful curves were revealed. Even though she was injured, she was still graceful. Her pale face gave her a strange sense of beauty. Have you really decided? She wasn't an ordinary woman. She wouldn't mock Long Chen for not being strong enough. Instead, she looked at him solemnly. Long Chen didn't reply. He just nodded. That was enough. Li Xuanji bit her lips. She looked at the moon in the sky and said, I've heard that there are lightning chains that surround the entire mountain. It's a huge lightning network. Basically, once you set foot on the mountain, you won't be able to leave through the air. At the same time, there's a huge grade 9 soul-suppressing stone in the middle of the mountain. In other words, only Nirvana Tribulation Cultivator's spirit sense can be used there. These 2 points are just restrictions. Long Chen said, with a spirit-devouring demonic eye, I can't use spirit sense. This is my advantage. Li Xuanji was the person who understood the spirit-devouring demonic eye the most. Her expression didn't relax at all as she continued. Other than the lightning chains, there's also a natural mist on the mountain. It's almost impossible to see beyond 10 meters. Furthermore, it's filled with all sorts of environments. There are also many ferocious beasts and even some rather wondrous ancient beasts. What's most terrifying is that there are true Yao. They're all imprisoned by the people of the 9 Abyss Demon Realm. They're much stronger than ordinary ferocious beasts. Placing them on the mountain is a test for young disciples. But other than this, the most difficult thing is the competition between the 100,000 people. All the prodigies of the 9 clans will enter together, and there's only one saint's fruit. She told Long Chen all the benefits and dangers so that Long Chen would give up on his decision. She didn't want Long Chen to make such a great sacrifice for her. However, Long Chen only nodded and took note of what she said. He did not say a word. Don't tell me you won't retreat? Li Xuanji stared into his eyes and said, I've said so much because I don't want you to throw your life away. I want you to give up on your idea. Long Chen waved his hand. I know it might be dangerous, but it's not completely hopeless. It's better to try than to not go at all. His indifference made Li Xuanji rather worried. After a while of silence she said gently, Long Chen, we don't seem to be very close. It shouldn't be worth it for you to throw your life away for me. If something really did happen to Long Chen, she would never be able to forgive herself. Maybe you're wrong. I don't mean anything else. Long Chen was stunned. It was really hard to figure out a girl's mind. He said honestly, anyway, we are friends. I can't let you die on your own. Most importantly, you may have underestimated my strength. I don't want to prove anything now, but I can tell you that I have even killed warriors at the 6th level of the God Martial Arts realm. I do have some confidence to get the saint's fruit. Just wait and see. It's not as difficult as you think. Okay. Li Xuanji only remembered 2 words. One was friend, and the other was powerful. If Long Chen had really killed warriors at the 6th level of the God Martial Arts realm, it would be too unbelievable. Li Xuanji didn't believe it subconsciously, but when she thought about it, Long Chen had already reached this level in 7 years, so nothing was impossible. Putting this aside, Li Xuanji was thinking about one word, which was friend. This word bothered her a lot. It was a kind of relationship that she couldn't get close to, but also couldn't be alienated. After being troubled for a while, she unlocked the shackles in her heart. When she looked at Long Chen again, she suddenly felt that this young man was actually kind of cute. Yes, we are friends. With this relationship, when Long Chen did something for her again, she wouldn't feel that she couldn't bear it. Long Chen smiled. It would be good if Li Xuanji could let go of the burden. He said, to be honest, the spirit-devouring demonic pupil you gave me has saved my life several times. Maybe without your decision, I wouldn't be here today. It's all karma. Karma. Li Xuanji was thinking about this word. She looked confused. Then let's make a decision now. When Uncle Han and Uncle Nangong arrive, we will go to the devil area of Joyo right away. Is that feasible? Long Chen asked. Li Xuanji pursed her lips and nodded. After making the decision, Long Chen finally revealed the problem in his heart. He took a few steps forward and looked at Li Xuanji. He suddenly said, "Then it's time to talk about my sister. I entrusted her to you. What about now?" Maybe she also encountered some irresistible factors, but she had to explain it clearly. The sudden change of Long Chen's attitude also caught Li Xuanji off guard. Especially the thing he mentioned was the thing that she was most unwilling to mention. "I think you roughly know where she is. I'm sorry about this." Speaking of Yang Lingqing, Li Xuanji was a little sad. She didn't dare to look at Long Chen's eyes. "It's fine as long as you explain it clearly. I just want to know why and what happened," Long Chen said lightly. Li Xuanji was not a bashful person. When the knot in her heart was untied, she was able to face Long Chen. She said, "It's a long story. When I was in Baiyang town, I found that Ling Qing had a rare extreme Yin devil body. Of course, it was a hidden physique, and it needed to be excavated with some heavenly treasures. At that time I was very surprised, because in the extreme Yin devil world, the extreme Yin devil body of the Yang family was the sworn enemy of our Li family. It was the first time that I found out that there were other extreme Yin devil bodies apart from the Yang family. Therefore, at that time, I planned to bring her back to the Li family to cultivate. I felt that my decision was right. With Ling Qing's physique, she would never have a chance in that small place." Long Chen said, "But then what happened?" Li Xuanji was a bit gloomy. She said, "I haven't returned home for nearly 1,000 years. I didn't know that after the Yang family imprisoned me, they would have become so powerful that they would leave my Li family far behind. After I returned, the Yang family was able to control my family in terms of martial strength. Originally, as long as she wasn't a member of the Yang family, she wouldn't have any relation to the Yang family. She could even become a part of my Li family's strength. But I underestimated how overbearing the Yang family could be. Not long after I returned, news of Ling Qing leaked out and the two world kings directly came to our door to demand for her." "What evidence?" Long Chen had a foreboding premonition. "Ling Qing is a descendant of the Yang family," Li Xuanji said. Finally, this was confirmed from Li Xuanji's mouth. Long Chen felt as if he were dreaming. How could the Yang family of Poplar Town possibly be related to a super overlord like the Yang family of the extreme Yin demon world? This was just too ridiculous. In fact, if Ling Qing was related to the Yang family, then he was also related to the Yang family. Half of his body was the flesh and blood of the Yang family. With this sudden connection, Long Chen was left dumbfounded. Long Chen's reaction was within Li Xuanji's expectations. She forced a smile and said, "At the beginning, I was also very surprised. I even found it hard to believe. It was only afterwards that I learned that the family clans of your Poplar Town actually came from this." "Why do you say that?" Li Xuanji said, "It has a lot to do with me. The current head of the Yang family is called Yang Dingtian, and his strength is at the 9th tier of the divine martial realm. Nearly 1,000 years ago, he used the god sealing coffin to imprison me. He originally wanted to kill me, but I was wearing the absolute Yin curse. Whoever killed me would have obvious absolute Yin Qi. This absolute Yin Qi didn't affect him, but it wouldn't disappear even after 1,000 years. It was very obvious that he imprisoned a genius like me and left me to fend for myself. Of course, if I was imprisoned too close, my family members would discover me. So he sent me to a small place in the Myriad Kingdom's domain, which was the Star Demon Prison. Also, you might not know why Yang Dingtian hated me so much. Because at that time, his wife gave birth to a rare good-for-nothing. Her blood vessels were clogged, and she basically couldn't cultivate. Long Chen seemed to have guessed something. He said, "So, when he sent you to the Myriad Kingdom's domain, he conveniently abandoned his good-for-nothing son nearby, so he didn't ruin his reputation. And this abandoned son slowly survived, and after 1,000 years, he became my small family in Baiyang town, right?" "Yes." Li Xuanji nodded. A bitter smile also appeared on Long Chen's face. He didn't expect the truth to be like this. Perhaps his father finding young Xueqi was related to the descendant of that rare good-for-nothing. She clearly had a strong physique, but she was almost unable to cultivate. He and Li Xuanji seemed to be separated by several generations, but now they stood together like a young man and a young woman of the same age. Life was like this, making people sigh involuntarily. Li Xuanji had stayed in the God-sealing copper coffin for nearly 1,000 years, but in reality, she had only spent a dozen years outside. Calculating it, she was about the same as a teenage girl, while Long Chen's family had already been passed down for several generations. Martial artists defied the heavens, and the increase in their lifespan caused all seniority to become chaotic. So, in the three great emperor domains, seniority was no longer important, especially when two people were in love. What was important was their feelings. In this way the truth was revealed. This couldn't be blamed on Li Xuanji. However, she was the one who brought Yang Lingqing to the extreme Yin devil world. In Li Xuanji's heart, she definitely had to take responsibility for Yang Lingqing's matters, so she didn't feel good in her heart. Chapter 1148. I originally thought that with her talent, even if she went to the Yang family, she would have a better life than the Li family, apart from the fact that she doesn't know anyone. But then, her strength increased too quickly. In just 7 years, she went from the 3 martial realms to the 9th layer of the God martial realm. This is not something that a normal person can do, so... "I'm sorry," Li Xuanji lowered her head and said dejectedly. "It should be the God martial soul of an expert who used the way of fusing the soul, or some other method. But it's definitely not a good thing for Lingqing, right?" Long Chen said coldly. "Yes." Li Xuanji nodded gently. Long Chen gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. "When I return from the demon mountain of Jiuyou, I'll go to the Yang family and have a look. No matter who it is." Long Chen had already made up his mind. There was no worry or fear in his heart. Yang Lingqing was his sister that he was protecting. If she was threatened, or even in danger, Long Chen would bury the entire Yang family with her. As for the issue of bloodline, his ancestor was just an abandoned son, and after so many generations, Long Chen did not believe that he had anything to do with the Yang family. Li Xuanji looked at Long Chen in a daze. She didn't understand why this young man didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth and had an unstoppable belief. Perhaps he would succeed. At the thought of this, Li Xuanji said, "If I can recover, I'll definitely help you save your younger sister even if I have to give up my life. After all, I'm her master, and I owe her this. When the Yang clan came to ask for her, I couldn't protect her. This was all in the future. When the time came, Li Xuanji would not be able to live for long. Although the saint's fruit was extremely dangerous, Long Chen could not back down. The most important thing was to wait for Han Yunxing and Nangong Lai to arrive. After Long Chen and Li Xuanji left, it should not be a problem for them to get rid of the 2 old fellows who were about to enter their coffins. After chatting for a while, the 2 of them fell silent. Li Xuanji seemed to feel that the 100,000 demons in her body were stirring again. She approached Long Chen in a panic. The 2 of them stood less than half a meter apart. She raised her head and saw Long Chen's burning eyes staring at her. Li Xuanji's face was slightly red. Her delicate face made people want to kiss it. She quickly looked away and didn't say anything. To her, Long Chen's appearance today was like a dream. However, after waiting for 3 days, Han Yunxing and Nangong Lai still did not show up. Long Chen did not pay too much attention to it. It should take 5 or 6 days to get rid of the 2 old fellows. However, 7 days passed, and there was still no news. Although the demons in Li Xuanji's body were becoming weaker and weaker, her body was weakening as well. She could not last much longer. If Han Yunxing and Nangong Lai still did not show up, she might not even be able to last until the fight for the 9 Serenities Demon Mountain began. He became worried as he watched Li Xuanji weaken day by day and her face become healthier and healthier. Finally, on the 10th day, Han Yunxing and Nangong Lai still did not show up. Long Chen carved 8 words on a rock in the distance. 9 Serenities Demon Mountain, Saint's Fruit. If Han Yunxing and Nangong Lai came here, they would definitely discover the words on the rock and catch up to Long Chen. 10 days had passed. If they wanted to come, they would have arrived a long time ago. Then, something must have happened. With their strength, I can't help them if something happens. Also, they're so powerful and have been here for so many years. They might have been delayed by something. It should be impossible for something to happen to them. There was no need for Long Chen to worry about Han Yunxing and Nangong Lai for now. However, since they had not arrived, Long Chen could not wait any longer. He could wait, but Li Xuanji could not. At this moment, Li Xuanji was almost unconscious. The 9-yin terminal meridian in her body was basically destroyed, and her life force was overdrawn. I'll carry you. She still had some of the power of the 100,000 demons in her body. As long as she left Long Chen's side, they would immediately become rampant. In about 5 days, Long Chen's dragon blood would be able to completely destroy the 100,000 demons. During these few days, carrying her was the most suitable choice. Li Xuanji hesitated slightly. This was a girl's restraint, but she squeezed out a smile in the next moment. She nodded and leaned against Long Chen's wide back, allowing him to carry her. Her soft and delicate body exuded an alluring fragrance. Long Chen was not distracted at all. Li Xuanji was in need of help. Long Chen had been delayed for 10 days. At this moment, he was running at his fastest speed in the direction that Li Xuanji had set. Luckily, most of his strength was in his body. Carrying Li Xuanji did not affect his abnormal, ancient beast-like physical strength at all. The wind rushed past them. The scenery on both sides whistled past. The majestic heat under her body gave her a kind of intoxicating warmth, dispersing the cold air on her body. Li Xuanji subconsciously tightened her arms around Long Chen's neck. Her body pressed closer to Long Chen. Her chest occasionally bumped against his back, giving her a stimulating feeling as if she was being scalded by a raging fire. Li Xuanji could not help but blush. Remembering that they were just friends, she dispersed the trace of charm in her heart. She knew that there was someone else in Long Chen's heart, and there was only one person. However, the warm feeling under her body was something that she had never experienced before. It was as if being on his back was abnormally safe and stable. She did not need to worry about anything. This feeling of being protected made Li Xuanji feel strange and excited. However, every time a strange thought appeared in her mind, there would always be a word that would wake her up, causing her to smile bitterly. Speaking of which, how are you and that girl of yours now? When the wind blew behind her, making her black dress flutter, Li Xuanji suddenly leaned towards Long Chen's ear and asked softly, "N." Long Chen did not expect her to ask about Lingxi, so he said with a happy and sweet face, "She is waiting for me at the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace. When I am almost at your level, I will kill my way there and take her away." His words were decisive and direct. Li Xuanji had a feeling of being defeated. She paused for a while and did not say much. After a while, she sighed with emotion. She is really blessed. Long Chen grunted and continued to move forward. From here to the 9 underworlds, it is very close now. With your current speed, it will only take about 6 days to reach the Breaking Spirit Mountain. After the Breaking Spirit Mountain, it will be the 9 underworlds. Putting aside the strange emotions in her heart, Li Xuanji changed the topic. Long Chen raised his arms slightly and hugged Li Xuanji's legs tightly. He inadvertently touched her elastic little butt, which was a little more powerful than Lingxi. This was an inadvertent action, but it made Li Xuanji's body tighten as if she was electrocuted. "I'm sorry." Long Chen quickly apologized. "It's okay," Li Xuanji said softly. The scenery around them quickly flashed by as Long Chen passed through one mountain range after another. Time flew by and the two of them spent most of the time in silence. Sometimes, talking too much was not necessarily a good thing. Li Xuanji still underestimated Long Chen's speed. For her, it was really a compliment that a warrior at the 3rd level of the divine martial arts realm could be so fast. Long Chen, who was rushing forward at full speed, was like a golden lightning. He moved like the wind and did not know fatigue. With his speed, even a warrior at the peak of the 6th level of the divine martial arts realm might not be able to catch up with him. The fragrance of the beauty behind him kept pouring into his nose, but Long Chen did not have any distracting thoughts. He just wanted to reach the 9 underworlds demon mountain as soon as possible. After all, Li Xuanji's life was limited. Although she could still talk, it was already very difficult for her. However, with the passage of time and the suppression of the thick dragon qi on Long Chen's body, the 100,000 demons in her body had become more and more dispirited. All of this was under Long Chen's control. In the blink of an eye, 4 days had passed. Long Chen did not rest. He had already arrived at the breaking spirit mountain that Li Xuanji had mentioned. This was a dark and gloomy mountain. There was a ghostly aura everywhere. A large number of ghost beasts lived here. It was a desolate area, and it was also the boundary between the Xianyin demon realm and the 9 underworlds demon realm. Long Chen had to cross the breaking spirit mountain to reach the 9 underworlds demon realm. Looking at this stretch of mountain peaks from afar, the gloomy gray aura was similar to the hell of ghosts. Ordinary people did not dare to rush through this part of the breaking spirit mountain. The demon beasts in it, even warriors with the supreme golden body of the god martial arts realm, would be killed. Many ghost beasts were not big, but they had fatal lethality. In front of the breaking spirit mountain, Long Chen stopped. Li Xuanji had been sleeping for a day. Long Chen gently put her down. He did not want to wake her up, but she was more sensitive. She still woke up, looked at Long Chen in a daze, and asked, "Where is this?" That kind of hazy and lazy look was quite charming. "We have arrived at the breaking spirit mountain." Long Chen put her body down and sat her down. So fast a few days have passed. 4 days. At this time, Li Xuanji was getting weaker. Her originally round face and body had become a little thin, and this situation would continue. She knew that she wouldn't be able to hold on until she died. Unless, at that critical moment, Long Chen could really find the saint's fruit of heaven and earth and let her eat it. Li Xuanji knew how she looked. She looked around, and then looked at Long Chen with a little depression, and asked, Am I ugly?" After all, she was a girl, and she was very concerned about her appearance. Long Chen was not good at answering this kind of question, so he said, "Don't think too much. When I get the saint's fruit of heaven and earth, you will still look the same." Chapter 1149. For some reason, even though she knew that her body was deteriorating and her appearance would only get uglier, Li Xuanji still felt a sense of security after hearing this. Her heart was at peace. With Long Chen by her side, she did not need to be on guard against others at all times. Long Chen definitely wouldn't hurt her. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to live until now. The 100,000 demons in your body have been mostly eliminated. I will now use the last dose of medicine to completely eradicate them. Thank you. Li Xuanji looked at him gently. Long Chen did not tell her that it was his blood, but Li Xuanji knew what she had taken every time. The intense, strong, liquid-like red liquid was Long Chen's blood. This time, Long Chen let Li Xuanji take the last drop. Then, he placed his palm on Li Xuanji's back. His divine energy entered her body and helped to refine the power of the dragon blood. At the same time, he let the refined power circulate in Li Xuanji's body until the power of the 100,000 demons completely disappeared from Li Xuanji's body. Because of the dragon blood, Li Xuanji's face had a tinge of color. Long Chen's blood was a great tonic, but others might not be able to absorb it. With Li Xuanji's current cultivation, she had to take it step by step. This process lasted for around half an hour. From now on, Long Chen could let Li Xuanji stay in the void realm. She did not need to follow Long Chen around. What she needed the most was rest. There were some medicines in Long Chen's void realm that could nourish the body and prolong life. He hoped that they would be of some help to her so that she could last until Long Chen obtained the saint's fruit. "From now on, you can stay in my void realm. It will be slightly more convenient." Long Chen helped her up and whispered in her ear, "Yes." Now that Long Chen was no longer carrying her, Li Xuanji suddenly felt a sense of loss in her heart. If she could, she would like to stay on Long Chen's body. If she could, it would be even better if she could stay on him for 100 days. It would be very comfortable and warm, giving her a sense of security. However, Li Xuanji understood that this was just a young girl's thoughts, and she couldn't say it out loud. Long Chen had already told her about the Great Void Realm. Along the way, they would inevitably encounter battles. In the 9 underworld demon mountain, Long Chen could not carry her on his back, so he could only let her enter the Great Void Realm. In her current situation, she couldn't even open her own divine kingdom. She had basically lost the ability to fight. Just like Lingxi in Baiyang Town. Long Chen didn't expect that after coming to the Supreme Shadow Demon Realm, He would actually go through thick and thin with her for a period of time. Li Xuanji wasn't the kind of person who could express her emotions strongly. At this moment, she thanked Long Chen. Just as she was about to let Long Chen bring her into the Great Void Realm, Long Chen's expression suddenly changed. There were people approaching, and they were already within a 1-mile radius. Previously, Long Chen was focused on helping to eliminate the 100,000 evil spirits, so he didn't pay much attention to the surrounding situation. He didn't expect things to be so bad at this time. There were a total of more than 10 people, and they actually surrounded the two of them within a 1-mile radius. It was clear that they had discovered Long Chen and Long Chen for a period of time. At this moment, they were slowly sneaking over. When they realized that Long Chen and Long Chen were done with what they were doing, they unleashed their speed and arrived in front of Long Chen in an instant, surrounding Long Chen and Li Xuanji. Long Chen wanted to hide Li Xuanji, but it was already too late. Long Chen really didn't expect to meet enemies in such a remote place, let alone people from the Yang family. The physiques of the Yang family were classified from good to bad. Extreme Een Devil Body, Mysterious Een Devil Body, Extreme Een Devil Body, and Extreme Een Devil Body. The people in front of him were mostly at the Extreme Een Devil Body level. The Yang family was a super large family, and to be able to have the Extreme Een Devil Body meant that their status was quite high. Two of them even had the Extreme Een Devil Body. As for the Mysterious Een Devil Body, that was something only the important people in the family had. Even the two from before, Yang Kuei and Een Mei, Yang Kuei only had the Extreme Een Devil Body. Therefore, with a little sensing, Long Chen knew that these were people from the Yang family. Long Chen didn't have any devil body. It could be said that he didn't have anything from the Yang family on him at all. The essence and blood of the divine dragon had occupied his whole body. These people were all young warriors. Fortunately, they weren't from the older generation, but it didn't mean that there were no older generation warriors present. They were all at the 7th level of the divine martial arts realm. If he encountered the older generation warriors, Long Chen would be in trouble. Even these young warriors made Long Chen frown. Li Xuanji also came to her senses. Her face was a little cold, but she didn't show any fear. "Hey, who did I see?" An arrogant girl's voice sounded. This group of people were basically at the 5th level of the divine martial arts realm, which was very strong for their age. However, there were also warriors at the 6th level of the divine martial arts realm. Two of them were young girls, and in fact, it was one of them who had spoken. But the one who gave Long Chen the most headache was an older man standing behind them. Yes, he was at the peak of the 6th level of the divine martial arts realm, which was similar to Jiang Qing's strength. At the beginning, Long Chen didn't defeat Jiang Qing. As soon as he appeared, Long Chen was very afraid. More than a dozen people surrounded Long Chen and Li Xuanji, leaving them with no way out. Two young girls, one was wearing a pink dress, and the other was wearing a dark green dress. Both of them were very beautiful. They were the kind of little princesses who were held in the palm of everyone's hand. Both of them had a proud look on their faces. At this time, they looked at Li Xuanji in shock and said, "I can't believe it. The rumored first beauty of the Supreme Shadow Devil Realm is actually so weak and ugly. It is said that she has been affected by the 100,000 evil way of the Yang family. It's really pitiful." The other girl in a dark green dress said, "What's more unexpected is that we actually met in the Breaking Spirit Mountain. It seems that our hunting in the Breaking Spirit Mountain is not without any harvest. Right, Brother Yang Hao?" After saying that, the girl took the arm of the man behind her and said with a pleasing face. The other girl was not to be outdone. She also took the arm of the young man, looked at him provocatively and said, "I found them first. It was me. Qian Er, don't make trouble. This is a big deal. Today, we must capture Li Xuanji. At least we must kill her. As long as we take her head back, this time, we will definitely rise and be valued by the elders." The young man named Yang Hao said in a deep voice. Yang Hao, Yang Qian and Yang Qian, all three of them had the Extreme Een Devil Body. This kind of talent was already very close to the first-class geniuses of the Yang family. If they made a great contribution this time, they would definitely stand out among the martial artists of the same level and become the new favorites of the elders. As for the other martial artists, some of them were the collateral relatives of the Yang family. Their qualifications were not strong. They were all Yang Hao's followers. If Yang Hao became strong, they would also rise. At this time, they all looked at Long Chen and Li Xuanji with burning eyes. Yang Hao took the two little beauties and walked out of the crowd. He stood more than 20 meters in front of Li Xuanji. Although Li Xuanji was very weak, her beauty still made Yang Hao take a deep breath, especially her cold eyes. If he could conquer such a legendary woman, he would be willing to die. Compared with Li Xuanji, the two jealous little beauties next to her were just like ugly monsters. However, if there weren't so many people around, he could still enjoy it. Now that there were so many people watching, Yang Hao didn't dare to act recklessly even if he had the courage. He would honestly take Li Xuanji back, or kill her directly. In the future, he would enjoy endless glory and wealth. Today was a good fortune given to him by the heavens. Yang Hao laughed coldly as he gazed at Li Xuanji, and he said, I truly never expected that you'd actually fled here. Looks like you intend to flee to the devilish territory of the ninth hell. However, based on the current situation you're in, you won't be able to live for long. Li Xuanji, your Li clan is finished, and you're just a stray dog. Obediently allow yourself to be captured today. If you're obedient, then you'll feel slightly better. If you don't, then I can only take your head and bring it to our seniors. Right, you better be obedient and don't resist. Otherwise you will suffer. Yang Qian, who was wearing a pink dress, was jealous of Li Xuanji's beauty and strength. In the past, Li Xuanji was the person she looked up to. Even in the Yang family, there were countless young talents who were infatuated with her. Now that such a beautiful girl had become a stray dog, it would be strange if they didn't vent their anger. Such a beautiful face, if you are disobedient, I will make a few cuts on it and let you have a try. Yang Qian also threatened. In fact, this was what she wanted to do the most at the moment. These juniors of the Yang family were worried that Li Xuanji would escape, so they released their auras, vaguely restricting the movements of Long Chen and Li Xuanji. Long Chen, a teenager at the third level of the divine martial arts realm, was directly ignored. Only Yang Hao, who was looking at him holding Li Xuanji's slim waist at a close distance, had an imperceptible cold light flash in his eyes. In that cold light, there was a killing intent. Long Chen had a headache. If he wanted to escape, it would be very easy. Even if he didn't use the blood escape art, Yang Hao wouldn't be able to catch up with Long Chen. However, if he ran away like this, these people would definitely inform the Yang family that he had met Li Xuanji. At that time, Long Chen's journey to the 9 underworlds would definitely not be smooth. Maybe the experts of the Yang family would arrive halfway and kill Long Chen and the others. Therefore, the only choice Long Chen faced was to kill every single one of these people. At this moment, Li Xuanji couldn't do anything, because Long Chen knew her physical condition. Sorry, I was careless. Let me handle it. Long Chen whispered in Li Xuanji's ear. No. Li Xuanji's mind was in a mess because of Yang Hao. She still didn't feel at ease letting Long Chen deal with it alone. Just watch. I can't handle such a small matter. How can I fight for the saints' fruit of heaven and earth? Go in. Long Chen's words were a bit forceful, so Li Xuanji couldn't refuse. Chapter 1150. You must be careful. With your speed, escaping won't be a problem. Don't harm yourself because of me. Li Xuanji said softly. She also knew that the only way to survive was to kill everyone who saw her. Don't worry, I'm not a fool. Long Chen grinned. Yes, he wasn't a fool. Li Xuanji smiled helplessly. They were just friends. He wouldn't sacrifice himself for her. With such emotions, Li Xuanji was brought into the realm of Great Void by Long Chen. The soft chi of Great Void formed a reclining chair for her to lie comfortably on. From the realm of Great Void, Li Xuanji could still see the situation outside. Inside, she could be very comfortable. With the nourishment of some medicinal herbs, it was much better than running around with Long Chen outside. Li Xuanji's disappearance shocked the Yang family. They took a while to react. Long Chen must have used some method to make Li Xuanji disappear. Long Chen obviously didn't have a divine kingdom. That was a kind of treasure. Thinking of this, the Yang family warriors boiled up. Among them, Yang Qian screamed, "Everyone be careful, don't let him escape." Yang Hao's eyes became incomparably cold. Without saying a word, demonic chi surged from his body and he charged towards Long Chen. "Brat, hand her over. Otherwise, you'll definitely die." The atmosphere instantly tensed up. At this time, everyone made their move. Li Xuanji was related to their future and fate. They couldn't be careless. In their opinion, Long Chen was just a youth that could be killed by any one of them. However, at this moment, Yang Hao actually saw a blood-red light in Long Chen's eyes. He vaguely had an ominous premonition. It seemed that for this young man to be able to stay with Li Xuanji, he must not be simple. Everyone, be careful. I'll kill this brat. When Long Chen was hugging Li Xuanji's waist, Yang Hao already had the intention to kill him. At this time, the devil Qi burst out from his body, and the black light immediately trapped Long Chen. The first thing he did was to not let Long Chen escape. The others also spread out, blocking Long Chen's path from the sky to the ground. For them to be so careful with a mere heaven-tier cultivator, it was clear that they were determined to succeed today. Long Chen's performance was completely out of their expectations. The blood-red light in his eyes and the murderous aura that had been brewing suddenly erupted. It was as if a weak scholar had suddenly turned into a demon. That terrifying power instantly made everyone feel a little scared. Don't be afraid. This is an illusion. Any one of us can kill him. Just be careful not to let him escape, Yang Shi said as she surrounded him from another direction. The battle was on the verge of breaking out. A roar sounded. Long Chen's battle intent surged. If he wanted to kill this group of people, he had to be fast, ruthless and accurate. At the same time, he had to surpass his own limits. Long Chen was most afraid of Yang Hao. Before he fought with Yang Hao, Long Chen had to kill everyone. After the roar sounded, everyone was a little sluggish. Could it be that this young man really had some kind of strange technique? This was too much of a farce. But in the next moment, their premonition came true. That blood-red long sword suddenly appeared in Long Chen's hand. An intense murderous qi exploded out of it. The sword qi filled the air. In a flash, the power of the sword qi surpassed the power of a cultivator of the third divine martial realm. Blood-devouring world. While everyone was still in shock, the blood-red domain actually overshadowed Yang Hao's black demonic qi domain at this time, completely blocking everyone's line of sight. Every warrior was in a tense mood. After all, this blood-red domain was really too strange. What's going on? Why does this brat have such a strong feeling? Don't worry. Let brother Yang Hao deal with him. At this moment, Yang Hao was also in a state of shock. He keenly felt that this brat Long Chen was not simple. Just as he was about to attack, it was already over. At this moment, Long Chen's speed had exceeded Yang Hao's range in an instant. In the blood-devouring world, Long Chen seemed to have completely disappeared. Terrifying speed. Everyone be careful, he's very fast. Yang Hao was startled and immediately shouted. When he shouted, 3 cultivators had already been caught by Long Chen's sword qi. Under the assistance of the blood-devouring world, 5th-layer divine martial realm cultivators were no longer Long Chen's opponent. Sila dozens of sword qi crisscrossed and 3 corpses fell to the ground. The parts above the neck had completely disappeared. Even the divine martial spirit had been completely destroyed by Long Chen. The speed and state of these 3 people's deaths were truly shocking and frightened the others. Before this, they had never thought that someone would actually die. At this moment, seeing the state of these 3 people's deaths, a bone-chilling feeling appeared in their hearts. At this moment, they truly understood that this young man was not as simple as they had imagined. These young people who had come out to gain experience could be considered to have some temperament. At this moment, they did not panic. However, Long Chen was now an invisible killer. His divine breath technique made it impossible for others to discover him. His speed was also impossible for others to catch up with. In this way, in a short period of time, no one knew where Long Chen was. Everyone be careful, his speed is very fast. Let's attack together and kill him. If there's a situation, quickly say something. Long Chen was still surrounded. At this moment, the scarlet blood sky wilderness was still dripping blood. His expression was incomparably cold. Those young cultivators were just victims of his speed. God-slaughtering sword formation. Under Long Chen's display, a formation instantly appeared under everyone's feet. Not good. Everyone was alarmed and immediately retreated. However, how could Long Chen's killing move be so easy to dodge? Sword C. Countless sword qi soared into the sky, turning a few cultivators who did not have enough time to react into a hornet's nest. Those in the 5th layer of the divine martial realm did not have a supreme golden body, so injuries would follow them for life. A total of 3 or 4 people died on the spot. The others were also quickly turned into ghosts under Long Chen's sword. Long Chen's speed was really too fast. With such speed, those fifth-layer divine martial realm cultivators could only stand there blankly. They were simply unable to resist. Sometimes, even though there was clearly no one in front of them, a red sword would directly stretch over and directly cut off their heads. Following the shrieks, fear appeared in everyone's heart except for the three strongest cultivators. Long Chen was like a nightmare. Needless to say, they did not want to kill Long Chen. At this moment, they were all fleeing. Apart from Yang Hao, Yang Qian and Yang Shi who were still chasing Long Chen, the others were crazily fleeing. Under Long Chen's 2 attacks, only 6 people were still alive. 3 of them were Yang Hao and the others. As for the remaining 3 who had fled, Long Chen quickly caught up with them. When he turned around to face Yang Hao and the others, apart from Yang Hao and the others, basically everyone had died under his sword. And this was something that had happened in less than a quarter of an hour. Everyone who was still alive had turned into corpses. And at this time, Long Chen turned around with his sword dripping with blood. His face was ice cold. His expression was calm and indifferent, as if he had just done something insignificant. This kind of miserable state of Long Chen and their brothers and sisters made Yang Qian and Yang Shi take a few steps back. Their previous arrogant and despotic appearance had completely disappeared. They looked at Long Chen with some fear. On the other hand, Yang Hao was incomparably furious. Originally, he had already obtained the merit, but now so many people had died. When the time came, even if he sent Li Xuanji back, the merit would be greatly reduced. All of this was because of Long Chen. Good brat. I didn't expect you to be so powerful. I underestimated you. However, don't think that your luck is good. Next, obediently accept your death. Qian, both of you retreat. Yang Hao roared. His devil chi surged and his battle chi soared to the sky. With a loud rumble, he charged towards Long Chen. The surrounding temperature dropped by a lot in an instant. Yang Qian and Yang Shi were originally afraid of Long Chen, this nightmare. At this time, they hurriedly retreated, wishing that they could hide far away and leave the battlefield to Yang Hao, who they worshipped. Letting Yang Hao deal with Long Chen was the best choice. At this time, Yang Qian said, Yang Shi, should we use the puppet bird to inform the family about this matter first? Yang Shi saw that Yang Hao had already trapped Long Chen, so she said, Brother Yang Hao should be able to deal with him. However, it's better to inform them. If this brat escapes, we'll be in trouble. The two who usually bickered were now in agreement. Yang Qian did not say anything and was about to take out the puppet bird. At this time, a suffocating aura suddenly appeared behind her, causing her to suffocate. That resplendent sword light actually attacked her at this time. Who? Yang Qian suddenly turned around. Behind her was a Long Chen formed completely of sword chi. The sword in his hand slashed down. It was the god-slaying sword formation's final move. Sword explosion. The sword chi flood immediately drowned Yang Qian. Yang Qian did not even have time to use her Tier 6 divine skill before she was killed by the sneak attack of the undying sword body. They were too focused on Long Chen, so they did not notice that Long Chen had already used the undying sword body. Yang Qian had the supreme golden body. She did not die from the sword, but she was close. With only half of her head left, she was so frightened that she almost suffocated. At this time, the undying sword body rushed over and stabbed down. Yang Shi, save me. Yang Qian's face was filled with tears. She begged Yang Shi, who was in front of her, but Yang Shi was stunned. She rolled and crawled, hurriedly retreating, her body trembling. Yang Shi, before she could finish, Long Chen's undying sword body killed her cleanly. At the same time, he chased after Yang Shi. Soon, only Yang Hao and Yang Shi were left. Yang Shi was scared to death. She did not have the will to fight. Yang Qian's death filled her heart. It was the first time she saw such a terrifying person like Long Chen. At this time, her body was trembling, and she only wanted to leave this place as soon as possible. Behind her, the undying sword body chased after her. Its speed was very fast, about the same as Yang Shi. After all, the undying sword body was not Long Chen's body, so it was not that fast. Yang Shi still had a chance to live. She fled madly, her face full of tears. At this moment, Long Chen's speed soared, and he instantly shook off the enraged Yang Hao. He rushed towards Yang Shi, and under his control, the undying sword body blocked Yang Hao's path. Time for you to die. In an instant, Long Chen blocked in front of Yang Shi. No, I don't want to die. Yangxi's face was full of fear. She crawled and rolled away. Death, this is fate. You can't avoid it. If she did not die, it would be Long Chen's death in the future. Long Chen would not be merciful enough to let her go out to report. There was still the terrifying Yang Hao to deal with. Chapter 1151. The torrent of sword qi was overwhelming and filled with a power that Yang Qian could not resist. During this period of time, Long Chen's cultivation on the martial way had improved by leaps and bounds. Although fighting with Martial Addict was not a real battle of life and death, Martial Addict knew that Long Chen had the real martial emperor spirit and could also show Long Chen his martial way, which benefited Long Chen a lot. At the same time, as long as there was a chance, Han Yunxing would also explain to Long Chen what he knew about the martial way. When Long Chen entered the celestial realm, it was with his help. Han Yunxing had 1,000 years of understanding of the martial way, which was quite extraordinary. In fact, in each realm of the God martial realm, it was actually relatively easy to go from the early stage to the complete stage, but it was definitely very difficult to cross realms. During this period, Long Chen's understanding of the unity of heaven and man was becoming more and more proficient. When he attacked, he attracted the Emperor Spirit Qi, and the power of the sword explosion alone had increased a lot. At the same time, the cultivation of the divine origin was also rapidly improving. This allowed him to quickly approach the complete stage 3 of the God martial realm in a very short period of time. Long Chen's speed was absolutely unprecedented, and no one would be able to match it in the future. He deeply understood the importance of strength, so he was eager to quickly improve himself in the shortest time possible. Only with strength could one have the right to speak. The sword explosion was the second strongest attack that Long Chen had. To be honest, if Yang Qian's mental strength was a little stronger, she would not have been defeated so easily. Long Chen's determination and decisiveness when killing before had scared too many people. Boy, how dare you attack people of the Yang family in the territory of the Yang family? You will definitely die a horrible death. Yang Hao's roar came from behind. Long Chen's speed was too fast, and there was also the undying sword body blocking Yang Hao, so Yang Hao couldn't catch up to Yang Qian at all. He could only watch as Yang Qian became weaker and weaker under Long Chen's attacks. After a few moves, she was completely killed by Long Chen. Even the supreme golden body couldn't completely recover. At this moment, Long Chen did not have any protective feelings for the fairer sex. His attacks were ruthless, and a little beauty was completely killed by his sword. Whether it was Yang Qian or Yang Qian, they were both women that Yang Hao had slept with. In such a big family, there were countless branches, and there was basically no blood relationship between the three of them. In a super big family like this, the most taboo thing was for the bloodline to leak out. Therefore, a large number of couples had the surname Yang. Yang Qian and Yang Qian were Yang Hao's women. But now, he was completely killed by Long Chen. This made Yang Hao feel like he was about to go crazy. He had originally thought that he could easily complete the mission, but such a big thing had actually happened. All of this was because of Long Chen. This kid, in Yang Hao's heart, he hadn't had this kind of killing intent for a long time. The undying sword body dissipated under his crazy attacks. Yang Hao's aura that belonged to the peak of the 6th level of the divine martial realm spread out, and the black domain immediately suppressed Long Chen's devouring world of blood. The terrifying demon qi contained a fatal coldness, and ordinary people would probably be frozen to death. Fortunately, Long Chen could still bear it. Long Chen, in the great void realm, Li Xuanji could clearly see all of this. Seeing Long Chen show his strength with her own eyes, Li Xuanji had mixed feelings. If at the beginning she still had some doubts about Long Chen's heaven-defying abilities, now she had complete trust in him. She had absolute trust in Long Chen. Although if she was in her peak state, there would still be a gap between her and Long Chen, but Li Xuanji's strength was the result of 1,000 years of cultivation. Of course, Li Xuanji also had her own terrifying aspects. She had actually cultivated to this level in a place like the God Sealing Coffin, which was worthy of her 9-yin absolute meridian. And the more terrifying person was probably Lingxi. Her original strength should not have been strong, but after returning to the Imperial Domain for a few years, she had directly improved to the peak of the 9th level of the divine martial realm. It could be said that the most terrifying genius that Long Chen had seen so far was Lingxi, and next should be Li Xuanji. In fact, he had overlooked two people. One was himself. In terms of the speed of Long Chen's advancement, it could be said that he had surpassed Lingxi, and the other was Mo Xiaolang. As long as he could devour flames, he could become stronger and stronger. Maybe, she can really give me a chance to be reborn. Li Xuanji had never had such complicated emotions before. No matter what, the person that this man was protecting was her, and that was enough. The last person was Yang Hao. Li Xuanji could roughly feel where Long Chen's limit was, and Yang Hao was Long Chen's limit. Although Long Chen had killed the others in Yang Hao's team in a short period of time, he might not have the strength to defeat Yang Hao. When he fought against Jiang Qing, Long Chen also did not have the means to kill him. But one thing was clear, it was basically impossible for Yang Hao to kill Long Chen. Let's play a game of hide and seek. If you catch me, Li Xuanji will be yours. Long Chen felt a lot more relaxed. At this moment, he revealed a strange smile to Yang Hao, then he quickly turned around and left. If you want to leave, leave your life behind. After finally destroying the undying sword body, Yang Hao quickly chased after Long Chen and turned into a black light. Everyone was dead. If he couldn't catch Long Chen and Li Xuanji, not only would he not be rewarded, but he would also be punished greatly. This Yang Hao could reach Jiang Qing's realm at such a young age. He was also an amazing martial artist. In the Yang family, he probably had a certain status. Perhaps, he still had a little blood relationship with him. In fact, no matter what, Long Chen seemed to be a direct descendant of the Yang family's current patriarch. Of course, Long Chen would not admit such a boring relationship. At this time, he quickly escaped just to lure Yang Hao into Breaking Spirit Mountain. Yang Hao wanted to kill Long Chen, but in fact, Long Chen wanted to kill him even more. After killing him, he could go to 9 secluded Demon Mountain with peace of mind. The more he walked into Breaking Spirit Mountain, the thicker the fog around him. When he reached a quiet valley, Long Chen felt that it was about time. He suddenly turned his head and waited for Yang Hao's arrival. He was not sure that he would win this battle, so he could only rely on his life. After Long Chen rushed into the valley, Yang Hao arrived in the next moment. Because he was worried that Long Chen would escape, he followed Long Chen all the way. The light of the true martial emperor soul flashed. A gray line of sight was cast on Yang Hao. What is this? Yang Hao felt a dazzling feeling, and then in the next moment, the blood-red blade brushed past him. Ancient Devil Sutra, Yin Chief Hand. Without saying a word, Yang Hao displayed his powerful combat strength and immediately clashed with Long Chen. At this moment, his left arm suddenly expanded, reaching a length of 2 meters. It was incomparably thick, just like the claw of a wild beast. It was covered with disgusting dark green scales, and a fishy smell assaulted everyone's nostrils. Everyone could feel a suffocating and terrifying power coming from it. This so-called Yin Chief Hand instantly enveloped the top of Long Chen's head. Without saying a word, Long Chen condensed the god-murdering sword formation on top of the scarlet blood heavenly wasteland, then exploded, turning into a shattered sword chi that rushed towards the other party. The blood-red blade caused Yang Hao's expression to change. He hurriedly retreated, but in the next moment, the Yin Chief Hand once again attacked towards Long Chen. Let me see how many times you can use your combat skills to block my Yin Chief Hand. Yang Hao's move had succeeded, and he had also figured out Long Chen's strength. He immediately let out a loud laugh, and just now, he was also frightened by Long Chen. Now that he had regained his composure, he was naturally going to ruthlessly kill him. He was a young genius of the dignified Yang family. How could he be afraid of a Long Chen who had appeared out of nowhere? The Yin Chief Hand had a terrifying power. It was purely a physical attack. Looking at the size of the arm, one could tell that ordinary people would not be able to block it. But at this time, when his Yin Chief Hand suddenly descended, and the space was trembling, Long Chen suddenly gave up on the scarlet blood heavenly wasteland, and with a loud roar, he directly punched towards his opponent. Compared to his opponent's gigantic Yin Chief Hand, Long Chen's arm was pitifully small. However, an accident happened. The Yin Chief Hand and Long Chen's arm suddenly collided, and a muffled sound erupted. Long Chen did not retreat, but instead, he attacked with his tyrannical physical strength, which immediately caused Yang Hao to let out a miserable shriek. The Yin Chief Hand was almost broken by Long Chen. Yang Hao suddenly realized that the reason why Long Chen was so strong was definitely because of his terrifying physical strength. At this time, Long Chen looked very small, but his strength was simply like that of an ancient super beast. A casual punch from him was simply earth-shattering. Yin Chief Hand, retreat. Yang Hao withdrew the Yin chief hand in order to prepare a more terrifying attack. Although he had failed in the first move, it was because he did not understand Long Chen, but now it was easy to handle. Ancient Devil Sutra, 9 Yin Demonic Seals. At this moment, Yang Hao instantly turned into 9 shadows. His hands moved extremely quickly, and it didn't take long for him to form 9 seals in front of him from 9 different directions. Yang Hao spat out from his mouth, causing the air to tremble. A total of 9 black seals that radiated demonic chi shot towards Long Chen from 9 different directions. These 9 demonic seals sealed up all directions of Long Chen, up, down, left and right. The demonic seals emitted terrifying cold chi. If one was hit, it would definitely be very troublesome. Even Long Chen's current physical body would not be able to withstand it. Long Chen, give up, escape first, it's too difficult for you to kill him. Li Xuanji saw all of this clearly. Long Chen was still not willing to leave, purely because he was purely risking his life. He was a cautious person. He did not want the next step of the plan to be affected in the slightest. Therefore, no matter what, he had to endure. Seeing the 9 demonic seals coming towards him, Long Chen's eyes turned bloodshot, the long sword in his hand danced. The Tai-Bai sword prison first blocked 3 of the demonic seals, but compared to Long Chen, Yang Hao's strength was in divine chi. Completely suppressing Long Chen in divine chi was his best choice. The Tai-Bai sword prison could at most block 3 demonic seals. The power of the other 6, Long Chen could only use other methods. Chapter 1152. Along the way, the weapons that Long Chen used the most were halberds and spears. Hence, this was what he was best at. At this juncture of life and death, the only thing Long Chen could use was the 9 Dragon Scripture. The 9 Dragon Scripture was a mysterious and powerful combat technique. It was also Long Chen's ultimate killing move. The scales of the mysterious sky blue fire dragon flickered in Long Chen's chest. The blood-red halberd danced in Long Chen's hand, and the phantom of the mysterious sky blue fire dragon appeared within it. Flames were extremely yang energy, so they were the most suitable to deal with the 9 Yin demonic seal. Back then, Long Chen had also used the 9 Dragon Scripture to resist Jiang Qing's strongest killing move. The 9 Yin demonic seal was probably a level 7 divine technique. As the 9 Dragon Scripture was executed, the roaring mysterious sky blue fire dragon engulfed Yang Hao in an instant. The 9 Yin demonic seal disappeared, and Yang Hao spat out a mouthful of blood. He staggered back a few steps before he managed to stabilize his legs. The 9 Yin demonic seal affected the quintessential energy in his body. The destruction of the 9 Yin demonic seal would also affect him. Every 9 Yin demonic seal contained a large amount of divine energy. Even if Long Chen executed the mysterious sky blue fire dragon, he wouldn't have the strength to deal with Yang Hao after destroying the 9 Yin demonic seal. It had to be said that Yang Hao was very strong. I can't do anything to you. Yang Hao wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and looked at Long Chen gloomily. Long Chen had also been affected by the pressure of the 9 Yin demonic seal. The halberd in his hand emitted a dazzling blood-red light as Long Chen stared coldly at his opponent. The surrounding forest had already been blasted apart by the attack of the mysterious sky blue fire dragon. Green flames burned fiercely. Add some more fire, and that should be enough. Even Yang Hao needed some time to recover after using a grade 7 divine skill. Long Chen did not say anything. He turned into a golden bolt of lightning and charged at Yang Hao. The halberd in his hand flashed and he clashed with Yang Hao. For a moment, the entire valley was shaking. This was the power of close combat. Because of his rich combat experience, even in this kind of situation, he might not lose to Yang Hao in a short period of time. This was a thrilling battle of life and death. Unlike Nangong Lai's battle, Yang Hao's every move was naturally aimed at killing Long Chen. Often, one's martial arts cultivation could only be reflected in one's killing move. On the other hand, Long Chen was absorbing it hungrily. He had reached this level long ago and was only a little bit away from the final breakthrough. What he couldn't wait for from Nangong Lai and Han Yunxing was the killing move. Yang Hao's killer move against himself was the most crucial part of Long Chen's path of killing. Very soon, Yang Hao's depleted spirit essence from using the 9 Yin Devil Seal once was almost completely recovered. Yang Hao believed that the spirit essence of this brat in front of him absolutely had not recovered yet. Therefore, if he used the 9 Yin Demonic Seal again, Long Chen would definitely die. Die! Yang Hao laughed. At this time, Long Chen suddenly fled like lightning. In a short period of time, he had fled far away. Yang Hao roared and quickly chased after him. Don't even think of escaping. Even if you grow wings, you won't be able to escape from my palm. Yang Hao's sinister laughter sounded from behind. This fellow is too proud of himself. Long Chen sneered in his heart. He felt very comfortable all over. At this time, his comprehension of the martial Tao had finally broken through the last layer of the membrane because of the high-intensity battle just now. He vaguely felt that he had reached the late stage of the unity of heaven and man. The god martial soul seemed to have been stimulated and was gradually improving. Long Chen did not use his maximum speed. He still needed to use the devouring blood world to absorb Yang Hao's blood essence. In the process of chasing and escaping, Long Chen became stronger and stronger because of the transformation of the god martial soul. Yang Hao, on the other hand, became weaker and weaker because of the reduction of blood essence. After chasing relentlessly in this breaking spirit mountain for about an hour, Yang Hao finally felt very exhausted. It was as if the strength to protect his body did not exist. Previously, he just wanted to kill Long Chen as soon as possible and did not want to let Long Chen escape. He did not expect that his body would have such a change. What's going on? It seems that the blood in my body has decreased. Yang Hao was shocked. At this juncture, Long Chen suddenly stopped, turned his head, and looked at him very easily. This relaxed Long Chen, compared to the Long Chen who had risked his life a moment ago, was like the difference between heaven and earth. Moreover, from Long Chen's body, Yang Hao sensed a kind of frightening aura. Indeed, Long Chen had already reached the peak of the third level of the divine martial realm. This was given by Yang Hao. In fact, at the beginning of the battle, Long Chen had been preparing for this moment. He had long realized that Yang Hao would be a big key to his breakthrough. Sure enough, in the battle of life and death with Yang Hao, he finally succeeded in breaking through himself and reached the peak of the heaven realm. Under the cultivation of Han Yunxing and Nangong Lai, all of this could be said to be a matter of course. After reaching the peak of the third level of the god martial arts realm, his divine energy had increased greatly after absorbing his opponent's essence blood. Although there was still a gap between his divine energy and his opponent's, this gap was already very small. Yang Hao, who was anxious to kill Long Chen, did not realize that his body had become very weak under the situation where Long Chen had devoured the blood world. One was weak, and the other was strong. The outcome of the two had almost been decided. Finally, you can't run anymore. Yang Hao tossed aside the ominous feeling in his heart and let out a roar as he launched one attack after another at Long Chen. Due to the lack of essence blood, he was no longer as strong as before. Trying to be mysterious, Yang Hao did not care about the little bit of concern that Long Chen had, but Long Chen's calm appearance was a bit strange. No matter how you try to be mysterious, you can't defeat the genius of the Yang clan. Yang Hao sneered. He was very confident in his own strength. In the Yang family, his talent could also be ranked in the top. Ancient Devil Scripture. 9 Demonic Seal. The same moves came from 9 different directions. They were like evil spirits, letting out sharp screeches as they charged at Long Chen. At the current level, Long Chen's connection with the surrounding Emperor spiritual Qi and the heaven and earth had reached a very deep level. Vaguely, he felt like he was in his mother's womb. It was warm and full of energy. The energy gathered in his body, with his body as the center, and he could control it at will. What Long Chen was communicating with was the brutal power in the heaven and earth. Violent, with a strong destructive ability. This was the completion of the celestial realm. At this moment, Long Chen deeply experienced the power of the heaven and earth. His current strength was already very terrifying compared to before, but compared to the heaven and earth, it was only a drop in the ocean, insignificant. Under Yang Hao's attack, which was full of ghostly qi, Long Chen naturally looked calm. He waved the halberd in his hand, and as Long Chen moved forward, a mysterious blue fire dragon condensed on the halberd, showing the true power of the dragon. This was an extremely terrifying power. The extremely hot flame evaporated all the water in the surroundings, and all the trees within a mile were instantly turned into ashes. Break! The halberd slashed down, and the mysterious blue fire dragon came crashing down. The terrifying power of the dragon instantly exceeded the limits of the opponent's resistance. Yang Hao's 9 demonic seal was originally weaker than Long Chen's, but at this time, under the pressure of the divine dragon descending from the sky, it instantly shattered. As Long Chen's cultivation level increased, the power of the 9 dragon scripture also increased by several times. Boom! There was a terrifying explosion, and a huge pit dozens of meters deep and hundreds of meters in diameter appeared under the feet of the two. The ground above it was all burned. Long Chen's halberd directly split Yang Hao into two halves. Yang Hao's god martial spirit was imprisoned in Long Chen's hands. Since the god martial spirit had been hacked out by Long Chen, it didn't matter if Yang Hao had a supreme golden body or not, it was useless. "Don't kill me!" Yang Hao screamed. Long Chen's divine energy surged, and he casually threw the halberd in his hand, killing the god martial spirit. Everything finally quieted down. Long Chen. In the Great Void Realm, Li Xuanji still hadn't reacted until Yang Hao died. Now, she finally recognized Long Chen's strength. Basically, the current Long Chen could be invincible under the 6th level of the Divine Martial Realm, but he was only at the 3rd level of the Divine Martial Realm. In Li Xuanji's understanding, it seemed that since ancient times, no one could be like Long Chen. He finally took a step forward on the path of cultivation, and at the same time resolved the crisis. Long Chen breathed a sigh of relief and said, "It took a little time. I'll go back and deal with the traces of the battle first, and then cross the Breaking Spirit Mountain." He was a cautious person. If this small group of Yang family disciples didn't return for a long time, the Yang family's people would definitely come over to investigate. He couldn't let them suspect that Li Xuanji had gone to the 9 secluded Demon Mountain. Up to now, Long Chen had done everything he could. As for what would happen in the end, he could only leave it to fate. Li Xuanji silently watched Long Chen clean up the traces of the previous battle and restore everything. The battle with Yang Hao was relatively noisy and destroyed more. Long Chen expected this, so he led Yang Hao to the depths of the Breaking Spirit Mountain. After sending Li Xuanji into the Great Void Realm, he didn't have to worry about her bumps. Long Chen's speed instantly increased. It could be said that he almost turned into a golden lightning. It took him half a day to cross the Breaking Spirit Mountain, and then he went in the direction of the 9 secluded Demon Mountain that Li Xuanji pointed out. This time, Li Xuanji and Long Chen didn't mention the crisis they encountered in the Breaking Spirit Mountain again. But because of their appearance, the relationship between the two was much better. A friend in need is a friend indeed. In Li Xuanji's heart, there was already a young man with a strong personality, Long Chen. Chapter 1153. Long Chen's speed slowed down. He really didn't know about this, but when Li Xuanji said this at this time, Long Chen could guess what she was going to do. "What, you want to teach me the whole thing?" Long Chen smiled. "You are so confident that I will teach you," Li Xuanji said with a light smile. Long Chen said, "The real spirit-devouring demon pupil is a magical ability that cannot be taught to outsiders in your Li clan. This mysterious magical ability has helped me a lot these years." Li Xuanji said, "Of course, our Li clan is called the Spirit-Devouring Clan, because of this spirit-devouring demon pupil. The spirit-devouring demon pupil that I taught you before was made up by me. In fact, the spirit-devouring demon pupil has a total of 3 magical abilities, namely Soul Pupil, Soul Control and Soul Devouring. The so-called Soul Snatching and Charm that I taught you before, Soul Snatching is a small part of Soul Devouring, Charm is a small part of Soul Control, and Profound Insight is a small part of Soul Pupil." Long Chen said thoughtfully, "In other words, the spirit-devouring demon pupil originally only had 3 layers, but I cultivated it as 4 layers. Tell me, what are the specific Soul Pupil, Soul Control and Soul Devouring?" Li Xuanji clearly wanted to teach Long Chen everything. Now that the Li clan was destroyed, Li Xuanji was the strongest person left in the Li clan, and had the highest authority in the clan. Although the clan had strictly ordered that the spirit-devouring demon pupil was the highest-level super-secret manual of the Li clan, and only the direct descendants of the Li clan could cultivate it, but for Li Xuanji, after the Li clan was destroyed, Long Chen had a different meaning to her. Now, Long Chen could be said to be her life and death partner. For the time being, let us use the word partner to explain their relationship. Li Xuanji said very seriously, "The so-called soul pupil should be the insight that you use the most. It can see the souls of all living creatures within 1 mile. This is also the most commonly used divine ability of the soul-devouring demon pupil. What I gave you is also a simplified version. The real soul pupil can be upgraded along with the divine sense. The divine sense comes from the god martial spirit, while the soul pupil is an eye technique, it comes from our eyes. However, the heaven-defying aspect of the soul pupil is that it can use the divine sense to build a bridge to increase one's field of vision. This requires the connection between the eyes and the god martial spirit to be able to complete the ultimate soul pupil technique. After successfully cultivating the soul eyes, the range of the soul eyes will be as wide as the range of your soul awareness. In other words, if you reach the 9th level of the divine martial realm, you will be able to see all the living beings within a radius of 100,000 li. Of course, it is very difficult to process so much information, but just a radius of 100,000 li is already very terrifying, isn't it? The soul awareness can be suppressed by the soul-suppressing stone, but the soul eyes can't. Li Xuanji's words made Long Chen shocked. No wonder the soul-devouring demon pupil was the supreme secret technique of the Li family. From this soul pupil technique, it could be seen that the soul-devouring demon pupil was absolutely a treasure. Seeing the shock in Long Chen's eyes, Li Xuanji was very satisfied. Finally, there was something that could surprise Long Chen. Before, Long Chen had always surprised her. She smiled in her heart, but her face still showed a cold expression. She was used to this expression, and it was very difficult for her to change it in a short time. Li Xuanji continued, "The soul pupil technique is only the first stage of the spirit-devouring demon pupil. The second stage is the soul control technique. The essence of the soul control technique that you've learned is already in it, but there's still a crucial step, which is to condense the soul seal. The soul seal is not within the scope of the pupil technique, it's a kind of secret technique, but it can be used in conjunction with the soul control technique to implant it into the controlled martial god's martial soul. In this way, as the caster to a certain extent, you'll be able to train the controlled martial god into your own slave. The soul control technique is the root cause of the spirit-devouring demon pupil's terror, because it's very likely that one day, they'll completely lose their own consciousness, be controlled by us, and become our puppets." It actually has such an effect? Long Chen was even more shocked. The soul control technique that he knew could only make people speak the truth when they were in a daze, and Long Chen could not even use it on a martial soul with a strong god martial soul. But the real soul control technique could actually enslave people. If this technique was used well, it would have endless wonderful effects. You may not know this, but the soul control technique is also known as the beast taming technique. If you are lucky, you can capture a strong ferocious beast. The ferocious beast soul is not strong, and the success rate of planting a soul seal is higher. Therefore, our Li family is also famous for its beast tamers. However, it is still very difficult to capture a ferocious beast whose combat power is stronger than your own. The truly powerful demon clan only exists in the desolate imperial realm, which is the holy land of the demon clan. It can be said that even the 3 demonic realms of shadow are no match for the desolate imperial realm. We also do not dare to provoke the powerful demon clan, so in the aspect of beast taming, we have not been able to play any role. Long Chen silently noted this down and did not interrupt. After successfully shocking Long Chen, Li Xuanji spoke about the 3rd layer of the soul-devouring demon pupil. After the soul control technique, there is the soul-devouring demon pupil. This might be the origin of the name soul-devouring demon pupil. The soul-devouring demon pupil is a soul-devouring technique that can suck a martial soul into one's own eyes, swallow and digest it, and then extract the other's martial path. It is of great help to one's own cultivation. Speaking of this, Long Chen was shocked. Wasn't this the true martial emperor soul? Of course, the true martial emperor soul was very gentle in analyzing the other's martial path, and would not swallow and digest it. This soul-devouring demon pupil was really ruthless. However, the true martial emperor soul had given Long Chen such tyrannical speed. So this soul-devouring technique should also be very powerful. How could the Li family still be destroyed by the Yang family? Speaking of the soul-devouring technique, Li Xuanji said somewhat helplessly, in fact, the soul-devouring technique is also related to the Yang family's prosperity and the Li family's decline. In fact, the complete version of the soul-devouring demon pupil is not perfect. The soul eye technique is the most perfect. The soul control technique has a high chance of failure, and even if it succeeds, there is a possibility of betrayal. As for the soul-devouring technique, it is regarded as an evil technique by the outside world. Our Li family should have developed to its peak thousands of years ago, and the current realm emperor of the Profoundine demon region was us. At that time, with the soul-devouring technique, the Li family's martial artists advanced extremely fast, at least a little faster than the Yang family. However, the soul-devouring technique can be said to hurt others and oneself. After devouring the other's soul, one's mind will also be affected. It is indeed not a good thing, so I did not carefully cultivate it. You said that the soul-devouring technique is related to the decline of the Li family? Asked Long Chen. Li Xuanji nodded and said, because of the cruelty of the soul-devouring technique, the Realm Lord forbade us from cultivating it. From then on, it seems that our Li family began to go downhill. Long Chen could not explain clearly what was right and wrong. In fact, the slaughter Dao could obliterate the other party's god-martial soul and devour the other party. However, some people still wanted to use the inexplicable Dao to forbid this divine skill. Moreover, it was at the Realm Lord level, so the Li family could not say anything. The soul-devouring technique affected him, but the martial emperor spirit was not affected at all. From this, one could see the difference between the two. It could be said that even a heaven-defying thing like the soul-devouring technique could not compare to the martial emperor spirit. Long Chen understood the preciousness of the martial emperor spirit even more. From today until we reach the 9 secluded demon mountain in 2 months, I will teach you the soul eye technique and the soul controlling technique. You should cultivate it well. Maybe it will be useful. What do you think? Li Xuanji finally revealed her plan. Of course I will. With a teacher like you, I will definitely complete the task ahead of time. Long Chen guaranteed. With your talent, of course. It was important to have such achievements in 7 years, but talent was even more important. After a moment of silence, Long Chen suddenly said, if you want to teach me the soul-devouring technique as well. I want to study it and see what's so strange about it. Long Chen's words surprised Li Xuanji. Study. To be honest, Li Xuanji also thought that the soul-devouring technique was not a good thing. It seemed to be a bit too cruel to study the other party's martial Dao. However, she believed in Long Chen. Then you have to promise me that you can't teach the soul eye, the soul-controlling technique, and the soul-devouring technique. Otherwise, I will settle the score with you, Li Xuanji said in a gloomy voice. Okay, don't scare me. I know that. Seeing Li Xuanji agree, Long Chen smiled. In 2 months, the soul-devouring demon eye was Long Chen's task. There was another important task. After reaching the peak of the celestial being realm, he seemed to have enough spiritual ether to use 2/9 of the power of the 9 dragon scripture and cultivate the 2nd dragon scale. Now, Long Chen had 6 dragon scales, all given by Han Yunxing. At least until he reached the 6th level, there would be no obstacles. What he needed was just enough spiritual ether to use it. Before, the soul-devouring demon eye could only be considered a shallow eye technique. Now the complete version was the true eye technique. It wasn't easy to cultivate. In Long Chen's eyes, there were countless blood vessels and meridians. So, it was more complicated to cultivate. The meridians in the eyes were often very small. One careless step would cause a mistake. He could only try over and over again. Now that Long Chen was at the peak of the celestial being realm, his spirit sense range was close to 1 mile. At this time, it was the best time to cultivate the soul eye and merge it with spirit sense. In the great Yin demon realm, there was only MOU. You're very lucky. To cultivate the true soul eye, there is a condition, and that is to face MOU. The moonlight from MOU will pour into your eyes and mix with your spiritual ether. This magical power will truly change your eyes. As she spoke, a black light flashed in Li Xuanji's eyes. Chapter 1154. The territory of the 9 underworlds was much larger than that of the Shenin demonic domain. What followed was a silent journey. At the same time, Li Xuanji's only pleasure was to teach Long Chen the soul-devouring demon pupil technique. Long Chen already had a solid foundation, and under the guidance of this expert, coupled with his rare talent, he managed to successfully cultivate the 3-part magical power of the soul-devouring demon pupil within a month. Next, he only needed to practice it again and again to become more proficient. However, Li Xuanji's body was getting worse. After a month, even talking became a problem for her. The injury of the 9 terminated meridian had spread throughout her body. At this time, Long Chen could only watch as her body's various functions deteriorated. The most obvious change was that her long dark green hair was gradually turning white. Her originally supple, snow-white skin was no longer as lustrous as before. It was not even as beautiful as before. Long Chen saw her weakening day by day with his own eyes, so he felt very sad. He did not say much. The only thing he could do was to quicken his pace and rush forward with all his might. After losing the 9 terminated meridian, Li Xuanji's body deteriorated faster than she had imagined. Her mind was still that of a young girl. Although she did not say anything after experiencing such a thing, which girl could watch herself getting uglier day by day? In her mind, she was probably close to despair. Long Chen, how far is it? Lying in the whirlpool that Long Chen had created with the Taishu Qi, Li Xuanji was in a daze. She forcibly opened her dimmed eyes and looked at the world outside the Taishu realm. I don't know. Don't worry. Long Chen did not say much and continued to move forward. With his words, Li Xuanji was much more relieved. She knew that although he did not speak much, he was doing his best. From his bulging arms, it could be seen that he was definitely more anxious than Li Xuanji had expected. In fact, Long Chen was indeed very anxious. Originally, Li Xuanji could not hold on much longer. Without her to guide the way, Long Chen found that he had deviated a little from his previous path. During this time, Long Chen took advantage of this time to reach a medium-sized city in the 9 underworlds. He controlled a few people and found a unified direction to the 9 underworlds Demon Mountain. Then, Long Chen continued to move forward. However, this deviation had delayed him for at least 2 days. Damn it. For Long Chen, time was Li Xuanji's life. He could not allow any mistakes. At the same time, he had already heard that the 9 underworlds Demon Mountain would open in 40 days. Of course, the first 5 days were for the registration and identification of the participants. The 9 underworlds Demon Mountain would only open on the 15th day of the 6th month. Long Chen only needed to reach the 9 underworlds Demon Mountain before the 15th day of the 6th month. There was still more than half the journey to the 9 underworlds Demon Mountain. If they were really participants of the 9 underworlds Demon Mountain, they would have set off long ago. There was an extreme lack of cosmos teleportation formations in the Supreme Een Demon realm. There were only 8 cosmos teleportation formations in the entire realm, and they were located at the cores of the 8 demon realms. The profound Een Demon realm's teleportation formation was now in the hands of the Yang clan. Putting everything else aside, at least they did not have enough time to reach the Yang clan. At the beginning, they had spent 10 days waiting for Han Yunxing and Li Xuanji. After that, there were many factors that affected them, and they even deviated from their original path. Although Long Chen increased his speed again, it was still a little difficult to reach the 9 underworlds Demon Mountain before it opened. Long Chen had no choice but to rush as fast as he could without any time to rest. If he used up his divine origin energy, he would definitely not be able to bear it. Long Chen's body was still being tempered by the golden lightning dragon, which was why he was able to persist to this extent. At the same time, in order to ensure that he could fight in the 9 underworlds Demon Mountain, Long Chen also studied the 2nd stage of the 9 dragon scripture while he was rushing. It had only taken him a short while to reach the 1st stage back then. However, he did not focus enough on the 2nd stage, so it took him a lot more time. No matter what, Long Chen continued on his way silently under Li Xuanji's touched gaze. Finally, he arrived in the vicinity of the 9 underworlds Demon Mountain after 40 days. Long Chen could vaguely see a gray sword-like mountain peak on the horizon from where he was. This was the so-called 9 underworlds Demon Mountain. Of course, Long Chen did not dare to slack off. He understood that the 9 underworlds Demon Mountain seemed very close, but it was actually several 100,000 kilometers or even several million kilometers away. There were only 5 days left, so he needed to work very hard. At this moment, Li Xuanji had basically fallen unconscious. Her bodily functions had basically been used up. Her hair was snow white, and her skin was dull. Who knew how much she had aged in a single moment? She should have possessed supreme beauty, so Long Chen felt rather pained when he saw her like this. However, he did not know how to express it. The only thing he could do was obtain the saint's fruit. Can you hear me? Long Chen's voice rang out in Li Xuanji's head. Yes. Li Xuanji produced a slight nasal sound, indicating that she was still conscious. Can you last? At the very least, I'll obtain the saint's fruit after around 6 more days, Long Chen said through gritted teeth. This was his current promise. He would complete it even if he had to risk his life. However, he had no idea what awaited him in the 9 underworlds Demon Mountain. Don't worry, I can do it, Li Xuanji said with difficulty. Long Chen stopped worrying when he heard that. He knew that she was extremely tenacious and was similar to him. Although she was in an extremely terrible state right now, Long Chen believed that she would last until he succeeded. After settling down slightly, Long Chen advanced as fast as he could. He shot through mountains and trees like a bolt of golden lightning, but Long Chen did not dodge at all. He directly passed through them. They could no longer affect his speed. Long Chen knew that he had probably already begun to register himself. Li Xuanji had already explained Long Chen's identity to Long Chen 2 months ago. The Li family possessed many organizations in the 9 underworlds demon realm. Many smaller clans had been directly sent over by the Li family. They possessed quite a lot of accomplishments in the local area, such as taking over a large city. At the very least, they could become the leader of a village. All these years, the Li family had been in contact with the other organizations in the 9 underworlds demon realm. She was a very serious person. The Li family intended to train her as the new generation's patriarch. Therefore, many of their businesses were handed over to Li Xuanji to manage. Li Xuanji knew the Li family's influence in the 9 underworlds demon realm like the back of her hand. Among them, there was one person whose identity was very suitable for Long Chen. It was a youngster named Jiang Yunfan. He was in his 20s and had a cultivation of the 2nd level of the divine martial realm. The Jiang family was in the eastern victory city of the 9 underworlds demon realm. It was one of the 3 major powers. The eastern victory city was not big. It was about the same size as the main city of specters. Therefore, this youngster named Jiang Yunfan could be considered a genius in the eastern victory city. He had been secretly sent to the Li family a few years ago to be trained. It was unknown whether the Li family's disaster affected him or not. Regardless of whether he was affected or not, Jiang Yunfan was definitely still in the Xianyin demon realm. Long Chen just happened to be able to impersonate him. After all, he was one of them. When Li Xuanji was still conscious, she explained the structure of the clan to Long Chen, as well as some of the battle skills they practiced. They were all battle skills that the Li family had sent over, so Long Chen learned them as soon as he arrived at the bottom of the 9 underworlds demon mountain. Long Chen had already made preparations to ensure that there would be no flaws in his identity. Moreover, the examination was not very strict either, unless the person was at the 6th layer of the divine martial realm or above. As for the others, they were just giving them a chance to make up the numbers, giving them a chance to control their destiny. However, those who could obtain the saint's fruit were usually people at the 6th layer of the divine martial realm or above, and most of them were people from the 9 great clans of the 9 underworlds. There were a total of 9 huge camps at the bottom of the 9 underworlds demon mountain, which were established by the 9 great clans. Jiang Yunfan's Dongsheng city was the territory of the Shangguan clan, so this time, Long Chen had to go to the Shangguan camp. Only after passing the examination would he be able to enter the 9 underworlds demon mountain. The 9 camps could be said to be the 9 entrances, and the other places were all sealed. The dragon Chin egg was full of energy, and on the last day, which was also the day it opened, it charged out of the 9 camps. There was a large gap between the 9 camps, and they practically surrounded the entire 9 secluded demon mountain. But the 9 secluded demon mountain was incomparably huge, and Dragon Chen was shocked to find that it wasn't easy to find the Shangguan camp. At that moment, even Li Xuanji could not speak. Long Chen could not find out which camp was the Shangguan camp from him. Fortunately, there were many clans and powers that were escorting the disciples of their clans into the 9th Hell Devil Mountain stationed here at this moment. Long Chen casually captured a person of high status and utilized the soul manipulation technique to obtain the location of the Shangguan campsite. It's on the other side. Hearing that, Long Chen suddenly felt like his soul had left his body. The 9 underworlds demon mountain was so huge that it would take around 6 hours to get to the other side. Looking at it now, the 10,000 people from each camp had already entered the 9 underworlds demon mountain. In 6 hours, it might have already closed. Are all my efforts going to go to waste? Long Chen was a little disheartened. It was very rare for him to feel like this, but he was unlucky. If he had gone to the other side from the start, he would not have ended up in this situation. No, I'm already here, I can't give up. Thinking of this, Long Chen didn't say anything else and directly used the blood escape art. With the blood escape art, he could travel 100 miles in one go. With the time reversal art, Long Chen could travel 200 miles in one go. Although it wouldn't affect him too much, at the very least, Long Chen could save some time while recovering his spirit essence. Chapter 1155. No matter what, he still tried his best. A golden bolt of lightning turned into a golden dragon that rapidly flew through the air, circling around the incomparably huge 9 Netherworld Demon Mountain. From the trajectory of the Mo moon in the sky, Long Chen could roughly estimate the passage of time. The Mo moon would never set, it would always be in the center of the sky, moving in a circle. Every time it moved, a day would pass in the great demon world. There were 24 hours in a day. Long Chen desperately rushed forward. Finally, after traveling 1/6 of the Mo moon's trajectory, he arrived at the Shangguan family's camp. The Shangguan family was one of the 9 great families of the 9 Netherworld Demon region. The 9 great families of the 9 Netherworld Demon region were not as strong as the Yang family or the Li family, but each of them had at least a world king martial artist. The Shangguan family was in the middle of the 9 great families. After 4 hours, Long Chen wasn't sure whether or not the passage to the 9 Netherworld Demon Mountain was closed. If it was closed, he could only use the divine breath technique to force his way in. In fact, although the 9 camps were the 9 entrances to the 9 Netherworld Demon Mountain, it was still possible to enter from other places. It was just that it wasn't legal. The martial artists guarding the 9 camps were just for show. The ones who truly controlled the 9 Netherworld Demon Mountain were the martial artists who were at least at the 8th level of the divine martial realm. Their divine sense covered the entire 9 Netherworld Demon Mountain. Even if a small bird flew in, they would be able to sense it. If Long Chen couldn't enter through the legal channels, then he could only use the method of sneaking in. But that would be a bit more risky. Long Chen had to guarantee that he could obtain the saint's fruit for Li Xuanji, so he didn't want to take any risks. The saint's fruit was the only hope for Li Xuanji's survival. But that would definitely be very, very difficult. Let's not talk about the various calamities of the 9 secluded Demon Mountain. Among the 100,000 people, there would definitely be cultivators that Long Chen couldn't deal with within 100 years of age. After all, Long Chen's starting point was too low. If Long Chen's guess was correct, the Shangguan clan's campsite should have been sealed by now. Whether or not Long Chen could enter the campsite would depend on his luck. In order to not take any risks, he had to brace himself and enter the campsite. This mission was extremely important to Long Chen. He had made a promise in front of Li Xuanji. If he could not fulfill it, he would not be able to face her death. Li Xuanji's fate had always been tragic. She had spent so many years in the copper coffin, and not long after she was freed, her family was ruined. She had suffered enough. Looking at her weak appearance, Long Chen could not bear to let her suffer an even more difficult regret, which was death. After death, there was nothing left. Therefore, the pressure in Long Chen's heart was very great. Even Kitten's joke did not make him laugh. He is actually this serious. This kid is serious. It seems like Lord Cat should not provoke him. Otherwise, this little life of mine. What a terrifying man. Kitten patted his chest in the great virtual realm and wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. Can you still hear me? Long Chen stopped in front of the Shangguan campsite. After countless days of hurrying, Long Chen was already half dead tired. After panting for a long time and adjusting his almost boiling divine energy, Long Chen asked while gasping for breath. Li Xuanji, who already looked old, let out a slight nasal sound. Although her eyes were closed, she could feel everything that Long Chen was doing. This kind of persistence could no longer be described as touching. There was no need to say much about Li Xuanji, but Long Chen's position in her heart was constantly rising. In these 3 months, they had already reached the peak of the friendship. As for whether there was any room for improvement, it would depend on the arrangement of fate. For Li Xuanji, the most important thing was to survive. Because she suddenly thought that she still had too many things to do. She had just escaped with great difficulty. She hadn't lived enough. She hadn't finished enjoying life. When the Li family was destroyed, she was hot-headed at that time and couldn't wait to destroy the Yang family. Although she did teach the Yang family a lesson later, at least 10 people of the Yang family who were above the 8th level of the divine martial realm died in the hands of Li Xuanji. Although she had vented her anger, she had also lost her life. If it were not for Long Chen's appearance, she would not have been able to live until now. As she thought about it, tears flowed down her cheeks. Her face had already become wrinkled, and she was no longer beautiful. To a beauty like her, this was a huge blow. The only thing that could save her was the saint's fruit. The only person she could rely on was the tough man beside her. Long Chen let out a sigh of relief when he heard that Li Xuanji was still conscious. He said, "Wait for me. We've arrived at the Demon Mountains. I'll go up immediately and give you the saint's fruit." He'd spent an entire 3 months of time to arrive here from the Dark Moon Devilland, and it was all for this moment. After the boundless nervousness and pressure he felt, Long Chen could only remain calm when he truly faced the 9 Netherworld Devil Mountain. This was probably the most critical competition he'd faced since he'd arrived in the Imperial region. Sucking in a deep breath, Long Chen said nothing more and directly made his way into the camp of the Shangguan clan. As expected, there was no one else here other than the people of the Shangguan clan, especially the young men. Basically all the young men and women in the camp had entered the Demon Mountains. Because he was in a hurry, Long Chen's appearance was extremely messy. He needed to disguise himself for the sake of entering, so he really did seem like a young, ignorant fighter. He charged into the camp quickly and was immediately surrounded by many cultivators from the Shangguan clan. Most likely, they were warriors from the collateral family of the Shangguan clan, or maybe they were just honorable guests of the Shangguan clan. They didn't have a high status in the clan, and right now, they were just acting as guards. The ones who were actually guarding the 9 Serenity Demon Mountain were those hidden warriors. Most likely, these hidden warriors had already noticed Long Chen, but they thought he was just an ordinary teenager who had arrived late. A young man like him was not someone they wanted to keep an eye on, so they did not care. The Shangguan clan was wearing the Shangguan clan's uniform, and this group of people were wearing the same uniform. Right now, the leader of this group was a warrior with a full beard. He had just broken through to the 6th level of the Divine Martial Realm, and he was emitting a barbaric aura. It seemed like he was cultivating a violent cultivation skill. Right now, he pushed the group of people away, stared at Long Chen with his beast-like eyes, and asked, "Brat, who are you? What are you doing here? Get out of here, or else, don't blame me for taking your head." Long Chen could not help but put on an act. He panted as he said in a panic, "Seniors, I'm Zhang Yunfan, the 3rd son of the Patriarch Zhang Shirley of Dongshang City. I've traveled a great distance this time to enter the Demon Mountains and compete for the Saint's Fruit. However, something happened along the way, so I've been delayed. I hope seniors can be merciful and let me in." Long Chen's tone was extremely sincere, and even a little anxious. His tears were almost squeezed out of his eyes. Hearing this, everyone felt that it was enough. The leader of the group said with a straight face, "So you're a late one. Our 9 clans have a strict rule. Once the tunnel is closed, how can we open it for you? You don't even have the most basic concept of time, so what right do you have to enter the Demon Mountains? Piss off." Just as Long Chen had expected, Long Chen knew that this man was a despicable person as soon as he saw him. As for the others, since this man's status was quite high, he should be a true member of the Shangguan clan, so they did not say anything. As for the words about the tunnel being closed, Long Chen knew that it was all nonsense. In reality, there was no need for it to be closed. As long as this guy nodded, Long Chen would be able to enter. However, some people were just like that, they just had to cause you some trouble. "Senior, can you help me out? In order to come here, in order to prepare for the fight for the Saint's Fruit, I've already sacrificed too much. I've worked hard for countless days and nights, just so that I can fulfill my lifelong dream today. Being late is just an unavoidable accident. Help me out a little and let me in, I beg you, can you?" For the sake of Li Xuanji, Long Chen could only let go of his temper and act out this Zhang Yunfan vividly. Seeing this young man who was so anxious that he was about to cry, the others who had similar dreams when they were young couldn't help but feel a little emotional. They said to the fierce-looking man, "Brother Tyrant, why don't you let him in? He's only late by 2 hours. The people inside probably haven't even reached the foot of the Demon Mountains yet. Yeah, there's a total of 20 million kilometers from Dongshang City to here. It's not easy to get here." "How dare you?" While the others were still talking, the fierce-looking middle-aged man roared angrily, "Am I in charge here or are you? I don't understand what you're talking about. I only know that I have to follow the orders of the Patriarch. The tunnel is closed. No one can enter at this time unless they step over my dead body." Shangguan Ba's words were spoken with vigor and righteousness. The others looked at each other and could only shut their mouths. In reality, everyone knew that Shangguan Ba was just bullshitting, but he was too powerful. At this time, he wanted to use Long Chen to prove his authority, so everyone could only pinch their noses and accept it. There was no benefit in offending Shangguan Ba for a mere Long Chen. As for Long Chen, he could only blame it on his bad luck. "Did you hear that? Get out of here in 10 breaths. This is the 9 great clans, a power that you can only look up to. We're doing everything according to the rules. If the emperor breaks the law, he'll be punished the same as the commoners." Shangguan Ba said proudly, his body glowing. Chapter 1156. Xueqi, I can only sneak in. I don't know what will happen, so I'll leave it to fate. Long Chen did not say anything more after whispering. He turned around and left. Behind him, Shangguanba looked at the crowd with an arrogant expression. Just when Long Chen turned around, two people just happened to walk in from outside the camp. It was a young man and a young woman. The young man walked in front. He wore long, golden robes and held a folding fan. His long hair was tied up, and he was covered in expensive clothing. An elegant sword hung from his waist, and his face was covered in makeup. Long Chen could tell with a single glance that the young man's strength was similar to Shangguanba's. He had also just reached the 6th layer of the God Martial Realm. Long Chen did not pay much attention to the young man, but the woman behind him made Long Chen shudder. She seemed to be shrouded in mist and could not be seen clearly. She had red lips and white teeth, so she should be a rare beauty. She had a cold bearing similar to Li Xuanji. She should not be more than 100 years old, but she should have surpassed the 6th layer of the God Martial Realm. The young woman made Long Chen feel a sense of dread. The young man's face was plastered with a smile as he welcomed the young lady. When they entered the camp, Shangguanba and the others saw them. They ran over and bowed in front of the young man. Among them, Shangguanba took a step forward and said, "Young Master Ye has finally arrived. And this? Aha! It's actually the legendary Lady Qin Shi, the personal disciple of the World Emperor of 9 Serenities." Shangguanba was stunned when he saw the young woman. "Oh, it's Shangguanba. Get out of the way with your people. Don't block the way and offend this beauty." The young man referred to as Master Ye waved his fan and said gently and elegantly, "Yes, yes." Shangguanba hurriedly nodded with a fawning expression. He called for everyone to stand up and move to one side. He constantly nodded at Master Ya and the young woman called Qin Shi with a silly smile. He seemed like a pug, which was quite a funny sight. Shangguanya was extremely satisfied. She said to the girl beside her, "Lady Qin Shi, please. You can enter the 9 Serenities Demon Mountain from here. With Lady Qin Shi's terrifying strength, the saint's fruit this time will definitely be yours." Qin Shi didn't say much. She just looked at Shangguanya and said flatly, "Young Master Shangguan, thank you." After saying that, she walked in front. Shangguanya was overjoyed that the beauty was talking to her. She hurriedly followed Qin Shi's footsteps. The two of them passed through the crowd and headed in the direction of the 9 secluded Demon Mountain. Shangguanba and the others did not say a word. They just nodded and bowed as they watched them leave. From the beginning to the end, Long Chen was in a state of being neglected. After Shangguanya and the others passed by him, Long Chen smiled coldly and followed them. Shangguanba had spoken so righteously before, but he became like a puppy as soon as Shangguanya arrived. What he had done before was just to prove his might. Before true nobles, what he had said before was basically bullshit. He had even asked Long Chen to step over his corpse. There were plenty of people like him everywhere. If it were not for the importance of the mission, Long Chen definitely would have beaten him up so badly that even his mother would not be able to recognize him. At this moment, Long Chen took advantage of the time when Shangguanya and Qin Shi entered to follow them. He wanted to see what Shangguanba would say now. Long Chen had underestimated Shangguanba's relentless character. Seeing that Long Chen was trying to bluff his way through, he glared at him and rushed forward. He stood in front of Long Chen and looked angrily at Long Chen. He said, "Brat, didn't you hear what I said just now? I asked you to get out of here. Do you want to eat my fist? If they can go in, why can't I?" Long Chen looked at him with a faint smile. Shangguanya's eyes revealed a brutal killing intent. She was completely convinced by this ignorant youth. If she did not teach Long Chen a lesson, Long Chen would not understand that there was such a thing as status in this world. In front of people with status, fairness and rules were just a joke. How can you compare to them? They are genius warriors, while you are trash. Even if you go in, you will be killed immediately. I am trying to save you, do you understand? Shangguanba threatened. I am not strong enough. Long Chen suddenly laughed. His ruthlessness and decisiveness were unparalleled. At this moment, Long Chen actually exceeded everyone's expectations. He punched the corner of Shangguanba's mouth and sent him flying. Shangguanba flew into the sky and fiercely smashed into the ground, causing the earth to tremble. This movement immediately attracted the attention of many people, including Shangguan and Qin Shi. They turned their heads and looked at the youth, Long Chen. As for the others, they were all stunned. Not to mention how powerful Long Chen was, he actually dared to hit Long Chen in this place. Almost no one would have thought that Long Chen would be so daring. The warriors who had just pleaded for Long Chen were all stunned as they looked at Long Chen, who seemed to have suddenly changed. Bastard! Shangguan Ba's mouth was full of blood and his body was covered in mud. He climbed up in a sorry state and looked at Long Chen like a wild beast. He roared, "How dare you hit me? How dare you hit me? I will kill you and tear you into pieces." Long Chen quietly watched him go crazy without any expression. His calmness immediately made the others look at him in a new light. As Long Chen expected, Shangguan could not stand it anymore. When Shangguan Ba was about to attack Long Chen crazily, he snorted and said, "Shangguan Ba, if you want to embarrass yourself, get lost." Hearing Shangguan Ya's words, Shangguan Ba shuddered and said, "Master Ya, this guy actually dared to hit me. This is my Shangguan clan's territory. How dare you beat up one of my clansmen? You're courting death. Do as you see fit. But, don't do it after I leave. Don't offend my beauty." Shangguan Ya said angrily. Yes. Shangguan Ba was scared. He looked at Long Chen fiercely and nodded. Shangguan Ya quickly turned around and went to please Qin Shi. Once they left, Long Chen would definitely not have a good ending. However, at this moment, Long Chen did not feel any pressure at all. He shouted, "We are both late, but they can swagger their way in, while I have to endure this idiot's humiliation." It seems that the so-called 9 great clans and the disciple of the world emperor are only at this level. His words made the crowd tremble. No one expected that Long Chen would be so bold as to say such words in the Shangguan family's territory, and in front of the world emperor's disciple. "Let him in." Qin Shi glanced at Long Chen, then turned around and left. Shangguan was startled. Long Chen's words were directed at both of them. He really wanted to kill Long Chen in front of the beauty, but he never expected Qin Shi to take the initiative to let Long Chen in. Everything was under Long Chen's control. He made a gesture of cutting his neck at Shangguan Ba, then smiled. After that, he turned around and rushed towards the 9 Serenities Demon Mountain, leaving Shangguan and the others behind. Sigh. Shangguan felt a little awkward after Qin Shi and Long Chen left. The others didn't know what to do. Since the beauty had left, Shangguan didn't care about it anymore and quickly followed Qin Shi. As for the rest of the people, they could only look at Shangguan Ba, whose teeth had been knocked out. They couldn't laugh even if they wanted to. Damn it, this guy's name is Zhang Yunfan, right? If I catch him again, I'll tear him into 1,000 pieces. Shangguan Ba was extremely furious. He immediately rushed out of the Shangguan family's camp and started practicing his fist techniques. He had been fooled by Long Chen today. Long Chen's punch had caused him quite a bit of pain. As for Shangguan after Long Chen had gone far away, he carefully asked, Miss Qin Shi, why did you help that nameless guy just now?" Qin Shi glanced at him coldly and didn't say anything. What Shangguan didn't know was that he had been despised by this girl. It was such a simple question, but as a disciple of one of the 9 superclans, he couldn't figure it out, and he even went to ask Qin Shi. He deserved to be despised. Compared to Long Chen's intelligence, this Shangguan was a joke. Although he was well dressed, it was nothing. A man's personality depended on what he wore inside. On the other side, Long Chen had successfully entered the 9 Serenities Demon Mountain. There was a lush forest below. Some trees were hundreds of meters tall, and there were many vines and shrubs beneath them. There were very few gaps that allowed the moonlight to shine through, so the forest was completely dark. The reasoning was very simple. Long Chen knew that Qin Shi was a prideful person. Long Chen had pointed out that she used her power and status to break the rules, so she could only let Long Chen enjoy the same treatment as her. Only then would it show that she had true power, and not someone who relied on status. Poor Shangguan. She didn't even know what was going on. "I'm already in. Next, we'll fight for the saint's fruit with everything we have. You have to hold on," Long Chen said to Li Xuanji in the Taishu realm. "Good luck." These 2 simple words expressed her support for Long Chen. These 2 words gave Long Chen a great amount of inner strength. He knew that there was a girl like that waiting for him. Her hope was the undefeatable inner strength of Long Chen. Long Chen had flourishing faith. This was the faith that would lead him to success. Now, it was time to witness a miracle. Tossing aside all his thoughts, Long Chen charged into the clouds. He stood on the crown of the 100-meter-tall tree and looked at the 9 Serenities Demon Mountains several hundred kilometers away. From his position, he could truly observe the vastness and strangeness of the mountain in detail. Chapter 1157. An incomparably huge mountain could be seen. It was like the edge of a sword that pierced through the clouds. The top half of the mountain pierced through the thick, ink-black clouds, making it impossible to see its appearance clearly. This was only the normal part. The most terrifying thing was that there was a net of purple lightning that firmly covered the surface of the 9 Serenity Demon Mountain, enveloping the entire mountain. The crazy and violent purple lightning roared in the clouds like dragons. Under the stirring of the purple lightning, the ferocious face of the 9 Serenity Demon Mountain could occasionally be seen in the clouds. That lightning net should be the lightning shackles that Xueqi was talking about. This was a magical thing formed naturally by the heavens and earth. On the surface of the 9 secluded Demon Mountain, there were lightning shackles everywhere. Therefore, cultivators couldn't soar too high in the sky, otherwise, they would naturally attract lightning and split them into pieces. Everyone could only obediently climb to the top step by step. This was where the holy tree of heaven and earth was located. If one wanted to reach the top from the sky, they would have to break the lightning shackles. Judging from how long the lightning shackles had existed, this was clearly impossible. Ever since it was formed, it had never been broken. From this place, the entire 9 Serenity Demon Mountain was like a demon trapped in a dense mass of purple lightning. Although it was very far away, Long Chen could still feel that the purple lightning of the 9 Serenity Demon Mountain made his skin feel numb. It was even more obvious when he got closer. Furthermore, the lightning on the lightning shackles would strike down from time to time. If one was unlucky, even a genius cultivator could only die. Long Chen was deeply aware that this trip would not be so smooth. He would risk his life. At the same time, countless people were staring at the 9 Serenity Demon Mountain in a daze. Only those who had broken through their mental barriers would dare to continue forward. Some people had already stopped in their tracks in fright when they saw the ferocious face of the 9 Serenity Demon Mountain. Long Chen only sized it up for a while, then came down from the treetop and disappeared into the bushes, rushing at full speed. He was already 2 hours behind, and at this time, everyone who could go up to the 9 secluded Demon Mountain had probably already gone up. Even the foot of the 9 Netherworld Demon Mountain was covered in mist. At the same time, the Soulstone's power was terrifying. After 15 minutes, Long Chen arrived at the foot of the 9 Netherworld Demon Mountain. Here he could not use his divine sense. Fortunately, the Soulstone didn't have much of an effect on his soul eyes. At this moment, Long Chen had a huge advantage over others. The layout of the people within a kilometer was very clear in his mind. After arriving at the foot of the mountain, the 9 Netherworld Demon Mountain could no longer be seen. In front of them was a nearly vertical wall that stretched for countless miles. Dense fog descended, and even the naked eye could not see very far into the distance. There were very few people in this place. Long Chen looked around and saw that the surroundings were shrouded in clouds and mist. It was incomparably gloomy. In the sky, the rumbling of thunder and lightning could be heard. Roughly 100 meters above the 9 Serenity Demon Mountain was the range of the lightning shackles. Looking up, those purple lightning bolts seemed to be rumbling above his head. Apart from the flashes of lightning, there was nothing else in the surroundings. Without saying anything, Long Chen charged up the 9 Serenity Demon Mountain. At the moment, the mist was only a little thicker. With his eyesight, he could only see a few hundred meters around him. Ordinary people might only be able to see 10 meters around them. His soul eyes could only see souls, and some unknown dangers couldn't be so simple. Long Chen had to pay full attention and advance quickly. Even his breathing had quieted down. 100 meters was nothing for Long Chen. At this point, the 9 Serenity Demon Mountain wasn't as steep as he had imagined. There were forests everywhere, and these tenacious plants weren't affected by the power of the lightning at all. Every time the purple lightning flashed, it would light up Long Chen's vision. At this point, Long Chen could already see that there was an incomparably huge lightning net about 100 meters above him. Each huge bolt of purple lightning was several meters thick. Countless of these purple lightning bolts formed an overwhelming net. Between the holes in the net, There were countless tiny purple lightning bolts that looked like spiderwebs swimming around, almost sealing off all routes to enter or escape from the Nine Serenities Demon Mountain from the sky. The lightning came from heaven and earth, and it had a terrifying power. In any case, even Long Chen didn't dare to resist it. The lightning flashed, and the hair on his body stood on end. Long Chen didn't think about the huge threat in the sky and advanced calmly. Very soon, he felt that the mist around him became denser, and his vision decreased again. He was already quite a distance away from the ground, but for the entire Nine Serenity Demon Mountain, this was just the beginning. Long Chen advanced very quickly, and after about a quarter of an hour, he caught up to the last group of people. Within the range of his soul eye, more than 10 people appeared. They stopped in place, and it was unknown what they were doing. Coincidentally, they were within Long Chen's path, so Long Chen increased his speed and shuttled through the dense black fog. Very soon he was very close to those people. Long Chen stood on the branch of a huge ancient tree, which was flashing with lightning, and Long Chen was looking at them. These people were all young boys and girls, and at this time, they were calling others to surround a person in the middle. The person in the middle was very strange. All the people who could come to the Nine Serenity Demon Mountain were young, but this young man, who was surrounded, had blood-red eyes and a crazy look on his face. From time to time, he would let out an incomprehensible cry, like a wild beast. At this time he was attacking the people who surrounded him, and his attacks were very fierce, and several people had already been injured. He has already gone crazy, and there is no hope for him. Everyone kill him, otherwise, others will die in his hands. A calm man's voice came from the other side. Hearing this, the crowd attacked fiercely. More than 10 people were fighting against a young warrior at the 3rd level of the divine martial realm, and very soon, his life was taken away. Long Chen noticed that the crazy young man was holding a fingernail-sized purple crystal in his hand, which was faintly emitting lightning. When the crowd attacked the young man, one of the young men secretly snatched the crazy young man's thing, put it in his storage ring, and then disappeared into the crowd. After killing this young man, the other young men looked at each other in dismay, and many of them were so scared that their faces turned pale. In their families, they were still children, and this was probably the first time they had faced such a terrifying competition. The environment of the Nine Serenity Demon Mountain was too terrifying for them. After calming down, Long Chen noticed that the young man who had secretly snatched the purple crystal had appeared again. He said in a clear voice, "Brothers and sisters, today, we came here with the great hopes of our families and elders to change our destinies. But 2 hours have passed, and we are still wandering at the foot of the mountain. How can we face our ancestors? If you are a man, follow me into the turbulence." The so-called turbulence. Long Chen raised his head and saw that in front of the group of young men, there seemed to be a clear boundary line leading to the top of the mountain. Behind that boundary line, the fog was 10 times denser, and even the speed of the airflow had increased a lot. Behind that boundary line, there seemed to be a fierce gale that was whistling. It should not be easy to stand firm and move forward. But that guy came out of that turbulence. He must have gone crazy because of that turbulence, said a young girl, trembling with fear. The young man who had snatched the purple crystal had very short hair, and he had the demeanor of a leader. He said, "But among the 100,000 people, there are more people who have passed through the turbulence, and they might have gone to a higher place. We can't stay behind. Today, if you retreat, it will be the failure of your entire life. If you don't move forward today, 10 years later, 100 years later, when you are abandoned by your families, you will definitely regret it. But by then, you won't have a chance." Under his fanning, many young men had resolute looks in their eyes, and one after another, they agreed. Even some of the more timid people had no choice but to agree. "Don't worry, the 14 of us will form a team. If anyone is in trouble, the others will immediately come to our rescue. I, Yu Hongdao, promise that as long as I am alive, I will make sure that each and every one of my brothers and sisters will live." This short-haired young man, Yu Hongdao, was the only one in the 4th level of the divine martial realm. The strength of the others was between the 2nd and 3rd level of the divine martial realm. To be honest, among the 100,000 people, not everyone had the hot-bloodedness to change their fate. Many people had been chosen by their families, and their families had high hopes for them. But the Nine Serenities Demon Mountain was too difficult for them. After everyone made their decision, under Yu Hongdao's lead, they were about to rush into the turbulence. At this time, Long Chen was also preparing to go in. He didn't think too much about it, but Yu Hongdao and the others noticed him. They were very vigilant at first, but when they saw that Long Chen was also a young man, Yu Hongdao's eyes lit up, and he said, "Brother, I am Yu Hongdao. It's too dangerous ahead, so we formed a small team in order to pass through this turbulence. Would you like to come with us?" Long Chen rolled his eyes at him, and didn't bother to pay attention to him. He directly rushed into the turbulence. He didn't have time to fool around with this group of kids. But Long Chen could see that this Yu Hongdao had some tricks up his sleeve. From the way he had secretly taken the purple crystal, this guy wasn't a good person. Chapter 1158. 100,000 young men and women, each with their own lives and deaths. Long Chen didn't have the time to care about that. Right now, he couldn't even protect Li Xuanji's life. After Long Chen went in, the others looked at each other in dismay. One of the girls said angrily, "This person is so rude. Brother, you invited him out of goodwill, but he actually ignored him. How dare he?" "Yes, brother, you did it for his own good. He asked him to join us, but he didn't appreciate it. Not only did he not appreciate it, but he's also so rude. This kind of person deserves to go crazy in there and kill himself." While they were cursing each other, Long Chen had already entered the so-called turbulence. There were no trees in this area, and the ground was dry. The wind was very violent, and even Long Chen had to spend a lot of effort to stand firmly on the ground. The most troublesome thing was that this gale could change direction at any time. Long Chen had to follow the force of the gale and use different forces to resist it. So even if it was him, walking in this turbulence would cause him to sway left and right. In particular, although it was empty inside, the fog was even thicker. Under the wind, Long Chen could only see things within 50 meters of him. The others were probably even worse off. They could only see about 10 meters around them. Fortunately, with his soul eyes, Long Chen could grasp the distance between him and everyone. In this place, Long Chen didn't dare to move too fast. This 9 Netherworld Demon Mountain was formed naturally, and there were many unpredictable dangers. Within the range of his soul eye, the dozen or so people behind him had also entered the turbulence. Just as Long Chen had expected, the moment they entered, they immediately swayed left and right. A few of them were almost unable to adapt to the changes and were directly swept away. Fortunately, they were able to stabilize themselves by holding on to each other. Long Chen didn't care about them. They were just strangers who met by chance, so he quickly moved forward. After walking about 100 meters, the surrounding wind and fog became denser. Long Chen started to see the existence of others with his soul eyes. Just as he was wondering why one of the people within the range of his soul eyes was behaving strangely, suddenly, there was a trace of a string sound in the whistling wind. This was probably the sound of a zither. It was very soft and almost inaudible, but it was fresh and natural. Long Chen only heard a small part of it, but he immediately felt refreshed. How can there be zither music in this turbulence? Long Chen was very curious. This zither music was mixed with the sound of the wind. Could it be the sound of the wind? Zither music. Long Chen found it strange that he could actually hear the zither music in this place. Suddenly, he thought of what had happened just now. According to them, that youth who was surrounded and killed had escaped from this turbulence. His crazed state must have something to do with what happened in the turbulence. Could it be related to this zither music? Furthermore, within the range of Long Chen's soul eyes, there seemed to be someone in a crazed state, crazily wandering in this turbulence. Long Chen hurriedly covered his ears. Indeed, this zither music had nothing to do with his ears. It was completely used on his god-martial soul. No wonder when he suddenly heard this zither music, Long Chen suddenly felt refreshed. Generally speaking, when such beautiful and invigorating zither music is heard, most people will subconsciously be confused by it and enter a state of confusion. Long Chen guessed that this should be a natural phenomenon in the 9 Netherworld Demon Mountain. At the same time, to these youths, this zither music was a test of the firmness of a martial artist's mind. There was nothing else in the heart. The further they went, the more zither music mixed with the sound of the wind. Fortunately, Long Chen was on guard, so the zither music didn't affect him too much for the time being. However, Long Chen had seen many illusions caused by the zither music, so he was very resistant to it. The zither music had reached the god martial soul, but Long Chen's god martial soul was even higher than the mysterious dragon jade. It would be strange if these natural zither music could confuse him. In terms of mind, Long Chen was many times more stable than most people. After all, among the martial artists under 100 years old, Long Chen had probably experienced the most trials. His 7 years were much more exciting than anyone else's. These geniuses of the 9 Netherworld Demon Domain probably didn't even know that there was such a low-level place like the Myriad Kingdoms Domain in this world. As they continued forward, the zither music became louder and louder until it lingered in their ears. Long Chen's mind was firm, at least for now, he wasn't affected. However, because of the zither music, he didn't dare to move too fast. Otherwise his mind might be affected. In fact, any expert who came here would also slow down. A few miles away from where Long Chen was, Shangguanya and the mysterious Qin Shi were advancing at the same speed as Long Chen. Qin Shi gradually left Shangguanya behind, which made Shangguanya's expression extremely ugly. Bitch, she actually left me behind here. Shangguanya was extremely sullen, but after all, the other party was stronger than her. That's right, I heard that in this illusory turbulence, there are many Thunderbolt Divine Crystals that fall from the sky. If the Thunderbolt Divine Crystals are integrated into the body, it will have a huge effect on body tempering. The more Thunderbolt Divine Crystals you integrate, the stronger your body will be. In the end, it will even be equivalent to an 8th grade body tempering divine skill. I brought this treasure with me, so I must collect as many Thunderbolt Divine Crystals as possible. With Qin Shi gone, it will be easier for me to collect them. Because Shangguanya was a few miles away from Long Chen, he naturally didn't know what was happening on Shangguanya's side. At this moment, Long Chen was picking up a purple crystal the size of a fingernail from the ground. This purple crystal had no regular shape and was very small, but it contained a terrifying amount of energy. Streaks of purple lightning flowed within the crystal. This purple crystal should be the crystallization of the thunderbolt shackles in the sky. When it condenses to a sufficient size, it will fall. Just now, that Yu Hongdao also obtained this thing. It seems that if this thing is integrated into the body, it will have some effect on body tempering. A long time ago, Long Chen had fused with the Thunderflame Crystal and formed the Thunderflame Battle Physique. However, that Thunderflame Crystal and this purple crystal were worlds apart. The difference was like the difference between heaven and earth. Long Chen easily integrated the tiny crystal into his body. With his current body that was equivalent to an 8th grade body tempering divine skill, this Thunderflame Crystal no longer had much effect. Long Chen didn't pay too much attention to this thing. But at this moment, he suddenly sensed that the dozen or so little fellows behind him were very excited. Long Chen wasn't far from them. At this moment, listening carefully, other than the sound of the zither, there were also their cheers in the wind. It seems that I found a place with many Thunderflame divine crystals. Long Chen could only smile bitterly. He had also passed by that place just now, but his attention had been on the zither and he hadn't paid attention to his feet, allowing those little fellows to take advantage of it. The dozen or so of them all began to move. Yu Hongdao was a very capable commander, and he had most likely already discussed the rules for the distribution of the divine lightning crystals. Faced with the large number of divine lightning crystals, they didn't fight over them. Instead, they put them into their storage rings. Then, they continued to advance in high spirits. Long Chen discovered that there were quite a few tiny Thunderflame divine crystals, but Long Chen wasn't interested in them, so he didn't take them. Wherever he passed, the dozen or so cultivators seemed to have picked up magic treasures. They were all in high spirits and collected quite a few Thunderflame divine crystals along the way. However, because of the influence of the zither, some of them actually went crazy. Yu Hongdao made a prompt decision. With the combined strength of everyone, they killed these people and then took their storage rings, agreeing to redistribute the crystals. The deeper they went, the more Thunderflame divine crystals they obtained. Because there were so many of them, they basically won every battle. However, because more and more people were bewitched by the zither, more and more of them were killed by their own people. Soon, there were only 6 people left. A large number of Thunderflame divine crystals were distributed among 6 people, which was already very good. Since there weren't many of them, they didn't dare to be as ostentatious as before. Instead, they didn't move too much and advanced slowly, resisting the temptation of the zither that they were gradually unable to resist. Long Chen estimated that he would be able to walk out of this turbulent area. At this moment, about 100 meters behind him, Yu Hongdao seemed to have gone crazy. His eyes were bloodshot as he suddenly took out a saber and slashed at his companions beside him. In a short period of time, He actually killed 2 people. Big brother, you has gone crazy. Heavens! Let's kill him. No, we can't beat him. Let's run first. The remaining 3 people hurriedly prepared to run, but Yu Hongdao seemed to treat them as enemies and pursued them desperately. He's actually pretending to be crazy in order to obtain all the Thunderflame Divine Crystals. Long Chen laughed. He had been paying attention to Yu Hongdao from the very beginning. This guy was quite scheming. At the beginning, he had gathered everyone to form a large force and obtained a lot of Thunderflame Divine Crystals in this turbulent area. Now that the time had come, he had pretended to be crazy and slaughtered his companions. His goal was obviously to obtain all the Thunderflame Divine Crystals. Although Long Chen hadn't been with them, he couldn't bear to watch any longer. He despised people who cheated others' feelings from the bottom of his heart. When Yu Hongdao began his massacre, Long Chen decisively turned back. At this moment, Yu Hongdao was madly chasing after the remaining 3 people. A figure gradually appeared from the thick fog behind him. Yu Hongdao abruptly turned around when he sensed a stranger's aura. The instant he saw Long Chen, a look of astonishment flashed across his blood-red eyes. From this, it could be seen that his crazed state was completely an act. He glanced at Long Chen and no longer hesitated. He continued to chase after the remaining 3 people. Given his speed, he would be able to kill them very quickly. When that happened, all the Thunderflame Divine Crystals would be his. Chapter 1159. In the blink of an eye, Long Chen was already in front of Yu Hongdao. Yu Hongdao still didn't understand how this kid in the 3rd level of the Divine Martial Realm could catch up with him. Because of Long Chen's delay, the 3 targets he wanted to kill had disappeared in a short time. In this misty turbulence, as long as they were 10 meters away from his line of sight, they would disappear in a short time. Yu Hongdao had meticulously planned for such a long time, but Long Chen had unexpectedly ruined it. Naturally, he was so angry that he wanted to kill Long Chen. From Yu Hongdao's ferocious expression, it could be seen that he would actually do such a thing. Long Chen didn't have the time to talk to him, so he directly attacked. Who are you? You're courting death. Seeing that Long Chen had attacked before him, Yu Hongdao no longer hesitated. He slashed his murderous blade at Long Chen. He had just reached the 4th level of the Divine Martial Realm, which was about the same level as Long Chen. Even his divine energy was far inferior to Long Chen's. Long Chen took out the blood-scarlet blade and slashed at him. The blood-scarlet blade instantly cut off his head and swept across his neck. Divine Martial Realm experts had strong vitality. Even though he only had a head left, Yu Hongdao wasn't dead yet. At that moment, his head was flying in the air, and his mind was blank. Finally, he saw the mysterious man below him. At that moment, the tip of the blood-scarlet blade was pointing at his head. Don't kill me! Yu Hongdao finally reacted with his remaining head and shouted in horror. Long Chen didn't move. He didn't want to waste time on this guy. Yu Hongdao had already admitted that he had met an opponent he couldn't resist. At this moment of life and death, he said anxiously, "Look at my hand, what's in it? As long as you promise not to kill me, it's yours." In your hand. Long Chen was puzzled for a moment. He glanced sideways and sure enough, there was a purple metal needle about 10 centimeters long in the hand of the body. While Long Chen was observing the purple metal needle, Yu Hongdao fled in a hurry. He was confident that as long as he was 10 meters away from Long Chen would not be able to find him. Although only his head was left, as long as he returned to his family, there was still a chance for him to live. You want to escape just like that? Long Chen possessed the spirit-devouring demonic eyes. This was something that Yu Hongdao could never have imagined. At that moment, the sword in Long Chen's hand flashed and a red sword beam shot out, directly destroying Yu Hongdao's head. The living lived and the dead died. This was fate. Yu Hongdao had plotted against his companion, only to be discovered by Long Chen. What is this? Long Chen took out the purple metal needle. It was slightly similar to Li Xuanji's soul-shattering needle, but it did not have the same effect. He played around with the needle in his hand, but he could not see anything special about it. Suddenly, the needle moved by itself. Like a compass, it spun around in Long Chen's hand before stopping and pointing in a certain direction. Long Chen changed his position, but the needle still pointed in the same direction. The saint's fruit shouldn't be completely ripe right now, so there's no need to rush to the very front. The needle is clearly pointing at something. I'd like to see where it's pointing. After staying here for a long time, Long Chen had developed a strong resistance to the sound of the zither. He could basically ignore the sound of the zither. He sped up and headed towards the direction of the metal needle. After a dozen breaths, Long Chen saw more than a dozen Thunderbolt Divine Crystals on the ground. When he placed the Thunderbolt Divine Crystals into the Great Void Realm, the metal needle no longer pointed. I see. This needle can find Lightning Divine Crystals. However, I have the body of a dragon. As long as I absorb more ancestral dragon essence blood, my body will become more and more powerful. I've almost reached the level of an 8th grade body refining battle skill, so these Lightning Divine Crystals are useless to me. Thinking of this, Long Chen was just about to put away the purple metal needle and rush forward as fast as he could. Suddenly, the purple metal needle began to move. It spun rapidly, trembled, and then pointed in a certain direction. What a great disturbance! Long Chen threw it to the ground. After spinning a few times, the needle pointed in the same direction as before. It was very human-like, as if it was very excited. That direction was also the direction Long Chen was heading in. Since it's on the way, I'll go take a look. What's this? Thousands of Lightning Divine Crystals. If that was the case, it would be a great fortune. Even if Long Chen had no use for it, he could still give it to someone else after returning to the true Martial Emperor Palace. After putting away the metal needle, Long Chen was like a gust of wind as he traversed the misty and rugged mountain path. The gust of wind caused his clothes to flutter in the wind. Wind and thick fog, these two contradictory things, actually combined perfectly at this time. This was the 9 secluded Demon Mountain. As he advanced, the zither music continued to ring in his ears. The metal needle in his hand trembled more and more violently. Very soon, Long Chen discovered that he had entered a narrow valley. The metal needle in his hand suddenly became scorching hot. When Long Chen stepped on a large boulder, the metal needle actually left his hand and nailed itself onto the boulder before exploding. What a huge reaction! Long Chen also vaguely sensed that there seemed to be a very powerful lightning fluctuation under the boulder. Generally speaking, many people would directly pass through this area. This valley was strange and narrow. Basically, no one was willing to come here. Long Chen was lucky to be here. Since he was already here, he wouldn't be polite. Although he had no use for the Lightning Divine Crystal, the thing inside might really give him a surprise. Using brute force, Long Chen moved the boulder. It turned out to be a space isolated from the mist and wind. After Long Chen moved the boulder, a few lightning bolts actually erupted from the cave. Long Chen was almost hit by the purple lightning. This purple lightning was similar to the lightning shackles in the sky. If he was hit, it would take a while for Long Chen to recover even with his current body. After flashing through the lightning, Long Chen immediately rushed into the cave. This was a hollow cave that looked like a sphere with a diameter of about 20 meters. The space wasn't big, but after Long Chen entered, he was immediately attracted by the thing in the middle. It was a regular rhombus-shaped crystal that was purple and transparent. It should be a type of Lightning Divine Crystal, but its color was slightly darker than normal Lightning Divine Crystals. More importantly, this crystal was larger than 2 human heads. In this cave, Long Chen couldn't describe the beauty of this purple crystal. The whole cave was filled with purple brilliance, like a dream. The purple crystal rotated gently in the middle of this cave. There seemed to be a total of 9 purple lightning flashing inside, like a long snake. This crystal should be a Lightning Divine Crystal, but it was at least 10 times more solid than a Lightning Divine Crystal. More importantly, compared to a fingernail-sized Lightning Divine Crystal, it was simply too big. This is a lightning heart. It's very difficult to produce. Ordinary Lightning Divine Crystals, if you fuse 1,000 of them, it can almost be equivalent to an 8th grade body refining divine skill. But this lightning heart, if you fuse one, it can almost be equivalent to a 9th grade body refining divine skill. At this time, Li Xuanji seemed to be a little sober. She forced her eyes open and said, "A 9th grade body refining divine skill." Long Chen couldn't help but sigh. His luck was really too good. He just killed a random person and he had this opportunity. He had now absorbed 30% of the ancestral dragon essence blood, and the strength of his body was equivalent to a 7th grade body refining divine skill. He estimated that he would need to absorb half of the ancestral dragon essence blood for the strength of his body to reach the level of a 9th-grade body-refining divine skill. In the 3 regions and 9 worlds, any kind of 9th-grade body-refining divine skill was a treasure. At this moment, if the lightning heart was successfully fused, it could become a 9th-grade body-refining divine skill. It was definitely a great treasure, and also a great wealth. However, Long Chen didn't plan to use it himself. At this moment, the lightning heart in front of him was spinning like a dream. This thing is a gift for you. Long Chen walked closer to the lightning heart and continued, I don't need this thing. When I was about the 5th tier of the divine martial realm, I could form a body of this strength. This lightning heart is useless to me. It was a very beautiful crystal core. It was perfect for giving to others. A faint smile appeared at the corner of Li Xuanji's mouth. Although she was no longer beautiful, she was still very moving. She said, I cultivate a 9th-grade body-refining divine skill, and I just happen to lack a lightning heart. If I succeed, it will definitely surpass the body formed by fusing with a lightning heart. However, it depends on whether I can survive or not. I'll accept your gift. He didn't think it would be so coincidental. This was just an unexpected fortune, but he didn't think it would be so suitable for Li Xuanji. No wonder she was already very weak, but she still woke up for this lightning heart. To be able to give something to her, Long Chen was naturally very happy. Only things that he obtained were his. At this moment, without saying anything, Long Chen arrived in front of the lightning heart and extended his hand to touch it. A bolt of lightning struck. It was extremely fast, but Long Chen was even faster. He had already expected that the lightning heart would not be easy to deal with, so he was already prepared. At this moment, Long Chen opened his left hand, and a golden lightning dragon rushed out from his hand. It wrapped around the lightning heart, and Long Chen opened the Taishu realm and swallowed it. Successfully obtained. Chapter 1160. After putting away the Thunder Core, Long Chen raised his head and cast the Soul Sight technique. Long Chen let out a sigh of relief. Luckily, there was only one person, and no one within a 1-mile radius had any intention of approaching him. In this way, he just needed to focus on killing this man in front of him. Long Chen snuck in here, so he couldn't attract anyone's attention because of the Thunder Core. It could be said that everything in the 9 Underworld Demon Mountain was the common property of the 9 Underworld Demon region, including this Thunder Core. What a coincidence, it's you. When he saw the aggressive man, Long Chen almost laughed out loud, because the man in front of him was dressed in gorgeous brocade clothes and had a powdered face. It was Shangguan Ye, whom he had met in the Shangguan campsite. Shangguan Ye was glaring at Long Chen angrily. Long Chen noticed that he was also holding a metal needle in his hand. When the Thunder Core was taken away by Long Chen, the metal needle lost its ability to guide him. Shangguan Ye was extremely excited when the metal needle made such a big noise, so he rushed here immediately. However, he didn't expect that someone else would be one step ahead of him, and it was this guy. I've seen you before. Oh right, just now. Young Master Shangguan was a person with a short memory. After a while, he finally remembered where he had seen Long Chen. He was a disciple of the 9 Underworld Demon Region's Shangguan clan, while Long Chen wasn't some country bumpkin. Their status and identity were worlds apart. Normally, Shangguan Ye wouldn't even bother to talk to such a lowly person. So, he stretched out his hand and said, "Give me that purple crystal. It was placed here by a senior from my Shangguan clan, and he asked me to come and retrieve it. Don't ruin my Shangguan clan's business. As a reward, I'll give you 3,000 divine crystals." As Shangguan Ye spoke, she counted 3,000 divine crystals from her storage ring and poured them onto the ground. "Come and take it. Hurry up and give me that purple crystal." Seeing that Long Chen didn't move, he was a little impatient. This kid is too dull and ignorant. In Shangguan Ye's knowledge, a nobody like Long Chen probably has never seen 3,000 divine gems in his life. He didn't say that the purple crystal was the Thunder Core because he felt that even if he did, Long Chen wouldn't understand. What annoyed Shangguan Ye was that Long Chen actually looked at her and smiled, but did not move. Shangguan Ye was infuriated. She stretched out her leg and kicked. 3,000 divine gems scattered on the ground. She pointed at Long Chen and said angrily, "Boy, are you deaf? Hurry up and give it to me. Otherwise, let alone 3,000 divine gems, I won't even give you a single hair. You want to send me away with 3,000 divine gems? Long Chen said very calmly. Shangguanya was stunned for a moment, then suddenly laughed. She fanned herself a few times with her folding fan and said, "A man who is never content is like a snake trying to swallow an elephant." Sure enough, people's greed is endless. But have you ever heard of the saying that men die for wealth, while birds die for food? Now I have decided, let alone 3,000 divine gems, don't even think about taking a hair from me. Just hand over the thunder core obediently, and I will spare your life. As she spoke, Shangguanya released the aura that belonged to the 6th level of the divine martial arts realm. The terrifying power filled the narrow cave and suppressed Long Chen, leaving Long Chen with no way to escape. What if I don't? This is a good thing that can help me practice a 9th grade body refining skill. Without enough bargaining chips, you want me to hand it over? Long Chen said in a joking manner. Shangguanya didn't expect Long Chen to know the function of the thunder core. In order to prevent Long Chen from shouting and revealing it, he quickly said with a nervous expression, "I didn't expect you to know about the thunder core. You're quite knowledgeable. I admit defeat. Tell me, what do you want? As long as you tell me, my Shangguan clan won't mistreat you. But if you go too far, my Shangguan clan will make you and your clan have nowhere to run." Seeing Shangguanya suddenly become so nervous, Long Chen smiled and said, "Actually, my request is very simple. I just need to trouble young Master Shangguan. That is, please take off your pants, then flick your little brother 10,000 times. Then I'll give you the thunder core. How about that?" What? When Shangguanya heard this, his face immediately turned the color of a pig's liver. Of course, he understood that Long Chen was insulting him. "Bastard, if I don't teach you a lesson, do you really think I'm a fool?" Shangguanya roared in anger. He couldn't hold it in any longer and made his move. But at this moment, Long Chen was faster than him. Devouring blood world. The blood-colored space instantly filled the air, blurring Shangguanya's vision. When he saw this blood-colored space, Shangguanya's expression changed. As a disciple of the Shangguan clan, he had received all kinds of training since he was young. Although he had a strong sense of superiority that disciples of big clans had, but at this moment, this guy who came out of nowhere actually dared to make fun of him and even made a move on him. At least he had some strength. Shangguanya's expression was solemn. Finally, at this moment, he put away his contempt. But it was already too late. Long Chen had already killed many warriors of his level. At this moment, the god-murdering sword formation had already formed beneath Shangguanya's feet. The terrifying sword energy condensed into a blood-colored divine dragon, and in this narrow space, it immediately pierced through Shangguanya's body. Shangguanya let out a blood-curdling scream. Looking down, he saw that the lower half of his body had almost been destroyed by Long Chen. Although he had put away his contempt towards Long Chen, he never would have thought that Long Chen would actually be strong to such an extent. The sword formation just now was at least a 6th grade divine skill. Even he, Shangguanya, had only learned one type of 6th grade divine skill. He only thought that it would be good if he could use that 6th grade divine skill, but he didn't expect that this little brat who came out of nowhere would be able to do it so easily. In an instant, there was only half of his body left. This meant that if Long Chen did it again, Shangguanya's only ending would be death. Growing up to this age, Shangguanya never thought that he would die at this moment. Suddenly, a gray cloud shrouded him. The aura of death was so close, his mind was blank, and he was so scared that tears and snot crawled out of his eyes. At this moment, Long Chen's ghost-like figure appeared in front of him. Spare me, spare me. Don't kill me. As long as you don't kill me, I'll do anything you want." Shangguanya looked nervous and immediately screamed. Long Chen's face was expressionless. He pointed the blood-red wilderness in his hand at the tip of Shangguanya's nose. "Don't kill me. I'll promise you anything. I'll steal the 8th grade divine skill from my family and give it to you, okay? My younger sister is very beautiful, and she's also in the 9 secluded demon mountain. I'll give her to you, okay? My younger sister is an outstanding beauty, and there are many people in the 9 super clans who have their eyes on her. As long as I make a move, I'll definitely be able to trick her to come here. You can do whatever you want, okay?" The difference between his current appearance and his previous demeanor was like the difference between heaven and earth. Shangguanya never thought that he would have such a day. The cold and fierce tip of the blood-red wilderness made Shangguanya tremble all over. He looked at Long Chen nervously. At this moment, Long Chen said slowly, "When I was still 17 years old, I knew that if I didn't kill the person who wanted to kill me, that person would definitely kill me in the near future. So, you can only blame your bad luck, young Master Shangguan." "No." His silence did not cause Long Chen to hesitate at all. This was Long Chen's rule. Being merciful to the enemy was being cruel to oneself, especially in the 9 secluded Demon Mountain. There were many experts of the Shangguan clan nearby, so if the news of Long Chen injuring Shangguanya and obtaining the lightning heart was leaked, he would definitely die a horrible death. After dealing with Shangguanya, the lightning heart gradually approached Li Xuanji in the void realm under Long Chen's control. It flickered above her, causing the surroundings to be bathed in violet light. "It's so beautiful." Li Xuanji opened her murky eyes and a satisfied smile appeared on her face. However, Long Chen was not at ease. He knew that under normal circumstances, Li Xuanji would not have accepted something as precious as the lightning heart. She only realized that her life was about to end, so she did not have much hope for Long Chen to obtain the saint's fruit. That was why she accepted the lightning heart so easily. To be able to open her eyes and look at such a magnificent gift before her death was a very beautiful thing to her. After she passed away, the lightning heart would still belong to Long Chen. Although she did not say it out loud, Long Chen knew what she was thinking. He was rather angry. After leaving the cave, Long Chen said unhappily, "Don't underestimate me. I don't mean to underestimate you." From Long Chen's words, Li Xuanji realized that Long Chen was a sensitive person. He must have guessed what she was thinking from her emotions. "No matter what, hold on for as long as you can. If you give up now, you're letting me down," Long Chen said through gritted teeth. He sped up and headed in the direction of the mist. Li Xuanji's eyes were a little dazed. Vaguely, a hint of tears flickered in her eyes. She looked at the lightning heart that flickered with light above her head, and a faint smile suddenly appeared on her lips. He had persisted so much, and he was working hard for her. Li Xuanji knew that if she gave up first and was disappointed, she would really be letting him down. After obtaining the lightning heart by chance and wasting some time, Long Chen no longer hesitated. His resistance to the zither music exceeded everyone's imaginations. After surpassing everyone, Long Chen finally charged out of the range of the zither music after around 2 hours. Chapter 1161. Apart from the thick fog, everything in front of Yi Shiwen became a bit clearer. He was no longer at the foot of the 9 secluded Demon Mountain, but at the mountainside. Looking up, he could see a vast sea of clouds. The purple lightning shackles were still flickering with terrifying lightning bolts. In front of him was a lush and verdant forest. The trees were densely packed, towering into the sky. Some were tall, some were short. The tallest tree was over 100 meters tall, and these trees had a diameter of more than 10 meters. Under these trees, there was a thick layer of fallen leaves. Obviously, no one had been here for a long time. There was a strange feeling coming from this forest. Long Chen naturally understood that the strange zither music wasn't the only obstacle in the 9 secluded Demon Mountain. According to Li Xuanji, there were many ferocious beasts here, and there were even real beasts from the demon race. There were also some ancient beasts that had terrifying lethality. Fortunately, as long as they were alive, Long Chen was able to locate them in advance. This forest was very big, and it probably surrounded the entire 9 secluded Demon Mountain. Hundreds of thousands of young warriors were coming from all directions. The direction where Long Chen was going was mainly occupied by the Shangguan clan, one of the 9 great clans. Of course, there were also warriors from other clans who might have deviated from their original route. The higher they went, the more people from different clans would gradually converge. All the warriors of the 9 secluded demon realm had gathered here. This was the grandest disciple competition in the entire 9 secluded demon realm. There were still people within 500 meters of Long Chen. These people were carefully sneaking into the depths of the forest. Long Chen estimated that he had already traveled 1/5 of the way to the peak. Without any hesitation, he turned into a bolt of golden lightning. His speed was much faster than anyone else's. As expected, there were many ferocious beasts in this forest. Most of the ferocious beasts in the 9 Netherworld Devil Mountain were poisonous beasts. On the way here, Long Chen had seen spiders, scorpions, and venomous snakes. Even large ferocious beasts rarely felt pain. These poisonous beasts might not be very high in rank, but because of their poison, they had terrifying killing power. Long Chen had seen a kind of poisonous beast called steel spider on the way. They were only the size of a thumb, but there were tens of millions of them. These steel spiders covered a towering tree, and their color was similar to that of the tree. If an ordinary person's eyes were not sharp, it would be hard for him to see clearly that there were so many steel needles on the tree. As long as he approached, thousands of steel spiders would rush at him, but their venom could kill all the warriors above the 6th level of the divine martial arts realm. Poisonous beasts like this were densely packed. For the time being, Long Chen called this forest a poisonous beast forest. He was sure that a large number of warriors would die in this poisonous beast forest. After all, among the ferocious beasts, poisonous beasts were more terrifying. Many poisonous beasts had poisons that even the divine martial arts realm warriors could not resist. Because Long Chen's speed was too fast, and he could clearly see the layout of the poisonous beasts with his soul eyes, his journey was basically unimpeded. After 2 hours, he had already traveled a long distance. He estimated that he had traveled 1/5 of the way, which was almost half of the way to the 9 Netherworld Devil Mountain. At this point, those terrifying poisonous beasts gradually decreased. Long Chen still had a lingering fear in his heart. He had seen with his own eyes that millions of thumb-sized ants had invaded a small team of warriors and turned them into skeletons in a flash. This was the rule of competition. Only by surviving in countless competitions could it be possible to create a peak warrior. It didn't matter if there were only 50,000 people left out of these 100,000, as long as there was a real expert among these 50,000 people. After arriving at the position in front of Long Chen, the number of poisonous beasts had decreased a lot. He slightly slowed down his pace. According to his estimation, the further he went, the more terrifying the danger would be. If there were fewer poisonous beasts here, then there would definitely be other threats. At this time, a teenager suddenly rushed into the range of his soul-devouring demon pupil. This teenager staggered and fled. His face was pale. Very soon, he met Long Chen face to face. This teenager was not old, and his cultivation was at the 3rd level of the divine martial arts realm, the same as Long Chen. From this teenager's expression and movements, Long Chen could see that he had fallen into extreme fear. It was definitely because there was a terrifying crisis in front of him that he could not resist. Run quickly. As soon as he saw Long Chen, he quickly shouted in a mournful voice. What's going on? Long Chen stopped his steps. The teenager's face was full of horror. He seemed to have been scared to death. At this time, he was more like murmuring to himself. He said in front of Long Chen, "It's too terrifying. I don't know what that thing is. It's really too terrifying. As long as its spores drill into your body, it will immediately absorb all the nutrients in your body. It will grow out of your body, grow out. So many people have died like this. So many people are trapped in this place and can't go up." The first danger was the enchanted zither music in the fog, and the second danger was the forest full of poisonous beasts. From this teenager's words, it could be heard that the third danger was in front of them, and many people were trapped in this place. "What the hell is that thing?" Long Chen asked in a deep voice. I don't know. The sky is full of its vines, full of barbs. It's simply a terrifying monster. Oh my God, how did I come to this place?" With that, he no longer cared about Long Chen and directly ran off. Long Chen narrowed his eyes and continued to move forward without saying a word. When he reached this place, there were clearly more people in front of him. Very quickly, Long Chen joined their group. Most of these people looked like young boys and girls. At this moment, their faces were filled with fear. One by one, they gathered together in small groups and looked ahead nervously. When they reached this place, Long Chen discovered that the surrounding ground was actually shaking violently. There must have been some kind of shocking creature up ahead. This monster should be the species of antiquity that the patriarch mentioned. It's so big. It's really rare. Yeah, how are we supposed to find the saint's fruit with it blocking our way? Sure enough, only supreme geniuses have the opportunity to compete for the saint's fruit. Species of antiquity. Under everyone's disdainful gazes, Long Chen did not stop at all and quickly moved forward. Soon, a cliff appeared in front of him. The commotion here was already very big. The ground Long Chen was standing on right now was trembling to such an extent that it was enough to cause an expert to fall. Looking down from the cliff, Long Chen finally managed to see what it was. There were thick, densely packed vines in the forest below, directly piercing through the ground. They covered a radius of at least a kilometer, and it was impossible to tell just how many there were. They were like tentacles, waving about in all directions. It was impossible to see where they ended. Long Chen felt that it was very likely that the vines had wrapped around the entire 9 Serenity Demon Mountain. What shocked Long Chen even more was that the countless vines were a single entity. The creature's body was hidden in the depths of the ground, and the vines were actually part of its tentacles or claws. There were already several thousand of them, so if the vines had wrapped around the entire mountain, the monster would have several 100,000 tentacles at the very least. It was these rattan-like tentacles covered in barbs that blocked their path forward. When Long Chen first saw the monster, he also saw many people trying to rush through the rattan. However, although the rattan looked cumbersome, it was actually very flexible. The speed and strength of its twitching were amazing. A casual twitch of the rattan was equivalent to a peak move of a warrior at the 4th tier of the divine martial arts realm. As a matter of fact, when a few of them gathered together, they were equivalent to a full-powered strike from a 5th-layer god's martial arts cultivator. As long as the cultivators charged in, they would immediately become embroiled in battle with the countless vines. It was quite a chaotic scene. If that was the case, these vines would not be enough to frighten so many people. They had 2 other abilities. First, they were immortal. The vines that were cut off could regrow from the ground in a very short period of time. Second, as long as the vines hit someone, countless plant spores would drill out of the barbs. If one was not prepared and the spores drilled into one's body, a horrible scene would happen. Those spores took root in one's body, as if they had plunged into incomparably fertile land. Using the flesh and blood of the body as resources, they began to grow crazily in a short period of time. The sharp young vines directly pierced through one's internal organs and even reached into one's head. No matter how strong the cultivator was, he seemed to have no resistance against this kind of thing. In a very short period of time, he died miserably while howling miserably. Those young vines pierced through his body densely. Until the cultivator's body was sucked dry, a creature that looked like a sea urchin would appear and immediately turn into the ground. Long Chen also felt a little frightened. He could see that these countless vines actually came from an enlarged version of the sea urchin-like creature. Sure enough, it's different from ordinary evil beasts and ominous beasts. It can't be regarded as a plant-type demon clan. This kind of creature is called an ancient exotic species, just like the Nine Hells fantasy butterfly. From the Nine Hells fantasy butterfly, he thought of Lingxi again. Unconsciously, he seemed to miss her a little. Every time he thought of her, he always had a sweet feeling. But now, it was still the time to fight desperately. Long Chen wanted to dig this thing out from the ground and have a look, but there was no time. He chose to directly rush over and ignore the others. Everyone had their own destiny, and Long Chen couldn't care less about so many people. But he was very curious. This thing had no eyes. How on earth did it see so many people? Did it rely on smell or something similar to divine awareness? Chapter 1162. At a glance, at least within the range of Long Chen's senses, there were several thousand people who were blocked by the strange vine. They did not dare to advance any further. From their conversations, Long Chen heard the monster's name, the Myriad Evil Vine. It was said that it could create billions of clones. Its terror was self-evident. Some of these ancient beasts were powerful, while others were weak. However, since they were able to survive to this day and age, they all possessed a frightening life-saving technique. If an ordinary cultivator was struck by the vine, their flesh would probably split open, not to mention the strange spores that could live inside a person's body and suck their flesh dry. Long Chen could imagine just how terrifying the effects of the Myriad Evil Vine would be if it was placed in a suitable place. Right now, it was probably imprisoned by the humans in the 9 Serenity Demon Mountains, unable to cause trouble. Only when the saint's fruit ripened every 500 years would it show its might. It could be seen that the Myriad Evil Vine was extremely excited. Time waited for no man. There were still quite a few people who rushed through the Myriad Evil Vine's attack range and successfully entered the fog-shrouded forest in front of them. Some of these people were lucky enough to not be attacked by the Myriad Evil Vines, while others were strong enough to directly cut down the vines and then rushed over. Of course, there were some people who were powerful but unlucky. They were treated with special attention by the myriad evil vine, but their fates were not good. They were either whipped to death or sucked dry by the spores. It was their miserable deaths that made many people stop in fear. They no longer dared to advance any further. Only true geniuses or people who desperately wanted to change their fates could obtain the saint's fruit. The cowardly and weak people were stopped by the various tests of the 9 Netherworld Demon Mountain. They did not dare to take another step forward. At the very least, over half of the cultivators were stopped below the myriad evil vine. If they wanted to change their fates, they would have to face the danger of death. Long Chen was the only one who had come here to save someone. He did not come to change his fate, but for something more important. Without thinking too much, Long Chen jumped off the cliff under everyone's shocked gazes. Another cannon fodder. Seeing that a warrior at the 3rd level of the divine martial arts realm dared to walk in front, the onlookers couldn't help feeling sorry for him. In fact, many warriors at the 4th and 5th level of the divine martial arts realm still stayed where they were and didn't dare to move forward rashly. Generally speaking, only warriors at the 6th level of the divine martial arts realm could pass through steadily. However, the warriors at the 6th level of the divine martial arts realm were all geniuses among geniuses, and they all had the potential to reach the peak of the divine martial arts realm in the future. Long Chen was bold, but in the eyes of the crowd, it would only be a tragedy at most. Judging from Long Chen's clothes, one could tell at a glance that he was definitely not a member of the 9 great clans. He didn't have the powerful resources of those clans. Even before, there was a child at the 2nd level of the divine martial arts realm, who was wearing a tight set of armor, who had unexpectedly rushed through the range of the myriad evil vines. This was the power bestowed by the clans. Long Chen didn't care about what other people thought. Among these 100,000 people, although many of them were older than Long Chen, in the eyes of Long Chen, they were just children. After landing on the ground, the myriad evil vines, which was still far away, clearly appeared in front of him. Every vine was covered with barbs, and it was at least 1 meter in diameter. It wasn't very long, but it was full of power and a terrifying aura. Thousands of vines danced in front of him, and thousands of warriors met again. From time to time, there were people who were lucky enough to rush through, and there were also people who unfortunately died. There were even people who rushed through, but before they could get far enough, they were swept back by the terrifying evil vines. The place where Long Chen landed was very close to the position of the evil vines. The evil vines had already regarded him as an enemy. In the first instant, Long Chen saw 2 thick evil vines unexpectedly whip towards Long Chen. The evil vines hadn't even touched him yet, but the sound of the wind was already blowing fiercely. Long Chen didn't do anything, but he first used his divine breath technique. Although it was only his guess that the other party used something like divine sense to perceive, Long Chen still wanted to give it a try first. The entire 9 secluded demon mountain was under the suppression of the soul-suppressing stone. The terror of the level 9 soul-suppressing stone was unimaginable. Basically, even if Xueqi was in her peak state, her divine sense would be suppressed to the point that it couldn't be used. In fact, Long Chen didn't have much hope. After all, if the myriad evil vines used a perception similar to divine sense, the soul-suppressing stone would have suppressed them long ago. How could it accurately grasp everyone's position? However, contrary to Long Chen's expectations, when the evil vines whipped about 10 meters in front of him, they actually stopped. They showed a very human-like side, twisting around in confusion. Then, the 2 evil vines ignored Long Chen and went to attack others. It actually worked. Long Chen was a little surprised. It seemed that the myriad evil vines indeed used something similar to divine sense, but it wouldn't be suppressed by the soul-suppressing stone. Instead, it would be suppressed by the divine breath technique. This showed that the stupid kitten's origin was actually not simple. Kitten was probably a member of the monster race, and an ancient monster race at that. With the success of the divine breath technique, Long Chen only had one more attempt left. After all, it was quite troublesome to face the myriad evil vines. At this time, Long Chen could easily walk through the dense and terrifying evil vines. That kind of terrifying battle was happening beside him, and the place he walked through was like a piece of pure land. Not far away, many people saw Long Chen's situation and were all shocked. Most of these people had previously thought that Long Chen was cannon fodder, but they didn't take action. The myriad evil vines had already frightened them. But at this time, the cannon fodder in their eyes had actually walked past the myriad evil vines so easily. The terrifying evil vines that were whipping up and down seemed to be unable to see him, turning a blind eye to him. The area where the evil vines were located was about 1 kilometer wide. As long as he could safely cross this kilometer, he could enter the next area. Long Chen estimated that the myriad evil vines were already in the middle of the 9 Serenities Demon Mountain. The higher he went, the closer he was to the holy tree of heaven and earth. Long Chen raised his head and looked up. The sky was still shrouded by the shackles of lightning and thick fog. On the top of the huge 9 Serenities Demon Mountain, there was a vague pressure of heaven and earth. With hope right in front of him, Long Chen quickened his pace. His situation made many people exclaim in surprise. Their faces were dull as they looked at him with envy and jealousy. What's going on with this kid? Ah, the myriad evil vines actually didn't sense his existence. How is that possible? He must have something good on him, but he doesn't come from one of the 9 great clans. Many of the cultivators who were still surrounded by the myriad evil vines saw an opportunity from Long Chen. They wanted to understand how he was able to do this, but there was nothing they could do. The myriad evil vines were just too tightly wrapped around them. If they were not careful, they would lose their lives, so they did not have the energy to pay attention to Long Chen. Just when he was about to walk out, something suddenly happened. Everyone began to make a ruckus. Long Chen sensed something and looked back. There was a young man standing on the cliff. When he saw the man, Long Chen squinted his eyes. He understood that any cultivator who could make him feel like this would be a powerful opponent. The battle for the Saint's Fruit had gathered all the geniuses in the 9 hells before the age of 100. There would definitely be people who could reach the 9th layer of the God Martial Realm before the age of 1,000, just like Xueqi. Qin Shi, whom he had encountered before, was known as the disciple of the current world king of the 9 hells demon realm. She had the opportunity and the right to do so, and the young man before him was the same. From the young man, Long Chen saw a tenacity similar to himself. He was born in poverty, but he possessed terrifying tenacity. Only by persevering could he achieve what he had today. If someone like him was an enemy, they would be even more terrifying than those who had endless resources since they were young. This man was wearing a set of silver chainmail. The armor was thin and close-fitting, but there was an astonishing power on it. Clearly, its defensive power was extremely terrifying. In fact, the power of the silver chainmail had even fused with the power of the young man's body, forming a kind of convergence that caused the young man's power to increase exponentially. At the same time, the young man held a silver spear in his hand. The spear was even more terrifying than the silver chainmail. Long Chen had seen Chu Tiange's clear sky sword before. Clearly, the spear was on the same level as the clear sky sword at the very least. In terms of talent, the young man surpassed people like Chu Tiange. From his body, Long Chen felt the pressure of the will of heaven and earth. There was no doubt that this young man's strength was outstanding. He must be a warrior at the 7th level of the divine martial arts realm, a Dharma Laksana of heaven and earth, similar to Qin Shi. The young man had long, silver hair. His eyes were cold and determined, and his appearance was rather delicate. Although he seemed effeminate, there was a sharp sense of heroism in his eyes, just like the silver spear in his hand. It's actually the silver dragon spear, Su Zhab. Heavens, it's actually him. He's one of the hot favorites for the Saint's Fruit. Many people became stunned after the young man appeared. They looked at the young man called Su Zha with admiration. Of course, there were also people who were jealous of him. Displeasure was written all over their faces. Aside from Qin Shi, this was the second opponent that Long Chen had encountered that could truly make him feel fear. Chapter 1163. That's right. Long Chen could tell from their conversation that Su Zha was not a member of the 9 clans. Speaking of which, Su Zha's rise to prominence was rather mythical. He was born into a clan in a small city, but he was not a direct descendant. Instead, he was an illegitimate son of the patriarch. He had been bullied since he was young, so he could be said to have endured humiliation. Although his talent was outstanding, he had no cultivation resources or guidance, so he remained unknown until one day, when he had a conflict with a direct descendant of the clan. He was beaten to death and thrown into a mountain stream. Everyone thought he was dead. Even his father didn't care about the son of the maidservant. However, what shocked everyone was that after 10 years, he returned, wearing the same chainmail and holding the same spear. He became the #1 expert in the small city, and all the people who had bullied him were killed. Even his father's arm had been chopped off by him. Afterwards, he left the small city and wandered around. He became known as the Silver Dragon Spear Xueqi, gradually gaining his current fame. His progress could only be described as terrifying. He was an insignificant person of humble birth, yet he could rival a disciple of a world king. It could be said that Xueqi was the idol of all the young cultivators in the Nine Hells demon realm. In particular, his appearance was extremely handsome, even surpassing that of many great clans. The 9 great clans extended an olive branch to him, wanting to marry the most talented woman in their clan to him. However, he declined all of them. However, the 9 great clans didn't make a move to kill this genius. It seemed that it was because the highest existence in the 9 underworlds, the 9 underworlds emperor, had said that no one was allowed to touch him. It was possible for someone like him to become a world king in 1,000 years, so he was a target of great protection. At the same time, from their conversation, Xueqi seemed to be quite a nice person. He was not a vicious person and was straightforward. He was extremely principled. After listening to their conversation, Long Chen felt like he was on good terms with people like them. Of course, Long Chen did not think about greeting him right now. If he wanted to obtain the saint's fruit, this person would definitely be one of his greatest competitors. If it was a battle to the death, Long Chen obviously would not back down. At this moment, the silver dragon spear, Xueqi, descended from the sky just like Long Chen, but this time, he attracted earth-shattering cheers. Soon, he descended above the myriad evil vines, still a distance away from the lightning shackles. Standing there, he looked like a god descending to the mortal world. His body flickered with a resplendent silver light. The light was so sharp that it was difficult to open one's eyes. Immediately, the myriad evil vines sensed his presence. In an instant, 10 myriad evil vines headed in Xueqi's direction. Long Chen stopped in his tracks. Knowing oneself and knowing one's enemy was the key to victory in 100 battles. It was also a good thing for him to take a look at the strength of his strongest opponent. So fast. When the myriad evil vines descended, the silver spear in Xueqi's hand flashed rapidly. The speed at which he brandished his spear made even Long Chen feel ashamed of his inferiority. Rays of silver light slashed down. Amidst the cheers of the crowd, the dozen or so myriad evil vines turned into powder and fell downwards. Heavens, he's too powerful. He really is Xueqi. Cheers rang out in the surroundings. The treatment he received was worlds apart from what Long Chen had received in the past. Xueqi didn't stop. He turned into a beam of light and flew down. He brandished the spear in his hand and stepped forward. Suddenly, a silver shadow shuttled through the dense myriad evil vines. The vines were shattered by his spear. For the first time, the speed at which the myriad evil vines were destroyed surpassed the speed at which they regenerated. The cheers on the cliff grew louder and louder. In everyone's eyes, Xueqi was basically a hero. Indeed, if he had been alone, he could have easily rushed over. Judging from the direction he was killing, he was clearing a path for everyone. After a quarter of an hour, the path had been cleared. Under Xueqi's command, more than a dozen people had already rushed over. However, in Long Chen's opinion, Xueqi's real purpose should not be this. After clearing for a while, he suddenly entered a tunnel created by the vines and disappeared. There's something in there. Without saying a word, Long Chen followed and also entered the tunnel. Xueqi's diving speed was very fast, but he was still within Long Chen's field of vision. His purpose is to kill the myriad evil vines. Long Chen quickly understood. If he followed the tunnel created by the vines, he would be able to find the body of the myriad evil vines. This kid is really bold, just like me. Long Chen knew that although the myriad evil vines looked very big, there was probably only one body and it was hidden in the belly of the 9 secluded demon mountain. Following Xueqi's footsteps, Long Chen entered the belly of the mountain. Using his spirit-devouring demon eyes, he could see that at least the main body of the myriad evil vines was not within 1 mile. Long Chen sped up. After a few steps, Xueqi actually discovered him. He quickly turned around and blocked in front of Long Chen. After discovering Long Chen's strength, his cold expression eased a little. He said, "Why are you following me? I'm going to kill the main body of the myriad evil vines. It's very dangerous. Hurry up and leave." Long Chen did not want to be entangled with him, so he turned around and left. He only came in to see what was going on. He had no interest in killing the myriad evil vines. However, in this cave, Long Chen vaguely felt that it was a little strange. It seemed that the deeper he went, the colder it became. This kind of cold was not cold, nor was it ice cold. Instead, it was a strange kind of cold that directly froze the depths of his soul. This feeling of flame suddenly made Long Chen think of Mo Xiaolang. This coldness. Why does it feel a little like the 9 Hell Demon ancestral flame? 9 secluded demon mountain. Is it just my imagination? Long Chen stopped. He wanted to go in again and take a look. After some thought, he decided that the saint's fruit was more important after all. It was related to Li Xuanji's life. As for the 9 Hell Demon ancestral flame, he could check it out when he had the time in the future. It was very difficult for others to discover him with his breathing technique. Thinking up to there, Long Chen turned around and left. When he returned to the surface, many of the vines of the myriad evil vines had already sprouted. However, a large number of cultivators had already successfully passed through the region controlled by the myriad evil vines with Suja's assistance, venturing into the depths. Long Chen used his breathing technique and passed through the vines in a very short amount of time. Before him was an even gloomier forest. Just when Long Chen was about to advance, a few cultivators suddenly surrounded him. One of them said with a rather sinister expression, "Brat, take out the treasure that can prevent the myriad evil vines from sensing you." Another person said, "If you take it out, you can live. Also, us brothers aren't bad people. You can join our team." As you can see, this forest in front is where the real fiend race gathers. They love to hunt down lone warriors. Only by forming a team can you survive. We're already treating you very well by letting you join us in exchange for a transcendent artifact. In order to prevent Long Chen from escaping, a few people surrounded Long Chen from all directions. The strength of these people was actually considered very strong among the 100,000 people. The previous leader of the group was already at the 6th level of the divine martial realm. Of course, he was only at the initial stage. The others were basically at the 5th level of the divine martial realm. If this force combined, it would be impossible to defeat it without at least 3 cultivators at the 6th level of the divine martial realm. Long Chen was only a warrior at the 3rd level of the divine martial realm. Therefore, they believed that Long Chen would definitely not refuse their invitation. To their surprise, Long Chen neither agreed nor refused. Instead, he directly made his move. These cultivators were still not Long Chen's match. After about a quarter of an hour, all of them were lying on the ground, wailing in pain. As for Long Chen, he stood unscathed in the middle of them. Not a speck of dust could be seen on his body. It was as if defeating these people did not require any effort at all. The fallen people all looked at Long Chen as if they had seen a ghost. Long Chen did not want to kill them. It was just a trivial matter. After he came in, he only killed 2 people in total. One was Yu Hongdao, and the other was Shangguanya. After getting rid of them, Long Chen directly left. Those cultivators who stood in his way crawled away one after another. After Long Chen really left, they looked at each other with lingering fear. Big brother, who is this person? Have you heard of him? No, but I am sure that his strength is not at the 3rd level of the divine martial realm. He should be at the peak of the 6th level of the divine martial realm. Only a warrior at this level can defeat me with one move. Oh, I did not expect that we would have kicked an iron plate. We actually met someone who can rank in the top 20 among the 100,000 cultivators. This kind of person is either cultivated by the 9 super clans or a genius like Suja just now. No wonder he dared to chase Suja just now. It turns out that he is strong enough. They admired Long Chen's strength and were in awe of him. Of course, what they were most grateful for was that Long Chen did not kill them. Originally, they were the ones who provoked them first, but Long Chen did not kill them. This was already extremely benevolent. Experts had their own tempers, especially those at this level. If it were any warrior from the 9 superclans, they would probably not let them live. What they did not know was that after Long Chen walked a few hundred meters, he was stopped by another group of people. These 3 people were much more important than the previous cultivators. Long Chen had seen one of them before. It was the disciple of the World Emperor, Qin Shi, whom he met in the Shangguan camp. Yan Huang Dragon City, ruling the central state, was a declining family with a long history. Until a domineering dragon broke through the sky and fought with thousands of dragons in the sky, destroying all living things in the world. The current leader sacrificed blood to heaven, and the dragon was sealed in the body of his son. 18 years later, in the New Year's ceremony of the Year of the Snake, the young man who was destined to live and die with the dragon let out an inhuman roar of despair. The land of the 9 states began to tremble. Wang Long pointed his middle finger at the sky. Don't fucking call me a hero, because all heroes are fucking forced. The above was the introduction of the novel Fighting Dragon. Chapter 1164. Qin Shi was also the only person that Long Chen had seen who could rival Su Jie. Because she was also one of his most important opponents, Long Chen was quite concerned about her. At this moment, Qin Shi was standing in the middle of the 3 people. Her face was calm and expressionless, and her dark green dress was fluttering in the wind. She was actually quite young, and her face had a childish look. She was not as charming as Li Xuanji, but her temperament was similar. This woman had an unapproachable aura. Although she didn't express it in words, the pride in her bones was something that even the disciples of the 9 great families couldn't compare to. After all, she was the disciple of the strongest person in the 9 underworlds, and also someone who had the potential to become the strongest person in the future. That pride in her bones made her despise everything she saw, but she didn't show it. Even if she smiled at you and talked to you, she still thought that there was a hierarchy between the 2 of them. From her eyes, Long Chen could roughly understand her character. He had traveled extensively over the years and met too many people. The more people he met, the more experience he would have. As for the other 2, Long Chen wasn't familiar with them. One of them looked gentle and elegant, and his appearance was somewhat similar to Shangguanye's. However, he was not at the same level as Shangguanye. Shangguanye's elegance was fake, but this man was indeed noble and elegant. This was a unique temperament that others couldn't imitate. At this moment, he was the only one who smiled at Long Chen, giving him a warm feeling like a spring breeze. As for the other one, he was wearing a black suit. His eyes were sharp, and his expression was arrogant. His whole body was sharp, and the corners of his mouth were slightly raised. One look and anyone could tell that he was the eldest son of an aristocratic family, and he had far surpassed his peers since he was young. A total of 3 people stood in front of Long Chen. At this moment, Qin Shi and the young man in black didn't move. The man who looked like Shangguanye took a step forward and stopped in front of Long Chen. With a smile on his face, he said politely, "Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Shangguan Feng, a member of one of the 9 big families, the Shangguan clan. As for these 2, they're even more famous. For example, this one," he pointed at the arrogant youngster in black and said, "This is Zhao Yunlong, a young expert from the Zhao clan of the 9 great clans. Within the Zhao clan, at least within 100 years, no one is a match for him. He's the #1 genius of the Zhao clan in 100 years. As for this one, I don't need to introduce him. As long as you're from the 9 underworlds, you'll know him." He was referring to Qin Shi. "I know. He is the disciple of the World Emperor," Long Chen said. Looking at Long Chen's expression, which was neither servile nor overbearing, Shangguan Feng was very satisfied. Qin Shi was still expressionless, as if it had nothing to do with her. As for Zhao Yunlong, he had a disdainful smile on his face. He crossed his arms and ignored Long Chen. Shangguan Feng was confident that as long as it was a young disciple of the 9 underworlds, they would be shocked by the combination of these 3 people. However, Long Chen's calmness matched his strength. At this moment, Shangguan Feng said with a smile, "We saw your battle just now. According to our estimation, your strength should be at the peak of the 6th level of the divine martial arts realm. Among the 3 of us, Zhao Yunlong and I are also at this level. As for Lady Qin Shi, she is outstanding and has already comprehended the laws of heaven and earth. Our strength is similar. It's also fate that we can meet here." Long Chen roughly understood what he meant. Just now, he had heard from a group of warriors that the real demon race was in front of them. It could also be the last checkpoint of the 9 underworlds Demon Mountain. Those who dared to pass through here were basically above the 6th level of the divine martial arts realm. Speaking up to here, Shangguan Feng smiled and said, "All right, we have already talked about this, but I still don't know your name." Long Chen thought for a while. He didn't want to be seen as an enemy by the disciples of the 9 families, especially by Qin Shi. Therefore he said calmly, "Jiang Yun Fan, from the Jiang family of Dongshang City, which is under the jurisdiction of the Shangguan family. I believe young Master Shangguan knows about Dongshang City." Hearing the name Dongshang City, Shangguan Feng smiled. He vaguely remembered that there was indeed a medium-sized city in the jurisdiction of the Shangguan family. Of course, he didn't know who lived in that city. The jurisdiction of the Shangguan family was 1/9 of the entire 9 underworlds Demon Mountain. It was so huge that he couldn't remember it clearly. However, since he was a warrior from the jurisdiction of the Shangguan family, it was even easier. Shangguan Feng was very satisfied. But Zhao Yunlong wasn't. He shouted, "Shangguan Feng, if you have something to say, just say it. He's just a disciple from a small family. You don't have to waste so much effort." His eyes were full of contempt. He didn't take Long Chen seriously at all. After hearing about Long Chen's family background, he became even more disinterested. It was indeed impressive for an expert from a small family to reach such a level. However, he did not have the heritage of a large clan. In the future, Shangguan Feng and Zhao Yunlong would definitely leave Long Chen far behind under the nurturing of their clans. Shangguan Feng was slightly angered, but he did not do anything. He acted as if he had not heard Zhao Yunlong's words. He said to Long Chen, "Actually, Brother Zhang has probably already guessed my intentions. The demons that live here are the Poison Shadow clan. They possess the bloodlines of the Wolf clan and the Bat clan. Not only are they extremely fast, their attacks are vicious, and they are also shockingly poisonous. The demons cannot be compared to regular vicious beasts. Their battle prowess is shocking, and they can often kill cultivators who are stronger than them. Our 9 clans have imprisoned the Poison Shadow clan in the 9 underworlds Demon Mountain for several tens of thousands of years. The Poison Shadow clan's hatred for us humans can already be described as monstrous. The competition for the Saint's Fruit that occurs once every 500 years is their only chance for revenge, especially against the young geniuses of the 9 clans. For example, if we move alone and are surrounded by them, our lives really might be in danger. After all, they are a group of vicious madmen. Shangguan Feng and the others just happened to witness Long Chen's battle earlier. They estimated that Long Chen was at the peak of the 6th layer of the divine martial realm. They just happened to run into him, so Shangguan Feng suggested that Long Chen join their group. At the very least, one more person would be more protection. With that, Shangguan Feng looked at Long Chen with some anticipation. Long Chen was actually weighing the pros and cons. If it was really as they said, the more talented the Poison Shadow clan was, the more they would want to kill them. If Long Chen really came across experts of the Poison Shadow clan, it would be impossible for him to die, but there would definitely be a vicious battle. It might even affect the competition for the Saint's Fruit. Of course, if he advanced alone, he would be able to move quickly. He would be able to reach the location of the Saint's Fruit sooner. However, Long Chen discovered that his greatest disadvantage was that he knew nothing about the 9 Darkness Demon Mountain. Li Xuanji did not know much either, while a disciple like Shangguan Ye even knew about the bloodline of the Poison Shadow clan. He probably knew more about the Saint's Tree in the future. As for when the Saint's Fruit would ripen, Long Chen had no idea at all. Moreover, even Qin Shi was in no hurry. Suja had even directly gone underground to kill the myriad evil vine, so there was no need for Long Chen to rush up. The first person to arrive would not be able to obtain the Saint's Fruit. If he stayed with these people, he might be able to obtain even more useful information. After weighing the pros and cons, Long Chen had already made up his mind. On top of that, Qin Shi, Shangguan Feng, and Zhao Yunlong were all peak geniuses of the 9 Darkness Demon domain. They were all people of status and thought very highly of themselves. Even Shangguan Feng was a very prideful person. If Long Chen turned down their invitation, it would be a slap in the face. As a result, Long Chen made up his mind. He smiled and said, "Since you've invited me so warmly, I'd obviously be happy to join you." He did not say anything else. This was enough. Shangguan Feng also smiled when he heard Long Chen's reply. He gently patted Long Chen's shoulder and said, "Then from now on, we're comrades who will fight alongside each other. You're not a member of the 9 great clans, so you might not have enough information. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me." "Thank you." Long Chen nodded. They walked together happily, but Qin Shi remained expressionless. After confirming the matter, she directly turned around and walked in front. Zhao Yunlong also snorted coldly and walked away. Clearly, he was rather displeased that Shangguan Feng treated a disciple of a small clan so politely. In his eyes, Shangguan Feng had lowered the status of the 9 great clans. No matter what, they were finally on their way. Only now did Long Chen carefully examine the desolate forest. Compared to the forest from before, this forest did not have the stench of decay from poisonous beasts. However, it was extremely gloomy and filled with a somber presence. Even the leaves of some trees seemed sharp. The group advanced without saying anything. Long Chen and Shangguan Feng walked at the back, using their spirit-devouring demonic eyes to scan their surroundings. If the so-called Poison Shadow Tribe came, he would definitely be the first to discover them. This forest seems to lead all the way to the peak of the 9 Underworld Demon Mountain, where the holy tree is. The Poison Shadow Tribe might appear along the way, so we can't slack off. There should be around 3,000 Poison Shadow Tribe members, excluding the old, the weak, the women, and the children. Once they reach adulthood, their strength is usually at the 5th grade of the divine realm. According to the demonic race, they are called 5th grade demon gods. However, a portion of them can reach the 6th grade, or even the 7th grade. They're extremely troublesome, and there might be experts that even we can't handle. Fortunately, there are quite a lot of people in this forest, so the Poison Shadow Tribe has to split their attention. Shangguan Feng explained to Long Chen in a low voice as they advanced. Why did you place the demonic race in this place? Long Chen probed. Shangguan Feng smiled. You still don't know? Of course it's to train the younger disciples. Our great Een demon world has always been at odds with the desolate imperial region, and we've had quite a few conflicts with them. It's very likely that we'll fight the demonic race in the future. Let's play a little game. There are 3 chapters today, and each chapter has more than 100 likes. There will be another chapter at 6 in the afternoon. Only computer users can participate. Chapter 1165. After a slight pause, Shangguan Feng continued. As a result, fighting against the demons is a trial that must be attempted in the process of growth. Instead of calling it a fight for the saint's fruit, it's more like a trial for all the young cultivators. To these people, a single trip to the 9 Darkness Demon Mountains will benefit them for the rest of their lives. Long Chen finally understood that the upper echelon of the 9 Darkness Demon region was vicious enough. They would directly let their disciples experience actual combat and survive the Poison Shadow Clan. It would indeed be of great help to every cultivator in the future. A cultivator's mentality and willpower were all battle prowess. They were crucial to becoming experts in the future. In this aspect, Long Chen was the most outstanding one. This was a trial of a huge scale, just like the trials of the 3,000 halls of the True Martial Emperor Palace. The trials of the True Martial Emperor Palace were a type of mission, while the 9 Darkness Demon region gathered everyone together. The latter was a direct competition, so it would be even more difficult, but the effects would probably be better. As long as they passed through this forest, they would be able to reach where the holy tree was. Perhaps everyone had mustered up all their strength to make their final charge. Long Chen asked Shangguan Feng a few more questions before continuing on his way in silence. The mist continued to permeate the forest, but the murderous aura in the air became heavier and heavier. Long Chen suddenly discovered that dazzling red flowers had begun to appear in the bushes beneath the countless huge trees. Upon closer inspection, they were actually bright red roses. Raising his head and looking around, the blood-red roses seemed to be everywhere. They were strange and bloody, and they were everywhere. The blood-red roses were rather eye-catching in the gloomy gray forest. At a closer glance, the roses were actually dripping with blood. Of course, this was not real blood, but a blood-red liquid that was secreted by the blood-red roses. The surrounding atmosphere seemed to become even more terrifying after the blood-red roses appeared. There was a faint rustling sound, which was chilling. The bloody rose has appeared. From now on, this place is the territory of the Poison Shadow Clan. Everyone, be careful. Qin Shi's voice suddenly came from the front. It was the first time she had spoken, and her tone was very cold. Walking through this blood-colored rose forest was quite a frightening feeling. After walking for about half a kilometer, Long Chen was startled. There was the smell of blood in front of him. It seemed that the Poison Shadow race had appeared here. As they continued forward, the smell of blood became thicker and thicker. As expected, they soon discovered more than 10 corpses lying on the ground. Their bodies were covered in blood and had lost all signs of life. Other than the smell of blood, there was also a rancid smell. Judging from their dark corpses, they should have been poisoned. The eyes of the deceased maintained a look of horror, but their brains had been hollowed out. Clearly, before they died, they had experienced an extremely terrifying process. Based on the circumstances of their deaths, these people had clearly been killed by the poison shadow race. Shifting his gaze away from the corpses, he saw an ancient stone tablet in front of him. A murderous aura emanated from the stone tablet. On the stone tablet, there were a few words written in bold and flamboyant calligraphy. It read, "Perished land of the human race." The hatred the poison shadow race had for humans could be seen from the bloody words. Clearly, they had been treated unfairly here. They had been reared here by humans as tools to train the younger generation without any dignity. They were indeed tools, so it was no wonder why the poison shadow race would act so crazily. "You all see it, right? Be careful," Shangguan Feng said. He emotionlessly passed by the corpses and continued onward. All of them were outstanding members of the younger generation, so they obviously would not be affected by these corpses. As they continued onward, Long Chen continued to converse with Shangguan Feng softly. He wanted to learn some information about the saint's fruit from Shangguan Feng, but Shangguan Feng closed his mouth as soon as the fruit was mentioned. He was unwilling to say anything more. Long Chen only knew that the saint's fruit would not ripen in a short amount of time. At the very least, it would not ripen before Shangguan Feng reached the saint's tree. This was a secret. Shangguan Feng did not take Long Chen seriously, so he obviously would not tell Long Chen about it. Li Xuanji remained with her eyes closed in the void realm. She did not move at all. "I've already made it up. I'll be here for at least a day." "Hold on," Long Chen whispered into her ear. "Yeah." She used a slightly nasal voice to tell Long Chen that she was still alive. Long Chen's heart became very heavy when he saw her like that. During the fight for the saint's fruit, everyone was his enemy. Even the people before him were no exception. Long Chen refused to believe that they had no ill intentions towards each other. As a result, he was wary of the people beside him. Around 2 or 3 kilometers later, Long Chen suddenly jerked. He raised his head and clearly, there was a life form in front of him. It had barged into the range of his spirit-devouring eyes. The life form was so fast that it was basically on the same level as the peak of the 6th layer of the divine martial realm. Shangguan Feng had said before that the Poison Shadow tribe had the bloodlines of the Wolf clan and the Bat clan. The Wolf clan bestowed speed, while the Bat clan bestowed poison. This person was clearly from the Poison Shadow tribe. The Poison Shadow tribe probably did not come for Long Chen's group. However, after smelling the scent of humans, it changed directions and quickly headed in Long Chen's direction. Long Chen's behavior caused Shangguan Feng to become rather doubtful. He asked in a hurry, "What's wrong?" As soon as he said that, Shangguan Feng also heard the terrifying sound of something tearing through the air. At that moment, he and Long Chen walked to the side. He was the one closest to the Poison Shadow tribe. Qin Shi and Zhao Yunlong also sensed the existence of the Poison Shadow tribe. Although they were geniuses, it was the first time they had seen a member of the Demon clan. Both of them were a little nervous, so they joined up with Shangguan Feng. However, when they discovered that there was only one person coming, they heaved a sigh of relief and revealed relaxed smiles on their faces. "I'll deal with it," said Shangguan Feng, who was the closest to the Poison Shadow tribe. They were all warriors with high statuses. Of course, they didn't want to have to besiege a puny Poison Shadow tribe. Since Shangguan Feng had spoken first, the other two retreated. They didn't have any objections. As for Long Chen, no one asked for his opinion. At that moment, a gust of wind swept past. A figure appeared in front of Long Chen's group. He quickly made his move. However, in just an instant, Long Chen clearly saw the person's appearance. It was a skinny man, about a meter tall. He was lean and had tanned skin. He looked like steel, hard and full of power. His head was slightly long and narrow, and his eyes were sharp like the eyes of a ferocious beast. His whole body was covered in a thick demonic aura. The most obvious thing was that he had a pair of powerful bat wings on his back. They were like 2 huge blades standing on his back. His hands transformed into claws. The Poison Shadow tribe member attacked Shangguan Feng, who was at the front. Although the monster race could transform into humans, they didn't have peak combat power after that. Generally speaking, they would have 2 combat forms. One of them was similar to a beast warrior, which was the form this Poison Shadow tribe member was using. In this form they had super speed and a certain physical advantage. It should be known that the monster race was very terrifying in terms of physical strength. This Poison Shadow tribe member was only a 5th grade Fey god, but he had a physical body equivalent to a 6th grade divine body refining battle skill. If he was a 6th grade Fey god, he would be almost as strong as Long Chen. The other form was, of course, the complete monster beast form. This form had the most terrifying attack power and physical body, but the degree of flexibility would be slightly reduced. Regardless, it was still the strongest form of the monster race. Back then, Xiao Lang was at his strongest when he transformed into the sun-devouring monstrous wolf form. Shangguan Feng didn't say anything and started fighting with this Poison Shadow tribe member. Obviously, the Poison Shadow tribe member had underestimated the strength of Long Chen and the others. He was just an ordinary member of the Poison Shadow tribe member. He had just reached adulthood and was a 5th grade Fey god. At most, he could only deal with a warrior who had just entered the 6th grade divine martial realm. After all, these warriors were still young, lacked combat experience, and lacked mental strength. However, he was naturally not a match for a peak martialist like Shangguan Feng. Shangguan Feng had cultivated quite a few grade 7 divine skill battle techniques. Now that he used them, he was able to suppress the Poison Shadow race member. But what made Long Chen a little shocked was that he didn't find any fear in this Poison Shadow tribe member. He just looked at death calmly. His attacks were very crazy, and his eyes were completely bloodshot. When he attacked, he didn't defend at all. Every move was very ruthless. For a moment, he really suppressed Shangguan Feng. However, Shangguan Feng quickly reacted and regained the upper hand. That Poison Shadow tribe member let out a shrill scream. Seeing that Shangguan Feng and Long Chen were helping him, he knew that he had hit a nail on the head today. If he persisted, he would only die here in vain. So after fighting for a while, he used a move to force Shangguan Feng to retreat, and then ran away quickly. "You guys wait here for a moment. I'll be right back." Shangguan Feng calmly chased after him. Behind him, Zhao Yunlong smiled disdainfully and said, "Shangguan Feng is getting worse and worse. If it were me, I would definitely kill this thing in a few moves. I wouldn't have to spend so much effort." Unfortunately, no one paid attention to him. Qin Shi ignored him, so Zhao Yunlong accepted it. He didn't expect that Long Chen would also ignore him. Zhao Yunlong glared at Long Chen, clenched his fists, and said to Long Chen, "What are you looking at? Believe it or not, I will destroy your family in Dongxing City." Chapter 1166. His life or death had nothing to do with Long Chen. Besides, Shangguan Feng wasn't too far away from Long Chen's group. In just a few li, he had caught up with the Poison Shadow tribesmen. However, his luck wasn't as good this time. No matter what, Shangguan Feng was the strongest genius in the Shangguan clan within 100 years of age. His cultivation base was almost the same as Chu Tiange's, but he didn't have Chu Tiange's clear sky sword, so he was still a rare opponent. Unknowingly, Long Chen had become a true expert who could stand shoulder to shoulder with Chu Tiange. From now on, he didn't need to sacrifice his blood to fight Chu Tiange anymore. He had always been getting stronger. About 15 minutes later, Shangguan Feng came back without any injuries. He had an excited smile on his face, and as soon as he came back, he said to the crowd, "After I subdued that guy, I used my Shangguan clan's secret technique to interrogate him. Guess what kind of shocking news I've obtained from him?" His words had piqued Zhao Yunlong's interest. He hurriedly said, "If you have something to say, just say it, don't beat around the bush." Shangguan Feng chuckled, then he walked to the middle of the crowd and said mysteriously, "The Poison Shadow tribesman has left their nest. Only the old, weak, women, and children are left in their nest." Speaking up to here, Zhao Yunlong's eyes lit up. "You mean, you know the way to their nest? Every time the 9 secluded demon mountain opens, the Poison Shadow tribesmen will kill a large number of warriors and obtain their wealth. I'm sure there's a lot of wealth in their nest." Although Qin Shi didn't say anything, her eyes showed that she was also very interested in the Poison Shadow tribesman's nest. Shangguan Feng let out a disdainful smile and said, "A genius from the Zhao clan shouldn't be interested in these wealth. Of course, I do know what's wrong with their nest, and I also know that they've collected a very precious thing in their nest." If even Shangguan Feng said that it was a very precious thing, then it must be very precious. "Shangguan Feng, I know why that Poison Shadow tribesman was able to escape from you. It must be because you let him go, and then you found a place to get the information from him, right?" Zhao Yunlong had a look of realization. Then he continued, "Tell me the truth. What exactly is in their lair?" Before Shangguanfeng could say anything, Qin Shi interjected, "Shangguanfeng, according to your personality, shouldn't you keep all the good stuff for yourself? Why did you come back and tell us that you want to share it with us?" She was not as reckless as Zhao Yunlong. She was still skeptical about this matter. Shangguanfeng said frankly originally, "I plan to take it all for myself, but it's too far from here. There will definitely be a lot of poisoned Shadow Tribe members on the way. I can't take it all by myself. Besides, we're a team now. If there's something good, we should share it, right?" At the end of the sentence he laughed. "I'm afraid the first half is true." Qin Shi didn't give him any face at all. She looked at him coldly and said, "However, if they were in Shangguanfeng's shoes, they would have done the same." It was obvious that Shangguanfeng had asked for their help because he could not swallow this thing. From the beginning to the end, they did not ask for Long Chen's opinion. It was as if they had forgotten about Long Chen. At this time, Shangguanfeng had kept them in suspense. A strange light flashed in his eyes. He shrugged and said, "That thing, you guys definitely won't think of it. It's the Thunder Heart that can form a 9th-grade body refining technique if it is integrated into one's body." Thunder Heart. Hearing this name, Zhao Yunlong's face became fanatical and greedy. Qin Shi's expression also tightened. She asked in disbelief, "Are you sure it's the Thunder Heart?" "Of course." Shangguanfeng nodded. He couldn't see any flaws in it. Only one person had a strange smile on his face. Looking at the expressions of the three of them, he wondered what Long Chen would think if he told them that he had a Thunder Heart in the Great Virtual Realm. Long Chen guessed that there shouldn't be too many things like the Thunder Heart in the 9 Phantom Demon Mountain. What Shangguanfeng said was true. He still could not make a conclusion on this point. They were not in a hurry about the saint's fruit. They were certain that it would take some time for it to ripen, so Long Chen was not in a hurry either. "I've decided to go to their lair to take a look. What do you two think? If you don't have the courage, I'll have to go alone." Shangguanfeng looked at the two of them indifferently, waiting for Qin Shi and Zhao Yunlong's answer. As for Long Chen, who was standing to the side, he had basically been ignored. "Of course we're going. Wouldn't it be too much of a loss if you, Shangguanfeng, obtained such a heaven-defying item by yourself?" Zhao Yunlong said without any hesitation. "Lady Qin Shi, what about you?" Shangguanfeng asked gently and elegantly. "I'll go." Qin Shi did not hesitate. Even she was very interested in something like the Thunder Heart. The three of them made up their minds. Just when they were about to stand up, Shangguanfeng suddenly thought of Long Chen. He said hurriedly, "Brother Jiang, I'm really sorry I forgot about you. We're going to the nest of the Poison Shadow Clan. Do you want to come?" Before Long Chen could reply, Zhao Yunlong said, "Brother Shangguan, there's only one Thunder Heart. The three of us won't even be enough. Isn't this just adding?" Before Zhao Yunlong could finish, Long Chen suddenly smiled and said, "Since we're already here, we obviously have to go." "You're right. There's only one Thunder Heart, and even 3 people won't be enough. So what's the harm in adding one more person? We'll work together on the way there. When the time comes, it'll probably be up to everyone's own abilities as to who gets the Thunder Heart." Long Chen's words had successfully stirred up the thoughts hidden in everyone's hearts. Everyone understood very well that if a Thunderbolt core was placed in front of them, no one would compromise. When the time came, the 4-man team would definitely disband and enter a state of chaos. They were now comrades, but when the time came, they would be enemies. After all, no one would want to give up on something like a Thunder Heart. However, it was not convenient to say much about this matter. It was fine as long as everyone knew it. Zhao Yunlong looked coldly at Long Chen and said, "When the time comes, the first person I'll kill will be you, the talkative one." After saying that, he let Shangguanfeng lead the way. The 4 of them did not say anything else and started to follow Shangguanfeng at full speed. Long Chen ran at the back. In terms of speed, he was even faster than Qin Shi. At this time, his speed was no different from taking a stroll. There might be 2 Thunder Hearts. If Shangguanyin knew about such a precious thing, he would really come back and tell everyone, and let everyone go to that place to compete. If he couldn't get the Thunder Heart, there would be no benefit at all. Long Chen's mind raced, and he could roughly understand what kind of scheme Shangguanfeng was playing in his head. As everyone continued to move forward, they went deeper and deeper into the forest. The blood roses in the forest became more and more beautiful, and the austere aura became more and more frightening. It was as if there was killing intent in all directions. For the sake of the Thunderheart, everyone's speed became faster and faster. They no longer cared how many Poison Shadow Clan members they would attract. The Poison Shadow Clan was active in this forest, and a large number of warriors had died at their hands. In fact, to be able to pass through the Sea of Fog, and then through the Poisonous Beast Forest, as well as the place where the myriad evil vines were, was already very difficult. Basically, not many people could reach this point. Along the way, Long Chen and the others encountered two teams of martial artists. There were casualties in their teams, and everyone's complexion wasn't very good. It was clear that the battles they had experienced were extremely tragic. The Poison Shadow Clan was much more terrifying than they had imagined. Most importantly, if a team was discovered and some members of the Poison Shadow Clan tried to escape in a short time, they would attract a large number of their companions until they were all killed. As Long Chen's group of 4 advanced, they encountered a few more waves of Poison Shadow Clan members. The highest number they encountered was 5. However, they were not strong. Each of them dealt with 1 Poison Shadow Clan member while Qin Shi dealt with 2 Poison Shadow Clan members. It did not take long for them to kill off their opponents. Not a single one managed to escape. The Poison Shadow Clan's Devil Clan was very cold, and they did not show the slightest bit of mercy. Not only did they have a battle state similar to the Beast Warriors, but they were also much stronger when they showed their true forms. Long Chen could be considered to have witnessed the true power of the Devil Clan. Between a Devil Clan member and a Sword Warrior of the same level, a Devil Clan member would not be weaker than a Sword Warrior, but a pure martial cultivator would be at a slight disadvantage. In the blink of an eye, half a day had passed. Zhao Yunlong became rather impatient. He called out, "Shangguan Feng, just how much further?" "There's no need to hurry. We'll arrive in less than an hour," Shangguan Feng replied easily. Zhao Yunlong raised his head. He could vaguely make out MOU within the chains of lightning. When he saw MOU's position, he said rather impatiently, "If I can't reach the top before the saint's fruit ripens, I'll make you crawl down the mountain." "Do you have the ability to do that?" Shangguan Feng rolled his eyes and said with some disdain. "Looks like you're looking for a beating." Zhao Yunlong stopped and stared at Shangguan Feng with a sunken gaze. With just a few words, the tension between the two of them had risen. During this period of time, Long Chen had always been at the back. Basically, even if the Poison Shadow Clan appeared, it would not be his turn to fight. He seemed to have been ignored by the other 3. Originally, Long Chen was worried that they would not be able to make it in time for the saint's fruit to ripen. Fortunately, their path was curved, but it still led to the top. Just as Shangguan Feng and Zhao Yunlong were quarreling, Long Chen's Soul Eye technique had already captured quite a number of people. He was a little apprehensive. This was probably the most terrifying attack they had ever encountered from the demon race. It seemed like their whereabouts had already been discovered by some of the demon race. Chapter 1167. Along the way, they had left behind many corpses of the Poison Shadow Clan. From this, it could be seen that the intruders knew that these people were extraordinarily strong. Long Chen turned his head and quickly saw a number of afterimages approaching from afar. They quickly shifted their bodies in the blood-red forest. Those afterimages quickly descended around Long Chen and the others, completely surrounding them. There were a total of 7 or 8 people, all of whom were experts from the Poison Shadow Clan. Everyone's face changed when they encountered such a sudden attack. Shangguan Feng stopped quarreling with Zhao Yunlong and quickly gathered with Qin Shi and the other 2. Long Chen looked around. These Poison Shadow Clan members were basically 6th-grade demon immortals. There wasn't even a 5th-grade demon immortal. Among the 6th-grade demon immortals, there were also weak and strong ones. The strongest one could instantly kill the weakest, just like the 6th tier of the Divine Martial Realm. Among the 8 6th-grade demon immortals present, 2 of them were equivalent to the 6th tier of the Divine Martial Realm, which was the same level as everyone else. However, the fighting strength of the demon clan was sometimes extraordinarily strong. Even Qin Shi didn't dare to act rashly in the face of the powerful 6th-grade demon immortals. In the eyes of these demon immortals, Long Chen saw monstrous hatred. Every demon immortal was burning with a flame of anger. They clenched their claws tightly, making terrifying sounds. 2 of the leaders were dressed differently from the others. They stood together and looked like a pair of brothers. At this moment, they were scrutinizing the crowd and flashed a smile that made people's hair stand on end. One of them clenched his teeth and said coldly, "I didn't expect our luck to be so good. The 4 of you must be the genius warriors of the top 9 great clans. The 9 great clans owe our Poison Shadow tribe so much. Today, we brothers will give your clan a big gift." "With just you? Wait until I beat you up. Let's see if you still dare to say such big words," Zhao Yunlong coldly snorted. After he finished speaking, the leader of the Poison Shadow clan looked at him with a gloomy gaze and said, "Big brother, leave this human horn to me." The person next to him basically looked the same as him. He glanced around and looked at Qin Shi. Qin Shi had an aura that made him feel fear. If such an expert were to be killed, the 9 Serenities demon realm would suffer a great loss, and the vengeance of the Poison Shadow tribe would be somewhat avenged. Thinking of the vengeance of his tribe, he clenched his sharp teeth and said, "I'll deal with this woman. The rest of you do your best. Kill the others as soon as possible. Then come and help me." They could tell that Qin Shi was the strongest among them. As for Long Chen, he had never caught their attention. In a very short period of time, they had allocated their opponents. The 2 strongest among them were to deal with Zhao Yunlong and Qin Shi respectively. As for the other 6, one of them was to deal with Long Chen, and one of them to deal with Zhao Yunlong together with their leader. As for the other 4, they all went after Shangguan Feng. In their opinion, a mere human at the 3rd level of the divine martial realm could be easily dealt with by a 6th-grade demon immortal in a matter of minutes. At this moment, a chaotic battle was about to break out. The leader of the Poison Shadow tribe first restrained Qin Shi, who was a big trouble, while the others also went after their opponents one after another. The Poison Shadow tribe had a very strong advantage, and that was that they were very fast and strong. In a short period of time, they could completely separate Long Chen's group of 4. Of course, Long Chen's group of 4 didn't have a united mind. For them, it was best to deal with their opponents separately. Among them, Zhao Yunlong and Shangguan Feng were the main targets. Facing 4 6th-grade demon immortals, Shangguan Feng was surrounded for a moment. Their terrifying attacks completely submerged him. At the same time, Zhao Yunlong also faced the leader of the Poison Shadow tribe. This leader's battle prowess was several times that of the other Poison Shadow tribe members. Next to him, there was another Poison Shadow tribe member assisting him. The poison of the Poison Shadow tribe was causing great trouble for Zhao Yunlong. As for Qin Shi, she did not stand out at all. She dealt with her opponents in a normal manner. She did not seem to be worried for Shangguan Feng and Zhao Yunlong at all. The intense battle immediately turned the surroundings into a mess. Large swathes of trees fell, and the distance between the Poison Shadow tribe members grew wider and wider as they fought. Coupled with the mist in the forest, they were separated by over 20 meters very soon. If someone died, it would be very difficult for the others to take care of them. However, they probably did not plan on taking care of each other. After all, in the fight for the Saint's Fruit, one more death meant one less competitor. To Long Chen, this was only a 6th-grade demon immortal from the Poison Shadow tribe. This was not the first time he had dealt with an opponent like that, but this time, Long Chen dealt with him in an especially clean manner. "You humans are extraordinarily slow," the Poison Shadow tribe member spun around him. The Poison Shadow race spun around him. Because he had a pair of bat wings, his speed was extremely fast. One could only see a blurry afterimage. "Is that so?" When his opponent began to attack, Long Chen laughed. He actually vanished, and in the next moment, he appeared behind the Poison Shadow tribe member. "What?" The Poison Shadow tribe member was completely stunned. "You're just too slow." Long Chen did not use the Scarlet Blood Desolation. He casually threw a punch at his opponent, and the great strength of his body caused the air to explode time and time again. "Are you an idiot to compete with a demon with your body?" The Poison Shadow tribe member trembled in fear after witnessing Long Chen's speed. If Long Chen had used a battle skill earlier, it was very likely that he would have been injured. Unfortunately, Long Chen only competed with his body. The Poison Shadow tribe member was pleased. It was rare for him to encounter an idiot, so he needed to treat him well. He turned around and clawed. His claws, which were no different from a wolf's claws, flickered with a terrifying light. One look and one could tell that they were no weaker than some divine weapons. The fist and claw collided. With a cracking sound, the Poison Shadow tribe member's bones were fractured. Long Chen used a strong force to shake off his claws. His fingertips were like electric drills. In the blink of an eye, they pierced into the Poison Shadow Tribe member's head. The violent force rushed into the Poison Shadow Tribe member's head, causing it to explode. Long Chen quickly retreated, leaving behind a corpse on the ground. To be able to kill a demon with his body, Long Chen could be considered a miracle in the true martial domain's human race. Long Chen was better at what the Poison Shadow Tribe member was good at. After finishing off his opponent, he looked back and saw that Shangguan Feng and Zhao Yunlong were in a bitter fight. Qin Shi was still fighting with ease. Of course, her opponent was also very strong. Even if she used all her strength, it would be difficult for her to defeat her opponent in a short time. As for Shangguan Feng, he was surrounded by 4 6th-grade demon immortals. No matter how they attacked, it would be difficult for them to catch up. Zhao Yunlong was in danger. Under the attacks of 2 6th-grade demon immortals, he could be said to be in grave danger. At this moment, they were shocked to see that Long Chen had actually finished off his opponent. His speed was too fast. Zhao Yunlong, who had initially looked down on Long Chen, actually felt some admiration for him now. When Long Chen was dealing with the Poison Shadow Tribe member, he had seen it from the corner of his eye. Zhao Yunlong admitted that he would not be able to do such a frightening and clean attack. The people from the Poison Shadow Tribe also saw Long Chen's victory. Restrain him. I'll meet up with you after I kill this one, the leader of the group dealing with Zhao Yunlong said to the other Poison Shadow Tribe member who was attacking Zhao Yunlong. Yes. That Poison Shadow Tribe member broke through the wind and attacked Long Chen. What puzzled everyone was that Long Chen actually turned and fled. The Poison Shadow Tribe member was stunned for a moment before he hurriedly chased after him. The two figures quickly plunged into the mist and disappeared before everyone's eyes. What the hell is this kid doing? Although he had one less opponent, Zhao Yunlong still found it hard to endure. This Poison Shadow Tribe martial artist's combat prowess had far exceeded his imagination. Whether it was his speed or his physical strength, they were a headache to deal with. Most importantly, his opponent was actually releasing poison gas. His claws and other attacking methods contained a dark green light. As long as his claws lightly scratched someone's skin, that astonishing poison would enter their body and destroy their blood vessels. If this continued for a long time, no one would be able to endure it. Therefore, everyone had to be very careful in the battle against the Poison Shadow Tribe member. There was no one like Long Chen who was so direct. Trying to run? The Poison Shadow Tribe member relied on his speed to quickly catch up. His sharp claws transformed into countless claw marks that grabbed at Long Chen's head. With a swoosh, a golden bolt of lightning flashed behind his opponent's head. Long Chen's fist directly hit the Poison Shadow Tribe member's head. That terrifying force instantly made the Poison Shadow Tribe member feel a fatal dizziness. Long Chen grabbed his head and moved it in front of his eyes. The soul-controlling art of the devouring demon eyes was quickly activated. Under Long Chen's strong temptation, the opponent quickly became addicted. "Is there a thunder core in your lair?" asked Long Chen. "No." After saying this, the martialist suddenly turned his head. At this moment, the dizziness in his head had already disappeared. When he saw that he was actually so close to Long Chen, he jumped in fright. He used a violent force to break free from Long Chen's grasp. With a roar, he retreated rapidly, his body emitting thick, dark green smoke. This was all poison gas. However, this simple poison gas had no effect on Long Chen. Chapter 1168. His current appearance was the most suitable for battle. Among the demon clan, it was not the size that was powerful. Some of the demon clan were very, very small, even like a small bird. But when they unleashed their power, they could still shake the heavens and the earth, killing millions of opponents. A pair of huge bat wings appeared behind the black giant wolf. Hiss! The wings flapped, and the wind howled. The terrifying wind blew the surrounding blood-colored roses away, and many towering trees were uprooted. This was the true combat power of the Poison Shadow Tribe. That terrifying physical body, that 1-meter-long claws that were as sharp as blades, and that majestic demonic chi. They were even more terrifying than the current Long Chen. Swoosh! Under the drive of the powerful wings, the speed of the Poison Shadow Clan did not retreat. Instead, it advanced, and its agility did not decrease. It opened its mouth, and a thick black fog swept towards Long Chen. The flowers and trees along the way withered, showing how terrifying this poisonous gas was. With a casual step on the ground, the earth trembled. However, this was not enough to make Long Chen cower. Under the terrifying pressure of the Poison Shadow Clan, a blood-colored long sword gradually appeared in Long Chen's hand. A bloody aura was emitted from this long sword. On Long Chen's body, there was a faint aura of a dragon. This aura was gradually revealed, to the extent that it made the demonic beasts revere it. The black and cold eyes of the Poison Shadow Clan flickered when they saw Long Chen, and they subconsciously retreated. When he realized that he was actually frightened by Long Chen, he was furious. He roared and rushed forward. Under his terrifying body, the earth trembled. The claws that were like blades, a total of 10, danced in the air. It was actually a set of mysterious swordsmanship. Although the demonic beasts did not have the talent of the human clan, after experiencing countless years of battle, they also had their own set of comprehension. At this moment, the comprehension of the Poison Shadow Clan was not simple. Of course, this did not scare Long Chen. God-murdering sword formation, sword explosion. The blood-red sword chi torrent passed by, and the Poison Shadow Clan was no longer there. With Long Chen's current strength, he could easily finish him off with one move. After all, in terms of divine spirit, this Poison Shadow Clan was equivalent to a warrior who had just entered the 6th tier of the divine martial arts realm, which was Yi Zheng's realm back then. Long Chen had killed many of them. After defeating his opponent, Long Chen fell into deep thought. This Shangguan Feng actually used the Thunder Core to deceive us. Just what is his goal? It was impossible to understand just by thinking about it. Looks like I can't follow this guy anymore. I'd better move forward on my own. No, at this point, he even dared to lie to Qin Shi. He must have some basis. Long Chen thought for a while and made a decision in his mind. He couldn't follow Shangguan Feng anymore. If he followed them openly, it would be easy for him to fall into Shangguan Feng's trap. However, he had the Soul Eye technique so he could follow them secretly. The three of them definitely wouldn't be able to detect him. That way, he could see what Shangguan Feng was planning. Of course, he couldn't just let it go like this. Originally, he wanted to teach Shangguan Feng a lesson, but after thinking about it, Long Chen smiled. This Zhao Yunlong seems to be quite unreasonable. Before I leave, I have to give him a gift. Otherwise, it would seem that I, Long Chen, am stingy. Thinking of this, Long Chen held the Blood Desolation sword in his hand and transformed into a golden bolt of lightning, whistling as he rushed back. While he was fighting with this Poison Shadow Clan, the other Poison Shadow Clan members had pulled away from each other. They had actually transformed into their true bodies to fight with Qin Shi and the others. The Poison Shadow race had the bloodlines of the wolf race and the bat race. They all had the strong bodies of wolves and the wings of bats. Under their frenzied attacks, Qin Shi, Shangguan Feng, and Zhao Yunlong could no longer see each other. They could only vaguely hear the movements coming from nearby. They were still nearby. Shangguan Feng was already in an extremely difficult situation while dealing with the 4 Poison Shadow Clan members. During the battle, he had already been scratched by the claw of one of the Poison Shadow Clan members. The Poison Shadow Clan's poison had already entered his body. Fortunately, Shangguan Feng had probably prepared a way to deal with the Poison Shadow Clan's poison before entering the 9 Underworld Demon Mountain. After taking some medicinal pills during the battle, he was still able to deal with it. As for Zhao Yunlong, he was in an even worse state. His opponent was too strong and was the leader of the Poison Shadow Clan. At this moment, Zhao Yunlong's body was already riddled with wounds. Similarly, his opponent was also riddled with wounds. As for Qin Shi, she was still easily dealing with her opponent. This Qin Shi is not easy to deal with. Of course, she won't let Zhao Yunlong and Shangguan Feng die. After all, she wants to obtain the Thunder Core, and she needs Shangguan Feng to lead the way. However, Qin Shi is very happy to see them get injured and learn a lesson. I reckon that Qin Shi will only make her move when they can't hold on any longer. At this time, Long Chen had already appeared in the vision of the 3 parties. Seeing him finish off his opponent, everyone had a look of disbelief on their faces. Then let me add some fuel to the fire. Long Chen smiled coldly. With a flash, he rushed towards Zhao Yunlong. Brother Zhao, let me lend you a hand. When he heard Long Chen's figure, Zhao Yunlong, who was already in a terrible fight with his opponent, seemed to see a ray of hope. He looked at Long Chen in ecstasy. He suddenly felt that Long Chen was actually very cute at this moment. Zhao Yunlong had not taken Long Chen seriously before. He had never imagined that Long Chen would actually become his savior at this time. This kid is really a hothead. If I had encountered such contempt and provocation, I definitely wouldn't have made a move, Zhao Yunlong thought to himself. The poisoned shadow tribesman, who was fighting against Zhao Yunlong, had originally been able to kill Zhao Yunlong and help his big brother. However, now that Long Chen had appeared, the poisoned shadow tribesman was startled. He stopped attacking and looked at Long Chen and Zhao Yunlong warily. At this time, Long Chen had already rushed to Zhao Yunlong's side. He looked at the poisoned shadow clan member warily. "Brother Jiang, let's attack together." Zhao Yunlong was overjoyed as he looked at Long Chen. This hothead had actually come to help him. He was overjoyed and his will to fight reignited. The two of them attacked together, charging towards the poisoned shadow clan member. When Long Chen made his move, he smiled shamelessly. The desolate scarlet blood sword in his hand suddenly changed direction and chopped off Zhao Yunlong's legs. Two white, blood-stained legs flew out. Zhao Yunlong let out a miserable shriek of disbelief, his eyes bulging out of his sockets. He turned around with much difficulty and saw Long Chen smiling faintly. "This is a gift for you." After saying that, a golden bolt of lightning instantly disappeared before Zhao Yunlong's eyes. At this moment, Zhao Yunlong finally realized what had happened. He had thought that Long Chen was a hothead who wasn't ruthless enough. He had never imagined that Long Chen would be much more ruthless than he had imagined. A pair of legs had been chopped off just like that. Although he had a supreme golden body and could recover, that heart-wrenching pain still existed, especially since Zhao Yunlong was still dealing with the poisoned shadow clan member. The eyes of the poisoned shadow clan member glowed with a bloody light. He had also seen this sudden turn of events. The human race is indeed a treacherous and emotionless race. They can even betray their own comrades. This is a good opportunity for me. The poisoned shadow clan member took advantage of this opportunity. His blade-like claws slammed into Zhao Yunlong's body, instantly destroying nearly half of it. Zhao Yunlong let out another earth-shattering scream. He had already lost almost half of his life. By this time, Long Chen had already escaped without a trace. "Jiang Yunfan." Zhao Yunlong's blood-curdling scream came from behind him. Long Chen didn't mind since he wasn't the one calling out. Actually, he wasn't a vicious person. He just wanted to teach Zhao Yunlong a lesson. He knew that Qin Shi would still save him in the end. After all, the three of them were the ones who had agreed to work together. When their lives were in danger, Qin Shi would definitely make a move. Because they had to deal with the remaining poisoned Shadow Clan members, and Zhao Yunlong's injuries were too severe, they definitely wouldn't continue chasing Long Chen. Long Chen stood half a kilometer away from them and used his spirit-devouring demon eye to see how they would handle this. Indeed, Qin Shi's valiance exceeded Long Chen's expectations. She had rescued Zhao Yunlong in a short time and killed his opponent at the same time. She had placed Zhao Yunlong on the ground and allowed him to recuperate on his own. Only then had she truly unleashed her most powerful attack against her previous opponent. What she had unleashed was definitely a 7th-grade divine technique. Although Long Chen was 500 meters away, he could feel every time the earth shook and the mountains shook. This woman has a world king as her master, so her starting point is much higher than mine. It won't be easy to take the saint's fruit from her. Long Chen actually had another reason for attacking Zhao Yunlong, which was to draw out Qin Shi's true battle prowess. Long Chen had no time to waste on her. Although he couldn't see the battle directly, the rumbling from a kilometer away was definitely shocking enough. Violent attacks after violent attacks and the howls of the poisoned Shadow Clan members. This battle lasted for another quarter of an hour before it ended. Qin Shi killed her opponent and helped Shangguan Feng kill the other members of the poisoned Shadow Clan. Then, they brought Zhao Yunlong and left the place immediately. After all, with such a huge commotion, the other members of the poisoned Shadow Clan might have already found out about it. After learning their lesson, they were very careful and did not leave any traces along the way. Meanwhile, Long Chen followed behind them. With the invincible golden body, a destroyed body could be restored to its original state. Although Zhao Yunlong had recovered from his heavy injuries, he had become extremely weak. It would probably be very difficult for him to recover without resting for a few days. Jiang Yunfan, that bastard. He actually dared to attack me. If I see him again, I'll definitely rip him to shreds, Zhao Yunlong roared out furiously. Chapter 1169. After the previous battle, she was very clear about Long Chen's battle prowess. Not his match. Shangguan Feng was stunned. In other words, even he was not Long Chen's opponent. Just who was this kid? How could such an expert appear in Dongshang City? Qin Shi was very good at judging people. It was impossible for her to be wrong. So why was this cultivator called Jiang Yunfan so powerful? No matter what, this kid dared to trick me. I can't let him have it easy. Once we get out of the 9 Underworld Demon Mountain, I will dig out his background. What Dongshang City? What Jiang family? I will destroy them all. Zhao Yunlong said viciously. This time, he had suffered a terrible defeat against Long Chen. He had never been so heavily injured before. Shangguan Feng and Qin Shi looked at each other. This Zhao Yunlong might seem arrogant, but in fact, his IQ was no match for the other two. Now that he was seriously injured, the two of them were still carrying him. This was already a mercy to him. However, Zhao Yunlong clearly did not think of this. "Oh right, Shangguan Feng, you clearly know he's not a good person, so why did you bring him into our group? It's all your fault." Zhao Yunlong put the blame on Shangguan Feng. Shangguan Feng rolled his eyes and said, "I saw that he was strong and mysterious, so I wanted to bring him along to test him out. But then I discovered that he really is just a cultivator from a small place. He only has some genius skills, so there's nothing to worry about. It's just that from his performance just now, we've all underestimated him." Shangguan Feng's attitude made Zhao Yunlong very unhappy. "Stop arguing. Now is not the time. Didn't you say that the lair of the Poison Shadow clan is just up ahead? Let's quickly obtain the lightning core and then go fight for the Saint's Fruit. I think the other people of the 9 great clans are already here. I wonder what Suge is trying to do with the myriad evil vine." Qin Shi thought. She felt that something was wrong. Just what was it? She could not understand it at this moment. In fact, the reason why Qin Shi came to the 9 secluded Demon Mountain with Shangguan Ya and met up with Shangguan Feng was because Qin Shi was adopted by the Shangguan clan when she was young. She was taken away by the Realm King after she showed her talent. The Realm King of the 9 secluded demon realm didn't belong to any clan, unlike the Yang clan of the profound Yin demon realm. Because of this friendship, Qin Shi did not expect that the Heart of Thunder was actually fake news. Long Chen, who was following behind them, also found it strange. What was Shangguan Feng's purpose in doing this? The Thunder Core was in Long Chen's hands. Therefore, Long Chen did not think that the Poison Shadow tribe's lair would have a Thunder Core. Therefore, he had used soul control on one of the Poison Shadow tribe demons. All of this would only be revealed when they reached the Poison Shadow tribe's lair. Long Chen held his breath. In this boundless fog, the other party would not be able to detect his presence at a distance of 500 meters. They soon arrived at the so-called lair of the Poison Shadow tribe. What appeared in front of them was a dark cave hidden in the forest. The Poison Shadow tribe lived in this cave. From this cave, Long Chen heard an earth-shattering rumble. This was the sound of a waterfall. There should be water in this cave. This cave was not difficult to find. At this time, the Poison Shadow tribe had abandoned the old, young, women, and children. There must be something that Long Chen could not understand. The lair is here. It's so obvious. Zhao Yunlong's face was pale. He was somewhat unwilling to believe it. In fact, if not for the rumbling sound of water coming from inside, this cave could be considered hidden. "If you don't believe me, you don't have to come in," Shangguan Feng said coldly. Then, he walked in side by side with Qin Shi. Zhao Yunlong's face froze, then turned ashen. He gritted his teeth and stared at Shangguan Feng's back. He said coldly in his heart, "Shangguan Feng, don't let me get a chance. Otherwise, I will make you wish you were dead." After saying that, he followed the others in. This cave was not big. It was only 10 meters wide and 4 meters tall. The sound of water inside was deafening. Following them, Long Chen also walked in easily. He had the divine breath technique. At the same time, he floated lightly in mid-air. In this place where the sound of water was so loud, it was not easy to detect Long Chen's presence. Moreover, Long Chen used the spirit-devouring demon eye to constantly monitor them. Long Chen knew that his doubts would soon be resolved. The 3 of them were silent. After walking for about a kilometer in this cave, the rumbling sound in front of them grew louder. Just as Zhao Yunlong's patience was about to run out, they finally saw the end of the cave. This is a hollow mountain belly. There is a waterfall in front, and a deep pool below the waterfall. The lair of the poisoned shadow tribe is hidden in a cave covered by the waterfall. This place seems exposed, but it is actually very well hidden. With the power of the soul-suppressing stone, who would have guessed that there would be a cave hidden in the waterfall? Shangguan Feng said as he walked. Qin Shi and Zhao Yunlong both had a look of realization on their faces. Soon, they walked to the entrance of the cave. Indeed, there was a huge hollow mountain belly in front of them. This hollow place was not wide, but it was very deep. Perhaps it extended all the way to the foot of the mountain. Everyone was surprised that such a place existed. In front of them was an incomparably huge rock. Above the rock, there was a mountain river flowing from an unknown source. This river gushed down and turned into a waterfall in front of the rock, rushing into the endless abyss below. The water that collided with the mountain wall splashed white water all over the sky. From the abyss below, there was a deafening roar, and water splashed everywhere. Qin Shi and the other two people's gazes simultaneously shifted towards the waterfall. At this point, they should have believed that Shangguan Feng knew the geographical environment of this place from a very far place. Obviously, what he said should be true. The lair of the poisoned shadow tribe was hidden in this waterfall. Who would have thought that there would be another world inside the waterfall? This place indeed seemed exposed, but in fact, it was very well hidden. Looking at the waterfall, everyone's expressions changed. Something like the Thunderheart involved the question of ownership. Qin Shi didn't move at first, but looked at Shangguan Feng. At this time, the seriously injured Zhao Yunlong was automatically ignored by them. Shangguan Feng smiled brightly and said, "Actually, I already have an answer to this question in my heart. Actually, there is a reason why I brought you here. Of course, the Thunderheart belongs to you, and I don't have the ability to compete with you. However, I also have a request. Otherwise, I wouldn't have given this Thunderheart to you for nothing. Am I right?" These words were said to Qin Shi. As for Zhao Yunlong, he could only sulk with an ashen face. After all, his life was saved by Qin Shi in the end. "What are your conditions?" Hearing Shangguan Feng say this, Qin Shi finally let out a sigh of relief. Previously, she had always felt that something was wrong. Shangguan Feng clearly knew that she was strong, so why did he still bring her to the Thunderheart? After they arrived, who would the Thunderheart belong to? Now she had the answer. Shangguan Feng smiled and said, "My Shangguan family has also helped you in the past. Of course, this is all in the past, and it's meaningless to talk about it now. I'll be straightforward. I want the Soaring Heaven Stalactite. I've already obtained my family's 8th grade God tier body refining battle skill, the Soaring Heaven Divine Body. Only the Soaring Heaven Stalactite can help me succeed in a short period of time. I know that the World King once bestowed the Soaring Heaven Stalactite to you, so..." Qin Shi was speechless. She murmured, "I didn't expect you to actually obtain the Soaring Heaven Divine Body. Congratulations." As for the Soaring Heaven Stalactite, Qin Shi thought about it carefully. Using the Soaring Heaven Stalactite to exchange for the Thunderheart was actually a great deal. The value of the Thunderheart far exceeded the Soaring Heaven Stalactite. Shangguan Feng's boldness to use the Thunderheart to exchange for the most suitable Soaring Heaven Stalactite was something that Qin Shi greatly admired. "I can only wait until I obtain the Thunderheart before I give the Soaring Heaven Stalactite to you." Qin Shi thought about it for a while, then said in detail, "Naturally. Let's go together," Shangguan Feng said with a smile. Hearing him say this, Qin Shi felt a little embarrassed. She felt like she was gauging the heart of a gentleman with her own mean measure. At this moment, all her previous doubts were suddenly cleared up. It seemed that Shangguan Feng was still the same as when he was young. He was a good gentleman. Only then did Qin Shi let down her guard against Shangguan Feng. As for Zhao Yunlong, he was ignored by the two of them. Just as he was about to speak, Shangguan Feng looked at him coldly and said, "As for you, just stay here. Remember, the Thunderheart is not yours. If you have any ideas, you will only be courting death. Don't forget that we have an agreement in the 9 underworlds. As long as we are in the 9 underworlds Demon Mountain, any life or death is not a grudge, so you understand." What Shangguan Feng meant was that if Zhao Yunlong didn't listen to him, he would mercilessly attack him. Zhao Yunlong looked at Shangguan Feng, then at Qin Shi, and said with a cold gaze, "Remember this." Shangguan Feng snorted coldly. Without another word, He and Qin Shi headed towards the waterfall. Long Chen was already very close to them. Long Chen had heard the conversation just now, but he still found it strange. Was the soaring heaven stalactite really Shangguan Feng's goal? But there was no thunder heart in the waterfall at all. Long Chen was confused by Shangguan Feng. When Shangguan Feng and Qin Shi approached the waterfall, everything was finally answered. This was because when the two of them were floating in the air, Shangguan Ye suddenly attacked Qin Shi, who was very close to him. A ray of green light shot out from Shangguan Feng's hand and into Qin Shi's body. Because of their previous conversation, Qin Shi already trusted Shangguan Feng. She had never imagined that Shangguan Feng would make a move at this time. Chapter 1170. Zhao Yunlong, who was still at the entrance of the cave, was looking at them with hatred, but now he was dumbfounded. Shangguan Feng had imprisoned Qin Shi. Of course, Zhao Yunlong knew about the green ice crystal in front of him. It was the Shangguan family's devil-suppressing green crystal. It had a very strong sealing ability. Anyone below the 6th level of the divine martial realm wouldn't be able to escape, and it would take at least a quarter of an hour for the 7th level of the divine martial realm. Devil-suppressing green crystal. Qin Shi's expression changed dramatically. She didn't lose her sense of propriety, but she was no longer naive. Judging from the situation, she must have known that she had been tricked by Shangguan Feng because of her trust. However, she sneered, "Shangguan Feng, do you think this devil-suppressing green crystal can seal me? I'll be out in less than a quarter of an hour, and that will be the time of your death." Shangguan Ye smiled faintly. He didn't feel any pressure at all. He smiled indifferently. "It's too late to threaten me now. You shouldn't have trusted me. I didn't expect that one of the dignified disciples of the World Emperor would be so gullible." At this moment, Shangguan Feng was like a different person from his sincere appearance just now. Shangguan Feng smiled. "You must be very curious as to why I used the devil-suppressing green crystal to trap you here. That's because before I came to the 9 underworlds, I used 100,000 divine crystals to buy a lot of information about the 9 underworlds Demon Mountain. This is something that even the 9 great families can't tell their juniors to prevent breaking the rules. Of course I can't tell you, but I can tell you why Suzhou went to deal with the myriad evil vines." Qin Shi destroyed the devil-suppressing green crystal while looking at him with murderous eyes. "That's because I accidentally let him know that the bile of the myriad evil vines can temper the body, allowing the body to reach the 8th level of the divine martial realm from the 7th level of the divine martial realm. This kid is called a genius, but he's so gullible. When he tastes the bile of the myriad evil vines, he'll regret coming to this world. In this way, the strongest opponent will be gone." After saying that, Shangguan Feng smiled proudly. After listening to this, Long Chen couldn't help but admire Shangguan Feng's excellent strategy. This kind of person was actually very terrifying. However, Long Chen didn't like this kind of person. Qin Shi was still looking at him gloomily, while desperately trying to escape from the demon-suppressing green crystal. "How many people in the 9 great clans can stand shoulder to shoulder with me, Shangguan Feng? Even if they have the strength, their brains are all donkey brains. The ones who truly frighten me in terms of strength are you and Su Jia. I've already taken care of Su Jia, and you're the only one left. I thought that you would be more difficult to deal with, but I didn't expect you to be fooled by the soaring heaven stalactite and the heart of thunder. The lair of the poisoned shadow clan is indeed here, but the heart of thunder doesn't exist at all." Shangguan Feng was already very proud to be able to do this. He suddenly pointed at the bottom of the waterfall and said, "The information I spent money to obtain is related to the location of the poisoned shadow clan, as well as the frigid pool below. You probably can't feel it right now, nor can you imagine it, but I heard that 10,000 years ago, a fighter at the peak of the 7th layer of the divine martial realm fell into the frigid pool and never got up again. Even with the water from the waterfall, the coldness of the frigid pool below will definitely exceed your imagination. When you destroy the demon-suppressing green crystal, the coldness of the frigid pool below will instantly permeate your body and freeze your soul, preventing you from reincarnating. So, I've eliminated another of the 2 strongest opponents." With that, Shangguan Feng finally laughed proudly. 2 fighters at the 7th layer of the divine martial realm, the 2 strongest seeded contestants for the Saint's Fruit, had actually been toyed with by him. Shangguan Feng's move was just too beautiful. As a result, even Shangguan Feng could not help but admire himself. Qin Shi and Su Zhe were so powerful that Shang Guanfeng knew that even if he worked with the people of the 9 great clans, they would not be able to take the saint's fruit from the 2 of them. As a result, he could only use schemes. He could not rely on the other 9 great clans to be trash to him. To him, other than Su Zhe and Qin Shi, everyone else was trash, including Zhao Yunlong, who was still standing there in a daze. He could only personally deal with Qin Shi and Su Zhe. Only then would he have the chance to obtain the saint's fruit. Fortunately, he had succeeded. Qin Shi, who was destroying the demon-suppressing green crystal, suddenly stopped when she heard the news about the frigid pool below. She looked at Shang Guanfeng with some admiration and smiled bitterly. "I've really underestimated you. You're different from when you were young. The current you really is terrifying." Her display of weakness stunned Shang Guanfeng for a while. He then said, "Thank you for your praise. Let me give you a reminder. Don't destroy the demon-suppressing green crystal anymore. That way, you can survive in the frigid pool for a few days. At that time, the saint's fruit will be in my hands. Even if your master doesn't come, the seniors of my Shangguan clan will bring you out. Remember, don't destroy the demon-suppressing green crystal." Qin Shi was the disciple of the World King. He actually did not dare to actually kill her. He could only use this method to prevent her from participating in the fight for the saint's fruit. He had played it so beautifully. Once the battle was over, his name would definitely shake up the 9 Hells demon realm. After he finished speaking, Shang Guanfeng did not want to look at Qin Shi's ice-cold eyes. He suddenly punched out, and directly threw the demon-suppressing green crystal that he was controlling in the air towards the depths of the cold pond below. It quickly disappeared, and after a long time, the sound of water entering could finally be heard. Shang Guanfeng relaxed when he heard the sound. Trust really is the greatest culprit for being deceived. Shang Guanfeng smiled knowingly. "I really don't understand. Why is this frigid pool so cold? Is there something in there?" Shang Guanfeng did not dare to go down to see what was down there. His gaze shifted to Zhao Yunlong, who was still staring at him blankly and did not run away. Zhao Yunlong was shocked and broke out in a cold sweat. He hurriedly ran away, but Shang Guanfeng had already rushed in front of him. "Shang Guanfeng, what do you want?" Zhao Yunlong put on a brave front. "Nothing much. I've long disliked your Zhao clan and you, Zhao Yunlong. Now that I finally have a chance to kill you, how can I miss it?" Shang Guanfeng said coldly. At the same time, he would also have one less opponent in the fight for the saint's fruit. Zhao Yunlong had been heavily injured and was no longer Shang Guanfeng's opponent. "Is this why you tried to rope me into your team?" Zhao Yunlong felt a lingering fear. Back then, Shang Guanfeng had used Qin Shi as a gimmick to attract him into the team. He had agreed without even thinking about it. He never thought that Shang Guanfeng had already planned this. This guy was just too terrifying. Zhao Yunlong felt like he was being watched by a poisonous snake. "Die!" Shang Guanfeng did not show any mercy. He used all his skills and fought fiercely with the injured Zhao Yunlong in this narrow space. He used all his skills. Zhao Yunlong had been heavily injured. Under Shang Guanfeng's fierce attacks, he quickly fell to the ground. "Shang Guanfeng, you will die a horrible death." Zhao Yunlong let out a heart-wrenching roar as the ground shook. "Enough!" Shang Guanfeng's punch shattered Zhao Yunlong's internal organs and sent him flying out of the cave to the surface of the cold pool. "I'll let you accompany Qin Shi and be a pair of lovebirds in the water. How nice would that be?" Shang Guanfeng let out a savage laugh. Divine wind control. Worldly wind dragon. The palm smashed down, striking Zhao Yunlong's chest. Zhao Yunlong once again let out a blood-curdling screech, as the powerful force directly struck him into the deep cold pond below. A loud rumble rang out, and one could faintly see water splashing up from below. That long miserable cry lasted for a very long time. "Shang Guanfeng, you will die a horrible death." This was Zhao Yunlong's cry before he died. His fate was different from Qin Shi's. Qin Shi had the protection of the demon-suppressing green crystal, but he had probably frozen to death. After dealing with Zhao Yunlong, Shang Guanfeng shivered as if nothing had happened. His gaze finally shifted to the cave in front of him. That's right, his fight with Zhao Yunlong had caused a great disturbance. There were children crying in the waterfall, perhaps because they had been frightened. All of this proved that there were indeed people in there. This counts as killing many birds with one stone. Shang Guanfeng tilted his head and extended his hand to count. "I sent Su Zhe to his own death. I've temporarily sealed up Qin Shi and then finished off that detestable Zhao Yunlong. Now it's the saint's fruit. How can the remaining 7 idiots be my opponent? Shangguan Feng laughed again when he thought of that. In the end, his gaze stopped on the waterfall and he muttered to himself. Then there's one last bird. That person said that there is indeed a rare treasure in the nest of the poisoned Shadow Clan. Just what is it? Hearing him muttering to himself, Long Chen finally understood that there was indeed a treasure inside, but it was not the heart of lightning. Long Chen truly admired Shangguan Feng. It was already not easy for him to do this. At this time, Shangguan Feng had already found the entrance to the poisoned Shadow Tribe's lair. Without a word, he dove into the water. The water in this waterfall was relatively normal, unlike the terrifying cold pond below. That was why the poisoned Shadow Tribe could live in this place. In the 9 Serenities Demon Mountain, this was the safest place. Long Chen finally approached. Through his spirit eye, he could see that there was another world within the waterfall. It was also a huge hollow mountain, and there were around 300 to 400 demons inside. At this moment, basically all the adult poisoned Shadow Clan members had left. Those that remained were basically the old, weak, women, and children who did not have much fighting power. The commotion caused by Zhao Yunlong and Shangguan Feng's battle had already frightened them. When Shangguan Feng walked in, it immediately caused an even greater panic. All the old, weak, women, and children retreated into the depths of the walls. They huddled together as they watched Shangguan Feng's arrival in fear. To the demons here, every human was a demon among demons. They were ugly things that took away their lives. You're tuning in to the Xueqi's Martial Arts Saga YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.